What is up, everybody? Let me see some sun gorillas in the fucking chat. Let me see those goddamn sun gorillas in the chat. We are here. I don't know how much time I have with you, but I'll make a few remarks. I don't know exactly what we're going to be walking into today. The whole thing smells fishy and strikes me as a little bit suspicious that Vaush is platforming me in a way that he doesn't expect will be to the detriment of the message we're trying to put out. So I'm very suspicious of what's going on. But when all's said and done, if we have an honest debate and a moderator not intervening into the content of the debate, then everything should go normally. I don't care, though. This was after days and days talking to Sunday what kind of moderator he wanted. I told, why don't we just do... I said, well, if you're going to do Vaush, let's just do Jackson Hinkle, because apparently it's not a biased moderator. He said no to Jackson. I said modern day debate, he didn't want that. So I just said, whatever, we'll do Vaush, as long as it's about political theory. So we're going to get into this, and I plan on having a honest, straightforward debate, meat and potatoes about the content and the subject matter. And I hope this to be a door for the cultivation of education into Marxism, Leninism, and America. Thank you so much, Roxoff.
Gorilla.
Thank you so much, Roxoff. Appreciate you, man. I don't know what the format of this debate is going to be either. Thank you so much, Mason.
Under communism, copyright laws will be abolished.
Absolutely, they will. So, Crack Dealer, holy fuck with the 50 gifted. Thank you, man. So, guys, I'm not even sure where this debate is taking place. And I'm going to have to get a message in Discord or something where I'm probably going to be invited somewhere. And that's where the debate's going to take place. I don't know where this debate is going to be. We're going to have to wait until we get that invite, but we're 2 minutes out. Just want to let you guys know that I have no intentions of any trickery or any dirty play. I'm going to have a simple, straightforward, straight to the point, honest debate. No bullshit. No jibber jabber. Simple as that. Simple as that. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't know what to expect exactly. Very suspicious of what we're walking into here. I'm pretty sure something's being planned. I'm not exactly sure. If it's just a debate, it's just a debate. And that's what I'm here for. I'm also pleased to announce the debate is about political theory. My goal is to cultivate an interest in the study of Marxism, Leninism in the United States and in the American context. And that's what I'm going to use this opportunity to do. This is the first time Vaush has been in any kind of interaction with me at all since the first time I entered as VC and was kicked out 10 minutes later. This is the first time, and I was dismissed as a nobody and whatever, and then I rose to the prominence I have acquired since then, and it came as a shock, I suppose. But this is the first time, so who knows? We don't know what to expect from Jabba the Vaush, the despicable. We all know I'm not a big fan of Hakim, but he did say some truly despicable things about Hakim that were an affront to the entirety of the Iraqi people, not just Hakim, who also happens to be in bed with the red liberals. Well, he is a red liberal himself, and the Western leftists. But it was an extremely despicable thing he said, which is telling of the inherent chauvinism, the inherent bestial, barbaric, uncivilized nature of Western leftism. Well, I'm waiting for an invite. And we'll see where this is going to happen. I messaged President Sunday right now. It's time for the debate. I'm punctual as ever. And we'll see how this thing is going to go down. President Sunday is not a straight, frank person. You know, he kind of he's introducing all these insults and jeers, and there's a lot of things I could insult Sunday about, and you guys know that. Because believe it or not, I didn't look for an unflattering picture of him. I looked for a normal picture of him. I went on his stream, one of his VODs or something, and I just controlled I just snipped out a picture. The first thing I found that was just semi-usable. There's a lot of things I could also insult President Sunday and give these subtle jabs and kind of passive-aggressive allusions, and I don't do it because I'm a professional person. I'm a person who has some kind of minimum of respect, not for him per se, but for the topic that we're discussing or debating. So, and this is, by the way, guys, going to be a lot to chew up and absorb because this guy's got a PhD apparently. He doesn't want, we're not going to be able to go simple, straight to the point in terms of the debate. Although I'm going to try to bring it there for you guys, for your sake. But this is going to be kind of jargon, potentially jargon theory of regime. So Sunday has reported back to me and he says he's waiting on Vaush. And I believe Jabba himself is live right now. So Vaush, let's click that right now. Jabba is indeed live right now.
Wait, I need to be friends with President Sunday to start a group DM. We're not friends? Okay, I'm sending you a friend request.
Yeah, what the hell, man?
Yeah, accept it. Go, 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 go.
All right. I imagine I'm going to have to turn off my camera.
Nice. Okay.
And replace it.
Go.
I don't know why I thought I might have been Discord friends with Infrared. Okay. Red. Nope. Haas. Is it Haas? That's okay, it's Haas. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's got the lion face.
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
Okay.
Oh, wait, this is the, here we go, okay.
All right, did we all make it?
Yeah, I need one
Think so.
moment.
Nice!
You're looking very, magenta today.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I got it from Urban Outfitters. Okay, now I fix this. All right. Which, nope, not that. Man, I fucking hate OBS. There we go. How are you doing today, Prez?
Oh, I am deathly ill, and the power has gone out like 3 times today, so...
Why are you ill? What the fuck? Why are you dying?
We're all dying, huh? Vaush.
You
No, I
dying
just
faster?
got like a cold or something.
Ah, that sucks. I'm sorry.
No, you're not. Not really.
I'm a little bit sorry.
It is a nice shirt, though, Urban Outfitters.
Yeah, it actually has a pair of matching, like, short shorts. Like, 5-inch inseam. If you wear them both, it looks like a romper, and you look like a total douchebag. I love it.
I can see that working with a certain kind of silhouette. My stream's very delayed. Why is my stream very delayed?
Haas!
Doesn't look delayed on my end.
Haas infrared. Infra, open quotes, Haas, close quotes. Red.
Are we getting on with it or what?
Well, we couldn't hear you up until now, Haas.
Okay, well, I just got done setting everything up. Moderator.
All right, let me close all these tabs.
Moderator.
I'm transitioning into this from a 2-hour conversation that was very data-driven. Let me just close all. Okay. Now, I expect an equal level of big brain engagement from this one right here. Can one of you two gentlemen please remind me what the fuck it is we're talking about today?
We're talking about political theory.
Okay.
His political theory in particular. So,
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. We have a home team advantage then. Okay. Here are the rules. The rules are that I'm going to try my best to not be partial. I am like the wind. I blow over the whole countryside. Okay. I'm an undifferentiated force of nature. The only thing that I care about is that people respond to the arguments that the other side made, and that everyone gets a fair chance to talk. So, while it may make me seem as though I'm being partial. If people start screeching directly into the microphone to blow out everyone else's eardrums, that would be an example of not letting other people talk. I believe in both of you. I have nothing but faith in you. This is obviously Haz's topic to start. I'd say let's go with 5-minute openers, starting with you,
I think
Haz.
we were kind of iffy on the time. Can we like say 10 minutes caps, and then if we go under, we go under?
10 minutes. All right. Let me get my.
Oh, so are you cool with that? Is that
Yeah.
Guests clock. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Need to do something real quick. Just preventing my OBS from self-destructing, as it has been wont to do lately.
What's your
go,
favorite
Ryan.
sword, Haz?
I like the swords.
I like the swords.
Oh,
Need a
shit.
place for my swords.
Okay. There we go. Very nice. All right. Starting with the one, the only, infra, open quotes, Haz, close quotes, read. 10 minutes to talk about his political theory, followed, of course, by President Sunday. Then we will do our back and forths, give everyone a fair chance to talk. And the timer starts now.
Modern politics is beset by the same fundamental contradiction, the same asymmetry defining modernity as a whole. Thinkers like Bruno Latour once framed this paradoxical contradiction as between a process of purification, establishing some ontological zone, such as man, reason, cogito, civilized people, etc., and opposing it to its other, such as nature, the animal kingdom, outsiders, etc., as well as the process of translation, where the actual effect of applying this pure form to actual reality leads to hybrids between the two, proving modernity's inability to fully conquer its own premises. Political modernity, understood in this same vein of purification, establishing the universal rights of man, privileging the abstract and generalized concept of man as the supreme political subject, without any essential regard for the particular details of personality, background, estate, religion, or even race, gender, and wealth. Likewise, political modernity has given rise to various hybrids of its own, strange combinations of this universal subject with its opposed particularity, in the form of different classes, separatist ethnic and religious identities, interest groups, racial animosities, and the form of identity politics itself today. I merely propose, drawing from the ideas of Slavoj Žižek's ontology, that an even more fundamental political contradiction pre-exists that between universality and particularity, state and civil society, human and nature, etc., which is internal to the abstract form of political modernity itself. Both the political left and right take what Latour calls the rupture in time of political modernity for granted. The political left is revolutionary wing of modernity, representing the abstract form of change. The right is its conservative wing, attempting to derive a definite political logic out of this modern process of purification, situating people in their rightful place with respect to objects in the case of private property, and with respect to other persons in the case of various hierarchies. So modernity implies a paradox or internal contradiction that pre-exists and arguably engenders the division into left and right. On the one hand, it implies a revolutionary change. On the other, it also implies a new order and form of preserving itself. In the aftermath of the French Revolution, various thinkers attempted to resolve that contradiction in some kind of end of history, such as Hegel, Kojève, and most famously Fukuyama. But none of them were able to anticipate our current multipolar world. My basic argument is that the contradiction has to do with the political subject of politics, which is an individual substance. In today's era, with the October Revolution, I argue, playing a comparable role to the French, the subject of politics is neither individual nor substantive, but collective and virtual. The modern universal state and its hegemony, founded on human rights, as already synthesized both the left and the right, accomplishing the goal of the fascist third position. Progressive change is already the order of the day and is in no way revolutionary in the sense of actually challenging state power, but on the contrary, is situated within a hegemonic order that preserves it. Here enters a new kind of political subject, which I call the partisan, partially drawing from Carl Schmitt. Rather than being some neutral subject or atomistically individual substance, the partisan is already virtually disposed and partial towards some kind of collective political identity. The partisan embodies the internal contradiction of modernity itself into one political subject, rather than solely giving expression to one of its forms. It doesn't represent one of the asymmetrical forms comprising the difference. The partisan essentially is political difference itself. Partisanship implies a way of differing into a specific collective political reality. Because of this embodiedness, the deeper order of rural life is fertile ground for the partisan subjectivity. But because the partisan gives specific content to politics, such as in the form of class struggle, they are revolutionary with regard to the modern state, positioned in such a way that O'Reilly regards it as illegitimate, for example, serving the interests of a particular group. The partisan is not strictly defined by a specific ideology or set of values, but a position with regard to what Antonio Gramsci calls that hegemony, or what Popper calls the open society. Their revolutionary stance makes them fundamentally left-wing, but coupled with a profound social conservatism, reflecting an embeddedness in the deeper premises of civilization. Many mistaken this for third position syncretism, but the difference is that the partisan conservatism isn't based on ideology, but popular sensibility. If the goal of political partisan were created by individual thought, such as by a theory or ideology, the goal would only coincidentally be effective. Its realization coinciding with some deeper, objectively established and material premise that makes the partisans' movement across the social fabric effective in the first place. Without their position being rooted in an objective reality, a partisan is no longer a partisan, but just some guy with an opinion. I argue that the partisan is the subject of a polarity, an objectively existing orientation toward the reproduction of an existing civilization. The source of a political polarity, the force of partiality in the partisan, is a specific resolution of the contradiction between the universal state and its real civil society, a resolution whose development is already propelled into motion and arguably even implied by the nature of the contradiction itself, a logic reflected in Marx's Communist Manifesto. This resolution is the universal partisan empire, the authentic unity of a people given expression by a people's sovereign, whose power takes the form of, rather than pretending to be elevated above, the contradiction between state and civil society, such as in the case of a proletarian dictatorship, the class struggle. Thus, my political philosophy implies an entirely new notion of subject and object itself, drawing from the concept of hyperobjects of speculative realism. The universal empire is a hyperobject, an object participating in its own phenomenal disclosure by engendering the very conditions of its own development, and whose scale in both time and space exceeds what can be reduced to individual experience. That is the objective common sociality that pre-exists individual subjectivity itself. The stakes of this theory are clear. In a historical situation defined by the crisis of Western liberal democracy, many leftists have joined in with the State Department's characterization of the current multipolar world as a struggle between democracies and autocracies, labeling all sovereign counter-hegemonic states challenging the so-called rules-based political order as fascist. I argue this is reactionary from the current historical perspective. As an ideology, Western leftism is the vanguard of the current ancien regime's hegemony, which has become outmoded by history itself. It is for that reason that it is also a vanity. It will be condemned to the dustbin of history as a multipolar order rises from the ashes of the globalist empire.
Is anybody else smelling burnt toast?
I can see why 10 minutes was necessary. All right. Burn toast aside. President, it's your call.
Thank you, Haas. Thank you, Vaush, for moderating. So we are apparently debating my opponent Haas's groundbreaking theory of the political spectrum. At least that's how I understood it from our messages prior. I'm not entirely certain now. The principal source for this being an essay on the Infrared Substack entitled The Rise of MAGA Communism, the purpose of which, given in the heading, being to establish, quote, how can MAGA and communism be united? For one is clearly far right and the other far left, unquote. Putting it lightly, this essay is bizarre. At over 13,400 words, it is meandering and overlong, filled with esoteric terminology which, while in more rigorous hands might be sufficiently explained so as to mean something specific, is here ultimately included only to be put to the service of motivating statements like, quote, leftism is a type of mental retardation according to which the latest, quote-unquote, open agenda constitutes real historical change, unquote. But the essence of my opponent's thesis can actually be given rather quickly. In a move of breathtaking erudition to which one can only react with awe, Haas proposes the revolutionary thesis that the left, the right, liberal elites, and quote-unquote globalists are in fact all the same people, and that these refer to the political opponents of globalization, trans rights, BLM, free immigration, other left-wing causes, and so forth as quote-unquote Nazis to obscure the fact that they themselves have in fact inherited Nazism. Thus, it was in fact the right, who are actually the left, who beat the Nazis in World War II in order to establish a global leftist hegemony that is in fact a rightist hegemony to disguise the fact that they actually were the right all along. And in a stroke of diabolical genius through, quote, agents of deception like Ron DeSantis, unquote, they simultaneously persecute and pretend to be the genuine right, which they are, except they aren't because they are the left, with the result that, quote, a complete takeover of the Hitlerite kind is all but now inevitable, which will attempt to satisfy the patriotic aspirations of the MAGA movement into consensus for war, a war which will seek to preserve the power of the bankers and globalists, unquote. In this apocalyptic vision, my opponent sees the left being both the right and the left all at once, which is why when he writes that, quote, so-called rightist, quote-unquote, ideologists are thus today split between Azovites and the accidentally based, unquote, rightist is put in quotes because it actually refers to the left, and the accidentally based refers to cranks like Jordan Peterson, whose rhetoric just incidentally happens to run contrary to whatever species of establishment paranoia Haas wants to capitalize on in the moment. No robust treatment of communism is given, and so no robust ideological goals get in the way of my opponent going all in on an argument for aligning communism with the MAGA movement. How MAGA escapes being right-wing for my opponent is by being partisan. What does this mean? Haas introduces this term partisan by way of Carl Schmitt's essay, Theory of the Partisan. The partisan, for Schmitt, is a combatant fulfilling four essential conditions. The partisan is irregular, has increased mobility, has a heightened intensity of political commitment, and is thoroughly Tellurian, which is to say land-based. This is what distinguishes partisans from pirates and corsairs for Schmitt, and is, as far as I can tell, the only part of the definition Haas really takes up. Because introducing the partisan through Schmitt, despite this, rather, my opponent simply insists that Schmitt, despite taking his cues from the likes of Lenin and Mao, and readers of the same, is too limited by his Hobbesian formalism, quote-unquote, and argues instead that the partisan is, quote, the political agent at the end of history, for which change is a moment in the development of an order more eternal than can be given form by modern statehood, unquote. And that the leftist is the great enemy of the partisan because, quote, leftism grounds politics not in partisanship, but in some supposedly universal morality, and the fundamental enduring fact of political antagonism vindicates the leftist's sense of smug, self-satisfied superiority, unquote. He then claims instead that, quote, partisanship can also be defined by a specific Hegelian sublation of established political distinction, representing a type of political subject interpolated by a new form of universal statehood, the Kajevian empire, polarity, or determinate globality, unquote. What this means is anyone's guess, but it doesn't matter, because by describing the idea of partisanship as something that sounds sort of like it can easily attach to nationalism or a determinate civilizational polarity. He can now describe MAGA as partisan because it is, quote-unquote, telluric. Thus, it concludes after an almost unbearably long series of paragraphs too convoluted for me to even attempt to recapitulate here, that the anti-communism of the MAGA movement is just an endearing Americanism, that MAGA should form its own discrete party, and that, quote, there is no other choice for MAGA communists, unquote. Haas isn't stupid. The material he is handling in this essay runs very complicated very quickly. It takes a lot of work. He could just produce run-of-the-mill right-wing content. It would be easier and more lucrative. Despite the overall incoherence of the essay, there is a degree of effort here that doesn't strike me as a pure product of cynicism. Unfortunately, by putting his theory of left and right solely to the service of justifying the absurd slogan of MAGA communism, a move which reduces communism to a street-facing bench with "Imagine your ad here" displayed on the back, all of this work is reduced to incoherence. Thank you.
All right. Wonderfully delivered and well under time from you both. Let's get into the back and forth. I'm sure you both have lots to talk about. It doesn't need to be like 1 minute block to 1 minute block. Obviously, you can engage normally, but give both people space to talk, please. All right, good luck.
First of all, I'm not sure why you referenced the MAGA communism essay if it was too difficult for you to comprehend, but I can already point out that
that was the source you referred me to. It was that or the video which you
Yeah, but I don't know why you brought it up here when the only thing you can say is that you found it incoherent. Well, you're going to find out that there is a coherence to it, whether or not you want to acknowledge that. And before we get into that, I noticed a few things you said, just a few that I decided to write down. I'm sure there was others that were completely mischaracterizations of the essay. You said that I was saying the right is the left and the left is the right, when the broader point I was trying to say is that today, oftentimes, things that are considered right-wing and right-wing populism, managed to outdo the left in many regards. For example, in the anti-war stance and the opposition to the federal agencies like the FBI and so on and so forth, the overall anti-government stance. And what that meant to me was that right-wing populism today can more correctly be characterized in its essence as partisan. There's nothing essentially right-wing about it, but that only makes it potentially left-wing, not necessarily already left.
Well, I don't think being opportunistically against the police when they are enforcing government policies you happen to disagree with, or defending, for example, invasive war, is just because you happen to have some kind of ideological affinity with the aggressor. I don't think that makes you succeeding more at what the left generally wants to do than the left. I think it's kind of a silly proposition.
But I find your characterization idealist because you're focusing too much on ideologies.
What do you mean by that? Can you
Yes,
elaborate?
well, I was going to, but before you cut me off, you're speaking strictly within the realm of the alignment of ideological values, as if this what it underpins the what I would call the counter-hegemonic position of MAGA. But the ideological alignment is downstream from the fact that there is an objectively real hegemony. There is a real hegemony which is characterized by a specific ideology. You can object to the characterization that it's called globalism. That's just a simplification. It can be called neoliberalism. It can be called liberalism generally. I'm not going to be too picky about what you want to call it ideologically, but there is a hegemony. There's clearly a monopoly capital and a ruling class that is in power in the West, which exercises hegemony through institutions. Both the legal institutions, the federal agencies, the CIA, the FBI, the increasingly politicized formal...
You're right. So your thesis is that there's an international cabal controlling the world and that the right is more fervently opposed to it.
No, you can be more specific because it, first of all, doesn't control the world, and that's exactly why we are witnessing so-called challenges to the so-called rules-based order. It clearly doesn't control China, Iran, Russia, North Korea, even Cuba or Venezuela, for example, or Syria. I'm sure there's other examples. It clearly doesn't even completely control the so-called second world or non-aligned countries. Maybe Brazil is a good example of this, right? Because other countries are caught in between. That's Gramsci's entire point of the idea of hegemony. There are intermediate blocks that are not necessarily one way or the other, and hegemony attempts to exercise dominion over these intermediate classes or states taken in the realm of international relations. So there is clearly a hegemony based in what we call the unipolar American world order. Now, I think you're roughly trying to make an allusion to anti-Semitism or something of that nature. Well, the idea of a unipolar American world order is not even controversial from the perspective of the American State Department itself. It calls this order the rules-based international order. The various scholars and thinkers of the West, I'm sure, regularly make reference to the significance of the Bretton Woods post-war world order. So you don't need actually to talk about some conspiracy theory. You can talk...
I'm just not sure what your thesis is, because you're throwing names and references at the wall willy-nilly, and I'm not seeing a coherent
I'm just
thesis
defending the idea that there is a hegemony.
But I don't think anybody contends that there's no hegemony. This is why anti-colonialism is endemic left-wing.
Okay, well, the colonial era, for example, this is why I don't think you understand what hegemony is. The colonial era, maybe there's neocolonialism with France's CFAC, right? But the colonial era belonged to the kind of Bretton Woods era. The period of the 20th century, the mid-20th century, was characterized by various formal decolonization. So the way in which American unipolar hegemony exercises its control over the world obviously is not through direct colonization. It's through the exercise of soft power. It's through the exercise of economic...
Anti-colonialism is not strictly concerned with direct colonization. It's also concerned with the residue of colonial hegemony in the present.
Well, sure. Well, the residue of a colonial hegemony has culminated into an act. It's not just a residue; it's an active system of unipolar American hegemony. It's not a residue of something from the past. It's a system that emerged after World War II, which clearly is a global hegemon. So why did you make an allusion to a global cabal of some kind?
This is you. You're the one who refers to liberal elites and globalists as being the originator.
Originator of what?
Of a deliberate attempt to manipulate through these ideological distinctions.
I don't know what exactly you're referring to. I think you seem confused. Yeah, you seem very confused. So
I am indeed.
There's an objective system of unipolar imperialism. There are indeed liberal elites who benefit from this hegemony, the hegemonic elites, the cultural elites, and so on and so forth. And then there's also
who are the globalists then? Just help me out here.
So I'm referring to globalism as an ideology and a form of hegemony.
But you refer specifically to the globalists, so you mean something definite, right?
Yeah, I think for example, the globalists are the hegemonic institutions of society, the mainstream media.
But you're not globalists aren't institutions, right? You're referring to people. These are ists. This is globalism in this
So my
context refers to
thesis is
globalists.
that
you don't say globalist institutions. You say specifically globalists.
Are you trying to like allude to this idea that
I'm not alluding to anything. I'm just asking you a question.
Are you saying that social forces are reducible to the individuals that comprise them? I don't know what you're asking. Are you asking? It kind of sounds like you're asking. Kind of sounds like you're asking who is the globalist.
That doesn't work though, because you juxtapose liberal elites and globalists as if these are one and the same. But liberal elites aren't institutions. Liberal elites are people.
Yeah, but they are people. But they
you
are.
Don't say globalist institutions.
Hold on.
Or
but they are the people
globalists.
that have benefited from the hegemony characterized by these institutions. They are the people who epitomize the rule of these institutions. They are the people whose interests coincide with the hegemony. That's all it means.
Okay, sure, but who are they?
All of them? Do you want me to name like millions of people? What are you asking specifically? What do you mean? Who are they? Do you need like an example?
Well, I thought we were here to debate your political theory, but it seems like you've just completely ignored my critique of it, and you're now insisting that the right wing or
you didn't have a critique. You said that it was incoherent, so now we're trying to educate you here, Sunday.
Yeah, but on fairly particular bases though, because you deploy a bunch of terminology that you cherry picked to build to a thesis that somehow MAGA communism transcends the right and the left on the grounds of being telluric.
That's not what I said at all. I said first of all the exact opposite, that I'm against the syncretic position of beyond left and right. I completely rejected that position. If you actually read my paper, it says that first of all, MAGA communism is a slogan. The basic idea is that a communist movement can be derived out of the MAGA movement, which would indeed be left-wing because it's revolutionary. But there's a difference between left-wing and leftist. Leftism is an ideology, supposedly trying to be authentically left-wing. It's not an actual position with regard to politics. Positions are not about what your beliefs are, or what your ideas are, but where you are actually positioned in regards to the status quo. So I said leftism is an idea of change. It's an ideology of political change. It doesn't actually represent political change. So no, I didn't say it transcends left and right. You're completely fabricating that.
I'm not, but we can move on from there. The essay is extremely long, and I don't have the quote directly to hand.
Well, you didn't read it with enough.
I read it pretty carefully, actually.
Okay.
I don't know, Haas. Where do you want to go from here?
Well, your thesis is that my position is incoherent. So let's get into the specificities of what.
Well, why don't we make it coherent? Why don't you start from the top and let's go from there?
I gave I think it was like an 8-minute intro. Were you not listening, or?
I was listening very carefully.
Okay.
I could not. I got to be real with you, Haas. I think I speak for everybody. I could not follow that at all.
I don't think you speak for everybody at all, but I could help you in particular and educate you about what I'm.
Please help me.
Yeah, okay. So the idea of from the MAGA communism substack and the political theory underlying it is basically that there is a political realignment we are facing right now because of a transition from one historical era to another. The previous historical era you could be characterized as classical modernity.
Can I stop you right there?
Yeah.
A political realignment of what? What are you referring to?
Basically, in the West right now, speaking like very in the like as of the 2010s, what's developed as of the 2010s, for example, like this immediate. There has been a specific association of this is what the left is and this is what the right is, right? So I'm saying we are witnessing.
Is there? I think that's debated. I don't think there's much consensus on that at all. This is like the whole leftist infighting meme. Nobody can decide on who the hell the left is or who the right is.
I think leftist infighting is transcended when it comes to people like me. So no, I don't think there is any problem as far as how to identify leftists is concerned. But so there is a political realignment going on.
But how so do you transcend that, and what does that mean?
No one's talking about transcending anything. There is a realignment. I'm arguing.
No, but you said that you transcend that distinction. Can you clarify? What do you mean by that?
No, I explicitly said I don't believe it's possible to transcend political difference.
But you just said you do. You said you transcend leftist infighting somehow. So.
No. I said the leftist infighting is transcended. Sorry, you focused on the word transcended. It's put to the side when it comes to how they treat people like me. So all these leftists can fight each other, but when it comes to Haas, they are suddenly aware of their common enemy and realize they're all leftists.
Wouldn't that just point to them recognizing you as right-wing?
That's their view, yeah. Well, you can say that means they recognize me as if this is the case, but there is clearly a association of this is left and this is right? I mean, you yourself saying this, that's an acknowledgement of that. There is clearly an association of what is considered left and right.
I think I've definitely encountered a lot of people who would characterize you as right-wing on the grounds of your associations and your rhetoric, et cetera, et cetera. In terms of like an actual theory, I'm not committed to the stance. Therefore,
can you speak louder? My association with what?
What? Sorry?
I didn't hear what you said when you said because of my.
I'm not committed on the grounds of observing that people associate you with the right wing fairly unproblematically, or seem to treat it as unproblematic.
That's not the point, though. The point is
no. But what I was saying though is I'm not committed. Therefore,
all right. I didn't think this would be that. I didn't think it would be that controversial to say that there has been a vague association of these are the leftist values and these are the right wing values that has developed in the 2010s, especially because of the culture war and. If you're on the internet, I guess Gamergate, things like that. I mean, these clearly have defined different.
That's largely, I think, tracking electoral politics in the United States. It's not quite that clear cut at a higher degree of resolution.
Okay, well, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about the actual reality of popular ideologies and political views in the United States. I think it's fair to say there are
in the United States. That's what I just said.
Okay, there are conventionally established associations of what it means to be a leftist or what it means to be a right-winger. And I'm saying that is changing, and there's a realignment.
Like, for example, our moderator, for instance, is considered not left-wing by a bunch of people who we would probably agree are leftists. It's considered liberal by a bunch of people.
I think that's part of the confusion. Yeah, I think that's part of the confusion defining the political realignment that's going on. The moderator, I guess we have to reference the moderator now.
No, we don't. I'm just as in like an obvious example.
Well, the moderator is assuming positions that traditionally, from a broader historical perspective, were not associated with the left, and that's why. But it's still, many people still believe it's left-wing because on the cultural front, it had been established in the past decade, I guess, or maybe depending on how long you want to go, the past few decades, that culturally it's left-wing. So I'm just trying to say there's a lot of confusion and obscurity about what it means to be left and right in this day and age. It's pretty simple. I don't know why it's controversial.
Well,
I'd like to ask
what.
one
Oh,
moment.
thank God, please.
I'd like to ask a brief question. Haz, when you use your definition of this distinction, acknowledging how confused it is to everyone, when you think of what it means to be a leftist, are you thinking of a position with regards to one or maybe several specific issues, whether or not the economy should be decommodified, democratic ownership of the means of production, opposition to American geopolitical politics, that sort of thing? Or do you think it's an emergent property of a haze of positions that can't be so easily quantified? How concrete, distinct can it be made?
I tend to object to answer it simply. I don't think that political distinction is based on differences of opinion when it comes to. I think those are all just symptoms. I think the real political distinction is based on what position you have with regard to some kind of status quo. So historically, the left wing was defined by those who were in a revolutionary position with regard to the status quo. They wanted to kind of overthrow it, basically, and overturn it. And leftism, I have diagnosed, is a more recent phenomenon. Maybe it's coming from, I don't know how far back you can really go, but I would at least the new left, right? Which I think is an ideology of the hegemony, because the progressive changes that it is characterized by advocating for and trying to push correspond with the goals of monopoly capital. And as well as, yeah.
If I may, though, you say that your positionality has to do with an actual like position that's not simply reducible to ideas and opinions that you hold, but then your point of reference for what makes people these things is specifically to refer to their attitude towards revolution and things like that. You're not referencing anything more concrete than their ideas and opinions.
Well, because it's not about the ideas or opinions, but where those are coming from and whose interests those serve.
But we're still talking about ideas and opinions, right? You're talking about the attitudes of actors, not like specific acts
We're talking about
we're
talking about a hegemony which utilizes or disseminates ideas and opinions as a form of, for example, soft power.
So to clarify then, and hopefully to put an end to this specific semantic bit,
Please.
You would say then that leftism is a property of taking a revolutionary attitude towards a given hegemonic position, that one being, in this case, global capitalism, and that any position which is revolutionarily against that one would necessarily be a leftist position.
I think there's semantic confusion because for me, leftism is not the same as a left-wing alignment. A left-wing alignment is not a position about attitude. It's where do you stand positionally, right? Let's say as an agent of information or as a candidate, electoral candidate, doesn't matter, political actor, even a Schmitt's actual partisan, people who were like on the ground waging guerrilla warfare. Where are you? What is your position with regard to the status quo? Are you considered a enemy of the status quo? Are you a fighter against the status quo of some kind? So, but leftism to me is an ideology.
Okay, what does that mean? Can you clarify that a little bit?
Yeah, leftism is an ideology that tries to reduce the historical tradition of left-wing, real historical left-wing traditions into an ideology. So there's not a continuity.
So leftism is an agent then, like it attempts things.
Leftism is an ideology. People attempt things. I don't know what your leftism is an ideology.
Well, when you're saying it tries to, that to me.
Oh, okay. I'll
intent.
clarify then.
Sure.
The ideology of leftism attempts to develop the idea to arrive at somehow the idea of the left. So it's an idea of the left, right? It's an ideology.
Okay, sure. But it's okay, but it's a directed thing, right? It's a thing that has a goal and a purpose. So I guess my is that fair? Like
the purpose of the ideology is to distill the essence of change, modern revolutionary political change, into
All
an
right. So,
idea.
okay. So, whose purpose then?
The
Because
left,
we're not just talking about like an aggregate of ideas that are just kind of sitting inert. We're talking about something that has like it's purposed to interfere in some way with the world. It's doing something to these ideas and turning them into whatever.
okay, yeah.
Who's
Well,
yeah
I think I get what you're trying to ask.
yeah.
Yeah, I would say that for the purpose of realizing the aims and exercising the hegemony of monopoly capital, for example.
Okay. Well, my question is then referred a little bit
So,
farther back.
basically, this is what I'm trying to say. So
Yeah.
the hegemony has weaponized the, I guess, the hegemony has goals that could be called progressive. That's the whole ideology of progressivism, right? For example, Rockefeller, the oil guy, Rockefeller, he had a whole progressive vision of an international integrated society, and he championed progressive social causes and so on and so forth. We all know how corporations champion progressive causes and so on and so forth. So somehow revolutionary change, sorry, not, I don't know if I would call it revolutionary, but change, political change, cultural change, has been assimilated by monopoly capital and by the hegemony. Okay? And leftism is the ideology corresponding to that hegemony, having assimilated change, modern political and cultural and social change, movementism, and so on and so forth.
All right. Okay. So, so what is leftism just equivalent to wokeism then, or what are we doing exactly?
I mean, it goes, I guess you can call it many things. Maybe wokeism can be a form of that, but I think leftism, contemporary leftism, which at least dating since the New Left, has served that purpose and can, I think, fairly be characterized as that. I don't think, for example, that the New Left, the legacy of the New Left is based on some kind of like grassroots thing going on with the working class. I think the New Left was propelled into significance because much of its legacy was appropriated by the culture industry, by Hollywood and mass media. These people went on to become yuppies working for Wall
That's in
Street.
response. That's in response to like fairly harsh criticisms of Hollywood and mass media from outside of it, though. That's not a thing that happened spontaneously from within. You could argue that it was definitely cynical on the part of certain studios to like predictably, for example, gender bend or
Right.
like do
But then
strange
I would
things
have
to
to
particular
ask you,
characters
sure.
in a strangely motivated seeming way.
But I
that
don't
doesn't
think
strike
it's
me as an
sure.
indication.
But
that
I
therefore
don't think
the
it's fair
force
to say that.
give the impetus to that
I don't think it's fair
from
to say that
Hollywood.
the New Left
Sorry.
and the counterculture spread and emerged in a purely grassroots way. I think it's also fair to say that the influence of the Ford Foundation, the influence of the
Well,
hegemony.
I don't think anything spreads in a grassroots way.
Okay,
today, Haas.
so it's not just that Hollywood was
but I mean
critic-
the definition of the left has never been that it's
So the
grassroots.
culture industry and the counterculture in the New Left worked hand in hand. It wasn't that one was just one was criticized, so they became better because they were received too harsh criticism. I mean, I think the election of Nixon kind of proves that the so-called silent majority was a real thing. The hippies and the new counterculture and this new left were not really actually that popular among the people. So I don't see how popular pressure could be responsible for example, corporations and
Well,
progressive.
hang on. It's not exactly true though, or it's not exactly fair to refer to that as kind of a naturally arising majority position when during this time leftists of many stripes are being directly persecuted, as well as many of the groups of people who they now advocate for. This was
Persecuted
a
by
time.
whom?
This was the time. Sorry.
Persecuted
Well,
by who?
this is the era of McCarthyism. This is
No, it's
when
not.
you could be what?
It's not the era of McCarthyism.
Uh, Communists and socialists and leftists weren't being persecuted in universities and out of office at the time. It wasn't
That
illegal,
was
for example,
something that was
to not
happening
be
in the
heterosexual.
50s. That was not what characterized the counterculture. I mean, if anything, the new left was criticizing the established
What do you
communist.
think the basis?
So the new left was a critique of the established communist parties, both in the United States and in Western Europe. It wasn't. Those were not the people being persecuted under McCarthy are not the same people being persecuted by local police departments, hippies, and so on. It's completely different kind of people.
Okay, Hooverism then. I don't know. I just don't know what this gets you exactly. This was
So I
still the
asked you
case.
who was persecuting these new leftists, and my best guess would be that
it would be police.
yeah, local
politicians,
police
et cetera, et
departments.
cetera.
So there was a conflict happening at this time where, and I'm not defending local police departments, I considered them reactionary, but there was a conflict going on between local police departments and the growing hegemony that was associated with the federal government. I'm not giving like a positive appraisal of police as resistance of anything. It was just their reaction.
Sure, but
yeah.
the point though is that it was only fairly recently that it wasn't the case that you could lose your job or you wouldn't be viciously excoriated or persecuted for being even vaguely left wing. That's why we have the whole notion of like a pinko, for example.
How recent do you imagine this to have been?
Probably actually until present day, to be honest.
So
we
you
were
think
doing research
until
we were doing research for a debate with Destiny on whether or not there was persecution of centrist or otherwise professors in university for not towing the woke line, and we found practically none of the examples provided to that effect.
So
actually
you're
held up under
trying to
scrutiny,
tell
but
me-
we found multiple people
yeah.
who were persecuted out of university for criticizing, for example, local police departments, local politicians, oil magnates who were donating to the universities, etc.
Wait, so you're saying that until recently, and to be generous, that's the 2020s, you're saying that people who hold left-wing views were being, on a significant level, being persecuted in universities.
I would say they're still being so. Very much so. Actually.
So I don't want
Universities aren't
I don't want to be
universities
that
aren't
guy.
collapsing their philosophy programs.
Sure,
for
I don't want to
sociology,
be
et cetera,
that
et cetera,
guy, but
because they're being run by administrators who like have
again,
strong
I don't want to
values.
be that guy who's going to ask for a source. It's just that my personal experience contradicts that, and the experience of everyone I know contradicts that. So, do you have a source for that universities fire people for having left-wing positions?
I actually can produce them, but I'd have to search through and get those documents again. It's been a hot minute. But I put the ball back into your court though, since you say it is your experience. So what are you referring to in particular?
I'd like to add something, if I may.
Please.
In
Or
my
Haas,
lifetime,
actually, hang on. Haas, are you okay with that?
I think that's fair. Haas?
What did I hear? What?
I want to know if you're
Vaush
okay
wanted to
with me adding
interject. Are you
something.
cool with that?
Yeah, I
Sorry.
don't care.
Well, I can't speak much to the persecution of left-leaning professors in my lifetime, but the most significant, I guess, political excision that I've seen while I've been politically active was after the Iraq War. Obviously, there was a very gung-ho attitude towards the war back when it began in 2003, and I remember there being quite a lot of talk of contrary media pundits, professors, and the like who were openly anti-war. A lot of them did get the boot for that. I don't know how much that's necessarily a left-wing position, though there is a correlation, of course. That's more of a broad anti-state hegemony position that gets cracked down on.
Well, actually, I think that's true during the Iraq War, but I think the reason for that was that, as you said, it wasn't an essentially left-wing position. The Ron Paul libertarians and those kind of other, even kind of, the Alex Jones InfoWars guys, that was a broadly counter-hegemonic position to be against the Iraq War at the time. Now it's this popular thing, but yeah, at the time, being against that war, and it wasn't even just because, conservative was in power. Another thing people, don't pay attention to, there was a lot of hegemonic left-wing apologia for that war that was drawing in many ways from the legacy of the counterculture. Like, for example, we have sexual freedom and we can do drugs and we are the free West and they're conservative and backward over there. So I think the Iraq War speaks to an even greater argument for how progressive change has become assimilated by the status quo.
I think that's probably oversimplifying it quite a little bit. A lot of people were praising, for example, people like Chris Kyle, who were absolutely not celebrating America's sexual liberation in contrast to the Middle East, except when it allowed them to dunk on how backwards people in Iraq and Afghanistan were.
But
I don't think that was...
Right. But first of all, there's two problems. I never said that this neoliberal justification was the sole one for the Iraq War. Just that it was the one that was this most effective ideology of the hegemony that defended the Iraq War. And this is not even to say that it was just an open endorsement. Even the forms of anti-Arab racism and even in, I remember Saturday Night Live and all that kind of stuff, there were these implicit justifications for the war based on how backward and medieval they are over there and compared to the civilized West.
All right, can we're supposed to be debating your political theory here, and we're
I think it's related
over...
though, because you're asking for examples.
I'm sure, but like the reason why we moved on to that point is because you're making particular assessments of current movements and trying to make arguments on those bases. But we're talking about like identity in theoretical terms, which is one of the reasons why I'm kind of squinting here, because it's like I came prepared for a theory discussion, and we're going through the history of the United States. Maybe this can help.
I'd like it if we could move on from this point. And to that end, I think I'd like to suggest something that perhaps we can agree on, build a foundation to move the discussion forward. I think that we can both agree that what has been termed left historically has often been categorized on vague and often contradictory standards. As Haas pointed out, we have left opposition to the Iraq War, which I hope most people here would agree is a good thing. But we also have the cynical invocation of Western progressivism as a pretext for, spreading democracy to the Middle East. Now, both of those things have been called left at times. I don't know if we would call one like syncretic or fake or artificial, but Haas, when you talk about, your theories, you're referring here the revolutionary opposition. This would not include the 1960s so-called countercultural hippie types, correct? We're talking about non-co-opted left sentiment.
Yeah, broadly speaking, no. I think there were exceptions, but broadly speaking, no.
Okay, and President Sunday, do you agree that whatever distinctions we're carving out here, there is something meaningful in the distinction between what Haas is referring to here, that non-co-opted revolutionary opposition, and broadly what is termed left, which is used in so many ways?
Categorically. In fact, one of the frustrating things about his essay is actually that it's not entirely incoherent. There is a tendency to once again brute force a specific interpretation on the grounds of what flows best in terms of what piece of terminology justifies the next step in his argument, and in that sense, it's overdetermined, and the schema corrupts the whole. But earlier on, like the distinction between leftism as sort of like a general ideological tendency that doesn't actually correspond towards like the robust attitude of individual actors or parties or whatever towards existing or hegemonic structures. Like that I on board categorically. In fact, I think generally we're actually in agreement on what distinguishes the left from the right, and that the left has not so much a set of policy distinctions that can be crystallized at one given point in time, but rather it's a critical or deconstructive or at the very least non-conservative attitude towards structures, so that like experiments and developments are allowed to take place, and we aren't sort of chained to the ghosts of things that have been before. Yeah.
So I think can be a point to develop the contention, because I would actually disagree with that characterization of what the left is.
All right.
I don't think the left refers to a unequivocal, or that's not the right word, unilateral opposition to existing structures. I want to be clear that my theory proposes that both the modern left and the right are forming in the aftermath of what we call political modernity. So it's a big misconception, for example, that the right actually truly was defending the ancien regime. By the time you saw something like a political right or reactionaries to the French Revolution, the ancien regime was already corrupted by modernity.
What does that mean? Can you clarify?
Yeah, it means...
Actually, before you
Yeah.
clarify that, just for absolute clarity, what do you mean by modernity? Because we're
Sure,
periodizing
sure.
this. And what do you
So-
mean by it being corrupted by modernity?
So, broadly speaking, I tried to invoke, just because I thought it wouldn't be that contentious, because Latour is not a right-winger, but Bruno Latour's idea of modernity being defined by this dual thing of a process of purification, where you're creating a supreme ontological zone that's chiefly negative in content, and the other, right? So, for example, man in general versus nature. That's Latour's favorite example, because he's like a ecology guy. But you can also have it in terms of the Cartesian cogito, or the reason of the rationalist era, and so on and so forth. But modernity, broadly speaking, refers to this abstract universalism that Latour refers to as a rupture in the continuity of time. It's this blind universalism that knows no distinction in content. So in the sphere of science, for example, scientific modernity is we are not going to base our attitude toward the external world on any prior conventions or presumptions or superstitions. We begin totally from scratch, blank slate, and then we establish some method in order to derive knowledge. So that's an example of the cut of modernity, that leveling. So in political terms, that is the universal man. That's the universal subject of the state, of the republic. Now, at first, of course, that was...
You have me at a disadvantage here because I don't know Latour. But my immediate question is, since we're distinguishing between modernity and pre-modernity, if we'll allow that term, by a rupture in time in which we have a fresh start and we start deploying these hyper-rational schemes to sort of redefine everything going forward. Is that a fair characterization, more or less?
Okay, yeah, for purposes of moving it along, yeah.
Sure. So what does that mean, though? Whose time is being ruptured? What like position are we taking to make that assessment? Like, are we taking a universal stance, for example, or are we just asserting that we can't? Everything else is invisible. There is simply the self-purported act of universalizing, or something like that.
Are you asking what are the origins of modernity? Your question's not very clear to me.
All right. Well, if modernity is defined by an attitudinal shift, right?
No, I don't think so.
Well, when we're talking about, for example, like a rupture in time, we're not talking about like time as a metaphysical principle. We're talking about...
I think so, actually, in many ways, because I think the emergence of capital does represent a kind of, yes, metaphysical shift in how time, what is time, how is it measured, the mode of production changes in such a way that leads to generalized commodity production. We are talking about the rise of a structure, an institution. We're not just talking about attitudes. We're talking about a fundamental change in
well, sure, but
the history of humanity.
When I refer to time, I'm not talking about time as it is experienced or treated by institutions or by societies or by like just humans even as a whole. What I'm talking about is like time or whatever that is.
I think that's kind of too in the weeds. I don't know how far you want to take this about time.
Well, that's kind of important though, because if this is the defining moment that distinguishes the modern,
I would say the notion of time, the metaphysical time, I don't think I can just take that for granted. Like time, okay.
Me neither.
Well, for example, that's thrown into question by Einstein's revolution in physics.
Well, here's an example that comes to mind, and this goes a little bit earlier than maybe you're thinking of. But for example, one of the major moves that Machiavelli makes, between Machiavelli and Hobbes, is Machiavelli conceives of change as being something that's sort of like there isn't a developmental orientation either within a political community in the sense of like Aristotelian teleology, where a community develops in a particular direction. It can fail to, but it develops in a particular direction. Instead, you have just constant flux, and then the job of the prince, the administrator, or whatever, is to respond appropriately and in a savvy way to changes as they come about. And then you go on to Hobbes later on, and he sort of recreates that teleology in a sense, except it ends up being an inevitable development arising from the content of individual subjects. That's the whole state of nature. We're in like a state of war, and because of our internal drive, forming states that it's there.
He begins with a premise in some deeper substance, which is the content of that substance. By the way, is something kind of abstract because Hobbes doesn't.
Hobbes is a deeper substance. I think Hobbes is Hobbes explicitly removes multiple substances from his theory. He's very
no. I think his
his
methodological individualism is substantialistic because he's saying that the individuals, basically the Leviathan, is an emergent thing out of these base substance of the individual self-interest.
Not really. You're a little bit confused there. So the explanation for the emergence of the Commonwealth, that's as a result of the internal drives of individual subjects. The Leviathan isn't simply the Commonwealth. The Leviathan is the person of the Commonwealth. So it's actually
okay. It's the body politic. I don't know why that distinction.
No. It's not the body politic though. It's very.
You
much
said it's the person of the sovereign.
Yes.
Okay.
So the person is the face of the thing.
Isn't that what body politic means?
No, it's the appearance of the body. The body politic, for example, Aristotle could refer to a political body in the sense of the politeia being the aggregate of.
No, I think you're confused about the historical usage of the term body politic, which oftentimes does refer to the individual connection between the individual sovereign and the political community.
Sure, but not in Hobbes. The Leviathan is the residue of fading sense. That's why he introduces the term as a result of his psychology. So human beings enter into community with each other.
Okay, but don't you think even if you were correct on that, even if you were correct on that, and just for the sake of the debate, I don't want to get into the weeds of it, but even if you were correct on that, what does that have to do with the point I was making? That Hobbes, there is a substantialism there some the political community that emerges, as you acknowledge, the Commonwealth, is emergent from some baser, deeper substance.
Well, no, but he's not implying a substance though.
Okay.
If anything, there are fewer substances in Hobbes than in other thinkers. This is why when you go later on, he's talking. He recapitulates.
That just hinges.
He reinterprets like biblical history.
But that just hinges on a frivolous semantic contention of whether or not you want to call the individual of Hobbes a substance.
The individual of Hobbes isn't a substance, though.
It's a substance with regard to the Commonwealth. It's the substance of the Commonwealth, is the individual self-interest.
I mean, if you want to speak loosely, sure, I guess it's like the thing of which the Commonwealth is
okay, I just think it's really a frivolous point. I mean, isn't it? Don't you think that's pedantic?
Well, we're trying to get at like a rupture in time, and I've heard this language before, so it's not ridiculous.
Okay.
I just want to understand what you mean in particular by it, because it's something we can't really skirt over.
I think the rupture in time is defined by, instead of more kind of cyclical or organic kind of experience of time, you have one that is defined by a strict break from that continuity, almost like the year zero of the French Revolution. But it's not only a break in time, it's a more fundamental kind of universal abstraction with regard to reality that reduces the supreme essence of all reality to some kind of negation, some kind of negativity. that's devoid of any particular determinate content.
Who does that?
That is what modernity is historically.
Well, sure, but when you say historically, like you're isolating that to a determinate point. So where's the break?
That I think
Like-
that's a very theoretically contentious argument among theorists in general. Like, when does it all begin? As someone who is has an approach coming from the dialectical tradition, I don't think you can locate only a specific point, one specific point, just a transition from quantity to quality. So there's this broad historical movement toward what we call the modern era, but modernity is never one place in time. It is a specific form of time. That's my argument. My argument isn't that this is when modernity begins. It's just that there is a specific form of reality or time or civilization.
But the problem, though, yeah. So the
Like,
problem
for
I'm
example,
having is-
modernity is the distinction between the pre-modernity and the modernity is a distinction always happening. It's not just something that happened once and then we're postmodern after that.
Sure. So the problem I'm running into, though, is that you described it as a rupture. A rupture signifies to me like an event. So there's before the event, there's the event, there's after the event.
It doesn't.
That is not simply a transition.
I get what you're saying.
Places, right? Yeah.
I get what you're saying, but to say modernity is a form, for example, of civilization and time, implies the rupture doesn't just happen once. The rupture is characteristic of characters. So, for example, what is the rupture of the English Industrial Revolution? Where do you locate that? Well, for example, maybe you can locate that in the enclosure movement, right? Maybe you can locate that in the English Civil War. It depends strictly on the frame of reference of what you're referring to as modern. So the rupture.
Well, sure, but this is the rupture, periodization.
So political modernity, for example, the rupture of political modernity is 1789, the French Revolution. That marks, right? Is that all modernity is? No, but
why would that be the rupture, though? Like for example, there is the radical restructuring of the state, and like from the 14th century to the 15th century. You have,
but because it doesn't establish,
da-da-da-da.
but it doesn't establish the universal rights of man.
Okay. Well, they kind of do, though. Like the major move that Hobbes introduced, or not Hobbes, sorry, God, the major move that Hobbes introduces is that the
didn't you just mention the fourth?
The sovereign is legitimized by reference to the consent of the governed, and he derives this by a radical reimagining of the human being as a machine. So he draws.
No, I'm not denying. Hold on.
Chain
you just referenced the 14th century or something. Aren't we talking? Why are you talking about Hobbes?
Hobbes. I'm talking about multiple things. So moving forward from there.
Okay, the theory I have acknowledged theories of modern political theory. Yes, you can go back to Hobbes. Obviously, that predates the French Revolution, but the French Revolution was the beginning of modern politics as an actuality, as a real form of politics in actual reality.
Sure, but it seems like the periodization is playing a really heavy structural role here.
Why?
Because you're defining it as a rupture and an event. This is how you're describing modernity in the first place, as the thing.
No, I'm describing it as a specific way in which a civilization relates to itself in regards to its real content. So, for example, that can be in terms of time. It is in terms of time. That can be in terms of space. It is in terms of space. The Westphalian sovereignty. It can be with regard to culture. It can be with regard to other things.
No, I understand. But even in conceiving of a civilization, quote unquote, as an enclosed whole that is capable, for example, of being corrupted in this way, in like a categoric sense, that's not an old notion. That's very recent.
I'm sorry. Like, I feel like this has gone into territory where. Can you please get to the point? Like, what's the point? What's your point?
Well, let me interject really quickly, if I may. So, President Sunday, It seems to me that you are trying to point out a degree of arbitrarity in the definition of modernity. Now, obviously, we're not hard linguistic prescriptivists. If people want to use terms to describe specific time periods, that's fine. Why are you intent on undermining the certainty of the term? What are you attempting to demonstrate?
I'm actually not. The reason why
Okay.
I'm asking these questions is because he is defining the switch to modernity in terms of an alteration to time.
No, I was paraphrasing Bruno Latour, who is the reason I invoked Latour is because I didn't want to get into I wanted to basically, okay, you understand this, the fact that it's acknowledged by people who you would consider to have authority and credentials that modernity can be characterized as a rupture. These are qualities and attributes that are commonly and conventionally attributed to what modernity is. So let's get to the point of
Well,
what,
yeah, but that's from the present tense. We retrospectively categorize these things as being modern and pre-modern based on different criteria. But you in particular are referencing a rupture in
no,
time.
I'm
Time
no,
itself
I'm
at a
no, I'm
metaphysical
not.
level.
I'm just paraphrasing. By the way, Latour's whole argument in his book is we have never been modern. That's the book. But all I'm saying is this is how he paraphrases it. Now, I didn't know it would be so contentious, but why? What do you think are the stakes of that contention?
I don't know. This isn't a book I've read, and I don't
So,
know
but
how.
aren't we supposed to debate about theory? Like, what
But
are you
your
trying to
theory. So
say?
I'm asking you clarifying questions so I understand where it is you're coming. Like, what are the building blocks of your theory here? So when you introduce, for example, the idea of the ancien regime already being corrupted by modernity, I don't know
Yeah,
what that
okay, so let's
means.
go back to left and right, because that's what this is about, right? So, all I'm trying to say is that both the left and the right take as their premise some kind of abstract, universal form of politics. It is literally that simple, right? And I'm saying that it's commonly thought that the right represents the ancient regime. But the problem with that is that by the time the historical right emerges, the first form of which is the Thermidorian reaction, which was within the bourgeois revolutionaries,
Yeah.
the right, even if it appeals to defending the ancient regime, it has to do so according to the terms of political modernity. So, for example, the ancient regime has to be. I wrote this in my MAGA communism Substack.
Well,
It has
that's
to,
why it's reaction. It's reacting to political stuff that's
but
happening.
you're missing the point. It has to adopt the language of the thing it's reacting to. It has to defend the old order in the language of the new order. So that's what I was referring to of the modern political right. It's not some real organic past of the ancient regime. It itself takes as its premise political modernity. That's all I was saying.
Okay, sure, but what do you mean by political modernity then? Because you were laying in like all of this like hyper specific
Okay, all I mean is
content.
the form of a modern universal state that knows no distinctions in terms of the
Well,
content
what
of
are you
the.
adding in when you say universal? A modern universal state. What do you mean?
Okay, I was
Oh, sorry. Please
explaining that.
continue.
Yeah, it knows no its political it knows no distinction as far as its ultimate political subject. Now it may add things, for example. Okay, so this is the rights of man, but only white landowning males, whatever. But these are all provisions that have to be added in arithmetically, um, and recognized later arbitrarily, right? Because modernity, political modernity, begins when the subject of politics and the state is just this abstract individuality. I didn't
Okay.
think that would be contentious. What is the contention there?
It's not that I have a specific contention. It's that in the course of giving a description of these things which form the building block of your theory, of your entire political universe, you introduce things that you do not really define.
Okay. Well,
or if you do define them, you define them in terms of things that beg like just a massive amount of specification.
well, I mean,
I still have
but
no idea
the
what you
thing
mean by
was,
time.
so I have to explain this to you. The buck has to stop somewhere as far as where we can come to an agreed upon understanding. So most people who don't intentionally want to be pedantic would recognize, okay, I get what you mean, Haas. Political modernity is this
Oz,
universal modern state. So the
look,
left
I
and the
agree
right.
with you. I agree with you.
Okay.
I agree with you. But I
So
have to
most
point
people
out.
don't.
But I have to point out, it is you who has written, quote, partisanship can also be defined by a specific Hegelian sublation of established political distinction representing a type of political subject interpolated by a new form of universal statehood, the Hegelian empire, polarity, or determinate
Okay,
morality.
sure.
Unquote.
And
Okay.
so do you want me to
can see
explain
why I'm
that?
a little bit lost here, please.
So you want me to explain that? Okay, you could have just said
Can
so.
you? That'd be great,
Okay.
yeah.
So the reason I say it's a sublation isn't because it eliminates. It's not a negation that destroys
Right.
the distinction. It's a
But
sublation.
sublation destroys and preserves, yeah.
Okay, good. So it doesn't destroy the old thing. It recontextualizes it is another way you can look at it into a new form. So the partisan, I argue, for example, resolves the contradiction that gives rise to the right because of its telluric. It's rooted in the deeper order of rural life. The modern right attempts to contrive some order, some logic based on universal political modernity to justify hierarchies, to establish the relation between people to things and other people, right?
Okay,
But-
but telluric in this case doesn't just refer to the rural, right? Telluric refers to like of the land generally, so it can refer to
Yeah,
that which
but
is
even
embedded in,
Schmidt
like, the
makes it
common
clear.
people and-
Yeah, but Schmidt makes it clear what relation the partisan, owing to their telluric character, has to the rural masses. Okay, because he's talking about. See, I have to give this context. Schmidt was a German who was fighting partisans in World War II. So his theory of the partisan was made from the perspective of a guy who was engaged
No,
in.
Schmidt wasn't fighting partisans.
Sorry. He was part of the German state that was fighting against
He
partisans.
was the principal political theorist of the Nazi state. Yeah.
Yeah, but he had some post. I'm pretty sure he occupied some post in the German state. But he was making that text from the perspective of the Nazis who were engaged in
The
counter.
theory of the partisan is long after this. Theory of the partisan is
Okay,
after,
can you just let me finish?
Sure, go on.
As I pointed out, Schmidt's theory of the partisan was made from the perspective of the Germans engaged in counter-partisan operations. How do I know this? Because, as I argued in the text, he only defines the partisan negatively with regard to how it forms an opposition to the state, for example.
That's not strictly true because he gives positive criteria for them. That's where you're getting the whole Tellurian.
The positive criteria is
qualification.
a series of negative characteristics.
Tellurian's not negative. Tellurian's pretty particular and positive. It's assigning
No, it's not.
positive quality to it.
Tellurian could be easily identified, for example, from Schmidt's perspective, as being outside of the urban logistical center of operations.
Well, yeah, but
for
I mean,
example.
you could do that. It's the same with the urban as well. It's just any positive statement is a negation of.
Well,
its opposite.
that's why sublation is important for me, because I don't do what Schmidt does. I situate the partisan as the subject of a civilizational polarity, which is engaged in a process of revolutionary change to realize itself, but at the same time represents a definite particular content of a civilization, and therefore the deeper order.
But how's that revolutionary though? You're anchoring it to that which has come before. You're anchoring it to an institution.
No,
which incidentally
no,
is
no.
mirrored off of the closed hole model.
It's not.
of the
It's
state.
not an institution. It's not an institution.
Well, what is it then?
So I try to define polarity earlier in my introduction, but basically, to me, civilizations, although they do change and they do fuse together and they're not eternal, change at a scale that is not reducible to the whims of modern individual consciousness or ideology or anything like that. So my theory is that civilizations undergo a process of reproduction. And that tendency toward reproduction of the civilization can be
What is-
defined as the source of the polarity.
Okay.
So
you're
the
gonna have to explain
partisan
that to me, I'm
is
sorry.
an agent. Sorry, partisan is a subject of that polarity. They are partial toward the realization of a specific civilization whose premises are now in existence, yes. But it's not just the past. It's not the past.
Okay, you're gonna have to explain this. Civilizations reproduce. What do you mean?
Drawing from so my idea is that civilizations undergo a cyclical process of destruction and rebirth that you can witness. For example, let's say the good example of this is the Chinese civilization. There are various dynasties characterizing Chinese history, but there's a continuity of Chinese civilization. And these dynasties mark the points of the destruction and rebirth of at least the form of the civilization. But there's still a continuity across time. So I argue that has a deeper, that to me, there's a deeper objectivity of civilizations. It's not reducible to an institution.
Okay, so to be clear, this isn't. You're not drawing on anybody for this. This is just you.
I don't, not any one person in particular, no, but there's, it's pretty much a conventional view in China among Chinese scholars. And yeah, there's the Dugan guy who will also talk about the different logos of civilizations. There's
Okay.
there's what's this?
What is a civilization, Hus?
To me, a
What are you referring
civil
to?
what?
Yeah. What is it? What is it?
Okay.
Sorry. Didn't mean to cut you
Sure,
off.
yeah.
Continue.
So to me, a civilization is a specific way in which the contradiction is maybe a bad word, the distinction between the state and the civil society can be reproduced independently. So a civilization reproduces the distinction between the state and the civil society. For example, if a political community is reducible just to the state, and if the state collapses, it all balkanizes, that's not a civilization, right? If the state collapses and a unity of the people can be reestablished, to me that proves there is an underlying civilization over which the state presides.
Well, the state presides over a civilization now. Civilizations usually include states, don't they?
They can. I mean, what? But civilizations can also have a, for example, can be encompassed by an empire, which is a state, unless you don't want to call that a state.
I really don't.
So an empire is not a state?
Well, I don't even know what a state means in this. I'm
Okay. Do you think there's a
just
Chinese?
so many every
Okay,
time
sure.
we peel back,
So
there's like
let's
a million different things that seem to have the
So
same
would
structure.
you characterize the Qing dynasty as a Chinese civilization?
I don't necessarily buy into the category of civilization as a meaningful term. It seems to be trying to group a whole bunch of really disparate things together for the sake of a categorization scheme that I just don't think holds water. Like what's the content of civilization?
I don't know how you can
Do you
have
mean, like,
any
do you mean
meaningful. I don't know
pottery?
how
Do you
could
mean
have-
political forms?
How
What do
can you
mean?
have any meaningful understanding of history if you don't acknowledge there are different civilizations?
The civilizational framework is really recent. It hasn't. History does not rely upon it at all. For example, there are historical frames of reference that solely focus on the history of particular politics.
So there's no
specific
Egyptian
communities
civilization.
or a specific state.
There's no Incan civilization. There's no Chinese civilization.
Well, here? Answer me this. What is the distinction between, let's say, Egyptian civilization and an Egyptian state, or the Egyptian state, if you will?
As you said, the Egyptian state is part of the civilization.
But you said a state presides over a civilization.
Why can't it be both at the same time? Why can't it? I mean, like,
Because if a state
So-
presides over
so-
civilization, that implies that civilization is
okay, so
subsumed
to
under
give
it in
this
some way.
body politic analogy, a head is part of a body while at the same time, in some sense, presiding over the body. I don't know why that's such a hard thing to understand.
Well, because you're waffling between referring to the body as the head and vice versa.
No, the head is part of a body. That's the
It is. Yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
okay.
Okay, sure.
So
but like,
what's the problem? I feel like it's extremely
the problem is that when we're
pedantic
if we're treating these things as parts of the same body, then if multiple states are different agencies with their own, deliberate action in the world and whatever, the analogy breaks down. You can't say that like a state presides over a civilization, which also involves other states, but then somehow these are still part of the same
okay, hold
civilization.
on. A state can preside over a civilization of which it is a part.
Could I interject momentarily?
Sure.
I think, and I can see where the schism here is. I think the problem is that the term civilization doesn't overlap cleanly with a lot of other terms we use. Obviously, a civilization and a state don't perfectly coincide. Some people use civilization to refer to like ethnic groups, but we have the Chinese civilization, which is multi-ethnic. The Persian Empire was a civilization. Obviously, that was multi-ethnic with all the territory they had, the Greeks, so on. And what's more, it seems like there are weird ethnographic, cultural, and sometimes class biases in how we apply it. The Cherokee Native Americans, for example, are rarely called a civilization, even though there were more of them and they were more organized than some other societies that we referred to as a civilization in retrospect. So I guess my confusion, and I share President Sunday's in this, what criteria would you use to describe a civilization, Haas? Like what, if there was a line, and obviously it's always a bit emergent, but if there was a line or like a point you could build it around, what would distinguish it from a nation, state, ethnography?
I think civilizations have the capacity to independently give rise to states from the civil society itself. So that's what I would say is a civilization. They
Wait,
can
from
give
the civil society? What's the civil society?
a civil society characterized by established by convention or mores or tradition, specific way in which groups of people, and I think that's an important distinction, groups of people, not just one type of people, relate to each other, right? So, for example, oftentimes trade relations between different tribes become conventional in some way.
Okay. Here, I'm just going to interject right away here. So the problem we're running into is that you're treating civilization consistently with how other people treat civilizations, where it's something that sort of extends over state differences. But then you say it arises from civil society, and then you locate that in groups. So the problem is you're
no, it's the deep, thick texture of relations between different groups, not just different groups.
Okay, but within this texture of relations, there are firm distinctions between groups that have differences in practice and locality.
Sure,
and stuff like
but
that.
those eventually, historically speaking, sometimes at least, evolve into common civilizations because they give birth to common states. Sometimes, at least.
Okay, but if different groups form civilizations and then give rise to states, how then do states preside over civilizations which give rise to the components that give rise to them?
I mean, that's dialectics. It's just like that.
That's I don't think that's dialectics. I think it's just a loop.
Dialectics is not a loop. You're talking about two things that are inexorably connected together.
They aren't, though.
Okay, well, you can say they're not, but I don't see
but,
why
I mean, but hang on, the explanation you gave isn't inexorable. They could just not interact this way.
I don't see how it's impossible for a civilization to give rise to a common empire, which therein presides over said groups, and which, participates in this dialectic where that extends the empire beyond the form of the state, which gives rise to an even bigger empire. I mean, that's the history of all the land empires of Asia, all the land empires I can think of throughout history. That's how it works.
Yeah, but these were hegemonic relationships between states. This wasn't just like
well, we're talking about empires. We're not talking about different empires right now, like at the same time.
Sure.
We're talking about the process by which single empires form. That's all we're talking about.
But they form, though, by conquering each other, by coercing each other into entering into a hegemonic.
Yeah, but then when they
relationship with the
conquer each other,
center.
oftentimes what happens is that the existing form of the prior empire cannot contain the new relations established between the peoples, and that gives rise to a new empire. So I don't know what the problem is. Yes, it's a dialectic.
No, a dialectic would be if you
No,
have
it's a dialectic. Like, for example...
But that's not a dialectic though. Like a dialectic is when you have a relationship between two things where they change one another by the interaction, and then a new plateau is set, and then that continues in that way. A dialectic is not just you have like multiple things that happen to relate to each other in some way.
What, dude, what are you talking about? I mean, okay, if you know about Marxism, everyone knows about Marxism now. There's the relations of production and then the forces of production. There's the base and the superstructure. The base
develops... but that's not dialectical. You're just talking about a flat schema. A dialectic goes back to Kant.
It's not.
That's
you know why it's not dialectical, Sunday? Because you just interrupted me. That's why it's not dialectical. Because if you would have let me continue,
I would make it not dialogical, but continue.
Okay, no, it's not dialectical because you literally cut me off and isolated something that was not given its... You didn't let me
complete... the escalation of the conversation to a fight...
No, Sunday. I was planning on speaking a sentence, and then you cut the sentence off in one place and put a period there, and that would not have been a dialectical thing. But the sentence wasn't finished, okay? So what I was going to say is that at a certain point, the forces of production outmode the relations of production. At a certain point, the base outmodes the superstructure. The superstructure, which presides over a base... changes to correspond to the new circumstances. So that's dialectics. So I'm saying the same thing happens with civilizations. It's the same dialectical logic of things that depend on each other, which also correspond to their mutual transformation.
We're trying to justify the category of civilization here, not talk about...
All right, you know what? It's like, okay, so we're clearly not going to agree about whether civilizations exist. I think you're just kind of arbitrarily preventing yourself from being able to have to comprehend history. It's just an extremely pedantic.
No, I'm not trying to be
objection.
pedantic. I'm trying to understand.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand your logic here. But the problem, though, is that when you explain it, it's circular. So you start off with states.
No, you don't. I didn't say you started off with anything.
But then you refer to civil society and then refer back
start
into
off.
states.
Hold on. Nobody said you start off with anything. We are talking. Any given thing that you take in context has a history. Long history of a dialectic between states and civilization. Now, states have not always existed, so there has emerged a state at some point in history from these...
But doesn't that mean that statement is false then? Not everything emerges that way. States aren't ubiquitous in history.
States have emerged in history, which means states have not always existed. What's contentious about that statement?
There's nothing, but if you're going to make a statement about how states are what give rise to civilizations... You can't do that if you're going to reference civilizations that pre-exist the state.
But something a specific kind of interaction happens between different peoples, which you can say is a proto-civilization that gives rise to a state. So what's hard about that to understand?
My arsenal.
I mean, it's like
these. It's like to explain it.
I think you should have like a very rigid like mechanical understanding of how this kind of works. You're talking about things that are working together in tandem. Like the aspiration toward the common state is something that's happening in tandem with the very developments that give rise to its own premises. It's not like one precedes the other in a strict way. You're talking about...
Well, no, but they have to, though, if the explanation of one is contingent on the other.
No, they don't have to. They doesn't have to be a strict line.
If it's contingent on, if something is contingent on something else, it can't pre-exist the thing it's contingent on.
So I think this is a really kind of silly semantic point you're trying to raise, where you're basically saying if you can't define something I mean,
we're debating your political theory.
For example,
you can't define a component of it.
No. This is like when you would say like, okay, this is the thing that makes an apple, right? Okay, well, not all apples will perfectly conform to that, so therefore apples aren't real. It's like, it's kind of a really pedantic. I don't see the point of what you're getting at, really.
Well, no, it's kind of like it's kind of like if you're saying here, this is an apple. It
Okay,
grows
forget it.
out
Forget
of-
about apples before everyone who's watching this has bad
I
thoughts.
think we're past that point. Huh?
So, okay, so I'm gonna just try to bring this to some kind of sanity. So you asked me to define what a civilization is. I tried to give you my definition of that. It seems to bother you that this means that somewhere along the line in the emergence of the state and the emergence of civilizations, that happened. Now, I'm not exactly sure what the problem is, that civilizations give rise to states which preside over the civilization or represent the culmination of that civilization at that moment in time. And then but that's also entangled in a process where eventually the state can be outmoded by the inner development of the civilization, and it's a reciprocal dialectical process across history. I think that makes perfect sense to me. You have not
I
really
believe you.
given me a clear objection to. You haven't really clearly defined your objection.
No, I have to wonder, like, do you actually want your argument to be understood? Because this is unintelligible.
Okay, what are you struggling with?
Wait. This isn't a matter of semantics. We're running up on the limit of words and phrases we can combine to move any further on this specific topic, no matter how long we spend on it. What is the next criticism that you would like to bring forward, President Sunday? Oh, this isn't a matter of anyone being more right or wrong. It's just, I think we could do this for another hour, 2, 3, maybe a day.
Please, for the love of God, no.
Okay, so to that point, civilizations. If you'd like to use an analogous term, Haas, is there anything that you think would be appropriate? Do you think, for example, the use of the term nation, state, culture, anything like that, civil society,
I
would that be
couldn't
acceptable?
do that in good faith, because I think that the form of the nation state's a modern form, and I think civilizations refer to something deeper. And I think
Okay.
the homogeneity and so on associated with the term nation would not correctly characterize what a civilization is.
So this is why time becomes really super important, actually, because when he's talking about deeper, he's talking about something that transcends the rupture of modernity from pre-modernity. He's talking about this. This is again why he's like really emphasizing the partisan understood as a
sure, that
purely telluric thing.
We can begin there. Sure. There's a common understanding. You get at least the point that I think there's something fundamental about civilizations that survives modernity, despite the rise of them, the pretense to the rise of modern nation states and the modern state. There's some deeper texture of relations between people that manages to skirt by under the radar and survives the rupture of modernity. So you get that point. That's great. So let's talk about the criticism.
Well, the immediate criticism would be that the categorization scheme of civilizations in the first place is itself a product of modern thinking. It's not something that's consistent with how people conceive themselves or conceive groups historically. So when you group people into civilizational categories and you attach the things that modern civilizational theorists from Spengler through Toynbee to Huntington, etc., do, you're not actually pointing to something deeper. You're pointing to a construction that is distinctly modern itself.
But it's only distinctly modern because before, where it had been taken for granted, now for the first time it's being.
But it wasn't taken for granted, though. It wasn't.
But I'm arguing it was. I'm arguing that the fact that for the first time we're talking about civilizations in general and modernity, that doesn't mean that civilizations had no meaningful reality before. It's just that they were never. I'm really being charitable with the assumption that nobody ever referred to civilizations in the past. Something I highly doubt.
Well, they didn't like what civilization used to.
I really doubt that.
It's sort of
No, it's
sort of
doubt
actually
that, right?
no. You can even see it in the etymology of the term. It refers to a process. For example, we don't refer to.
They
we don't
didn't,
refer to like I don't know what would be like statization or something. We refer to states. We just refer to states. It's just a noun. Civilization refers to a process. It's like education.
Okay, so it doesn't.
Amelioration.
It doesn't strictly refer to any of those things. I'm just gonna press X to doubt on the idea that no one's ever.
No, it doesn't. But what happens though is from the vantage point of certain very geographically localized thinkers. There's a reason most of these guys are German. they start conceiving of the developments of things like art, music, different
Okay,
political
sure.
forms,
Look,
religions, etc.
Let's just
as
for the sake of time and for the sake of everyone being
no,
on
but
the same
the point I'm
page.
getting at though, the
Okay,
point I'm getting at
so
though,
the point
that
is,
there
in
is
modernity,
a chronological
okay,
development in these
in
things
modernity, people start
that
talking about
belies the
okay,
staticness that
okay,
you're
a
attaching
lot
to
of
it.
a lot of things are elevated into the status of general treatment with the rise of modernity. So we treat civilization, the idea of civilization emerges, civilization in general, class in general, as a general thing emerges for the first time, right? Commodity form, the universal commodity form, doesn't
I mean, like the Marxist understanding of class. I don't think class categorically does. No,
the Marxist
tastes
understanding
are
of
very
class, yes, is a scientific, very strict scientific definition. So
well, no, but the Marxist understanding of class is oriented around like a specific economic form that's fairly recent. But the idea of classes is not new.
Okay, look.
You had
I'm
classes as
trying,
far back as
dude.
Cleisthenes.
Sunday, I'm trying so hard to help you understand this. Something can become intelligible only in modernity that is revealed to have always existed in the past.
But not if its terms are themselves modern products. Because
Why
at that
not?
point you're
Because
not,
hold on.
because at that point you're not revealing
dude,
not revealing an eternal fixture of the world. What you're doing is you're redescribing things
forget
in
about
terms
eternal
that are
fixtures of the
intelligible
world.
to a modern
Okay,
thinker. But that's not...
Friedrich Engels says that there was commodity production in ancient Greece. Okay, now
Okay.
is there any general notion of the commodity? Not only in terms of a concept, like the abstract universal commodity, but even in practice in terms of production. No, Marx says that
Well, there might have been. The economics was lost.
Marx says that the anatomy of an ape is revealed through the anatomy of a man. So that's clear in the logic of Marx. So please go argue with Marx about it, because you seem to have trouble with this idea that things can become intelligible to us that we just took for granted before and never really subjected to any critical interrogation. Oftentimes, we name things because they're no longer given to us. If it's totally given to us, we don't need to have a name
but
for it.
why would you assume, just out of hand, that what we name retroactively is therefore given to us?
I don't assume that out of hand, but I think in the case of civilization, I do think civilization refers to a meaningful reality and not just some made-up construct by Germans in the 19th century.
Okay, but even like the ones of which we have like an acute and robust literary awareness of, like for example, like Greeks and whatnot, this is an amalgamation of many different sources that very much cross civilizational bounds at every level of resolution.
I don't know what you're trying to say.
religion.
I mean, what do you mean? An amalgamation of different Greek
I mean the
city-states?
notion of civilization only has the applicability that you're assigning to it on the basis of ignoring the things that make it fail to apply.
What makes it fail to apply?
Because as an entity, civilization implies differentiation between civilizational groups, but when we actually look very carefully, we don't see that
No.
differentiation.
Civilization can be understood strictly in terms of its own imminent development. It doesn't necessarily have to create a strict...
But you're saying
Sunday,
it's imminent
a
development,
civilization...
as opposed to the imminent development of another.
No,
so you are differentiating them in that way.
Sunday, it doesn't
You're putting
need
like a
to...
firm wall between one civilization and another.
That's precisely what it does not need to imply. It just needs to imply...
That's literally its purpose.
No, it needs to just imply different centers. There are people on the border. Which civilization are they a part of? It's ambiguous. But there's different centers that clearly are not the same as each other.
But hang on. Careful. Where is the center with respect to what? What defines the center? It's the periphery, right?
Let's say
So you're implying a line.
Okay, so this seems to be lost on you that things can be intelligibly different without precluding a strict bright line rule, because they're different in terms of tendencies and orientations, not necessarily different in terms of one strict differentiation, one border, one wall. It's just that these are intelligibly different orientations and tendencies. So
would like
okay,
to interject-
just to illustrate the absurdity of what's
Yeah, go
being
ahead. Then
discussed
I'll
here.
because
Yeah.
I think we've
So-
actually regressed back to a previous topic that we
So
were.
I just would find it indefensible to say that Indian civilization and Chinese civilization are the exact same. There's no meaningful difference between them because on the border between India and China, there are syncretic communities that are profoundly influenced by both. I don't think it's fair to say that China and India are then the same historically.
But that's not the implication of anything that
I think it is, though,
asked
because
you
you're
to
saying
say.
just because we can't have a bright line.
Well, hang on. No, it's not, though. The argument is not that there is no differentiation that can even be tracked geographically. The argument is that
No,
you
I'm not
drawing a
talking
line
about
and calling-
geographically. Why are you putting words in my mouth? I never said anything about geographically. I said the people living on that border. The people.
When you're talking
okay?
about a border and a periphery, that's a geographical distinction.
Yeah, but but because civilizations are about relations between people, you're trying to say that because
But
these
people live in places, right? Like they
Dude, I just find this like a bafflingly pedantic. I don't
If-
even know
so,
what
wait, if
point you're trying to make.
I would like to impose, if I may, an analogy. The best thing, if I'm understanding this, and correct me if I'm wrong, the best thing that I can think of is that in a lot of ways, it's kind of similar to a medieval kingdom in Europe, where when we look on maps made at the time, you can see distinct lines, which across this river and this forest and such. But in reality, where each kingdom began and ended was really ambiguous. There was no border between the two, obviously. There wasn't a customs agency. There were just villages, and those villages would be taxed by the nearest lord or king or whatever. And sometimes the same village would get taxed twice over by two adjacent competing lords. And there was no consistency. But, and I think President Sunday is getting at this, the distinction here is that while we can acknowledge ambiguity, while we can acknowledge a fluidity at the borders, there is still a central concept that this is orienting around, right? The idea of the lordship, of the aristocracy of the kingdom. There's something there that you can point to and go, okay, well, the lines aren't clear, but this is what we're drawing the definition around. And I think he's confused about that center point when it comes to civilization. If it's not ethnicity, if it's not a state, if it's not citizenship, there's something else, something more fundamental that you're getting at.
Yeah, well, I'm just referring to but the problem I think that implies unnecessarily a kind of mechanical logic when you could just say it's a specific relationship between peoples that has a tendency to give rise to a common polity or a common state. And I think that's just because it implies a relation between two variables doesn't mean that those variables have to be fully developed at any point in time rather than part of an inexorably dialectically entwined.
Maybe part of the problem we're running into here is when I'm referring to civilization, like when I'm referring to how civilization is used, I'm referring literally to how it's been used in civilizational theory. So, for example, in a Spenglerian mode, it becomes like an almost organic phenomenon where you have a
So here's how I'll simplify.
Hang on, Haas,
Okay.
just one goddamn second. You have a life cycle where our artistic and cultural and whatnot things develop to a certain like flourishing point and then die out. And there's an implicit there's a whole here that's being invoked. There is a kind of thing that grows, flourishes, dies. So when we're talking about civilization, we're talking about a process that has been captured within an entity that embodies the life cycle of that process. That is still going to occupy a specific geographical area. So when we're talking about Greek civilization or something like that, we are talking about that thing as described, but taking place within a biome established by the presence of Greek states and things like that. You seem to be wanting to imply that this thing is in some sense both prior to but also posterior to political developments on the ground, so that it survives the radical social change that is itself responsible for giving rise to civilizations. This is the rupture with modernity.
So
that's where I'm kind of perplexed,
yeah.
because it seems to be going in a circle.
Okay, well, since you don't understand dialectics, I'll just reframe it so you can understand it better, I guess. If you want me to define civilization in a way that maybe would be less contentious to you, then I would just take it at the level of what I would consider to be the unit of the civilization, which is oftentimes the agrarian, the smallholding kind of agrarian unit of subsistence, defining a village or a family or even an individual, which is in the actual subject of, for example, the empire. And the ability for that unit to organically not only reproduce itself, but the implicit myriad of relations that it implies toward others around it, to me is what defines a civilization.
Kind of like a will to being. I think, if I'm hearing this correctly. At any rate,
Well,
we'll have to
I don't
move
know.
past
I don't know what that. I'm talking about a
That
specific.
completely threw me off. I think we're both lost.
Okay, so a specific unit of human subsistence, which implies a definite division of labor, a specific relation of the family, for example, a relation to outsiders, how outsiders are treated, how people.
Wait, but Haas,
yeah.
if it's comprised of discrete units, then you lose the ability to then gradate it at the border. This now becomes like a homogeneous entity with firm borders. This becomes like a modern state. We're not talking about a civilization anymore.
No, it's a civilization because we're talking about how these units are reproduced.
But the identity of the units remains homogeneous because we're talking about the
Not
units of this
necessarily.
civilization.
No, not necessarily. It's not necessarily. It's just a unit of the subsistence. It's just Marxism, like the mode of production. How do people reproduce themselves? How do they? What are their conditions of subsistence and their conditions of production, for example?
Okay, but like
And how is
states-
that how is that reinforced and reproduced? Not
States
only at the level of the superstructure of the state, but at the level of the superstructure of what Hegel will call, for example, civil society, family life, culture, the thick text of norms, and so on and so forth.
Sure, but that reproduction and what is being reproduced is going to differ between that which is within the state and, for example, that which is not within the state. That which is like sort of situated between states, say.
What? What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
You're saying it's going what?
How a state, like a discrete state within a civilization, reproduces itself is not going to be identical or synchronous with how another state within that civilization reproduces itself.
But the specific
They're different states.
But
right?
hold on. But if those states are defined by a specific determinate relation toward one another, that would be included in the form of subsistence and reproduction, comprising an overall civilization.
If states are defined by their relationship to each other,
yeah,
that might work in the context of like a modern.
You're already saying, dude. You're already saying
no. That could work within the context
states.
of like a modern state that only exists by the fiat of surrounding nations.
It's
so
like
if we're talking, for example, about
this
like
is
the
just,
Prussian state of Hegel, we're talking about something that exists by reference to its own.
I'm literally leveling with you.
properties.
I'm following you down the whole hallway of bullshit you want to go down. You said states within a civilization. Well, if they're part of the same civilization and there's multiple states, I don't know what you mean by that. Maybe like how there are different.
Well, that's the you're begging the
how
question.
there are different principalities that are part of.
I'm not asserting. I'm not.
I don't know. I don't even know what you're talking about in that case.
But
I'm just trying to level with you right now, so we
No,
can have
sure.
a common.
No. I
Sunday,
understand. I'm not trying to. I'm not trying
Here's
to.
the truth of this debate. I have followed you through down this path of complete pedantic jibber jabber, just to level with you, so we can establish a common meaning to have a debate. I've been very generous about, defining things for you and trying to work with you to come to a common understanding, but you keep trying to obscure it into these increasingly frivolous
I'm
and
not.
obscure,
It's just that
pedantic kind of pointless jibber jabber
No,
debate. Like,
it's just that
what
when
is
I
your
ask
point?
you-
What's the
when I
problem?
ask you to no, it's just when I ask you to explain something, you refer it to another thing that stands equally in need of explanation.
But that's how everything
it's
is
not-
going
it's
to
not-
work. So the buck has to stop somewhere. Everything's going to work with like that. If I try to explain to you, okay, what is an apple? It's a fruit. What's a fruit?
No, because look.
You know what I mean? Like it's going to keep going forever until
but
you can
what
actually,
you could
in
do,
good
and
faith,
no, but hang on.
just
what
drop
you
the
could
bullshit and
I'm not bullshitting you. What you could do, and what most political theorists like actually do, is they will contextualize their work within the domain of a specific theory, and they will say very specifically what they mean. I am leveraging this particular
No,
definition.
they don't.
This includes X, Y, and Z
all the
qualities, and we
theorists
move on
that I
from
have
there.
read,
But you're universalizing it.
None have been tormented and annoyed with this demand of such like micro spec. Like what exactly?
No,
Was your
wait,
point?
civilizational. Wait. That's it. That's it. Next point. Whatever ambiguity remains in this subject will have to linger in your hearts, okay? It will burn at you in every moment that passes. I will not hear the word civilization again, or I'll start muting people. Please, God, to another point.
Okay, but Vaush, hang on just 1 second quickly. I want to address you very quickly. I want to say something to you very quickly. But to you.
Please, don't make me mute you. Okay. 10 seconds.
So
coward.
10 seconds for
Sorry,
what?
No, what's your objection? 10 seconds. President Sunday.
What's my objection? Oh,
Yes.
fuck, we're doing this. Okay, I thought we were going off entirely, and I feel like I'm out of seconds now. Fuck.
Yeah, you're getting there. What is the concern?
The civilizational model does not
That's the
have
word.
wide up.
No, go ahead. Just and then
Does not have universal uptake among political theorists. So if you're going to assert it and you're not going to specify which civilizational model you're deploying, then
It's the Marxist
you have
model.
to expect. No,
It's
Marx
just the
doesn't have
Marxist model.
Marx doesn't have a civilizational model.
I am making literally no comment on the degree of perceived or actual ambiguity or consistency on any of these terms. I am making a comment on we're moving forward. You must account for this inconsistency in the dream world. It can no longer be here.
Okay.
I feel like if we chart the conversation
so
we've had thus far, we're like
using that word,
1/5 down the document.
without using that word, I guess the point that we were supposed to be debating about here is whether or not there are patterns in terms of ways of life, conventions, culture, and ways of living, I already said that survive modernity, which at least rhyme with ones that existed before modernity, and which may or may not be subsumed under the category of a common civilization. Sorry, not going to say the word. So that's what we're supposed to be debating about.
Okay, and as this is a critique being levied by President Sunday, you have, I assume, notes. What is the next point that you would like to get to? It may be predicated on having arrived at a conclusion here, but in the absence of a conclusion, we're just going to have to make it work.
I don't know, man. Like, the problem we're running into here is that the point of reference that I have, which is the only point of reference I was given for Hawes's political theory, it incrementally builds to the conclusion that of the whole MAGA communism thesis on the grounds that it is, or I guess maybe being charitable has like the potential.
We should just debate about that. Let's just go with the
partisan.
MAGA communism thing.
Yeah, but the problem though is that you get there by using a bunch of building blocks that we can't find any agreement on. So
No, I'm willing. I'm willing to commit to retracing my steps in the form of this debate for how we get to MAGA communism. So I don't have to invoke any of the things that confuse you, like certain C words that happen to, like, we don't have to use any of those words. Let's just get into the meat and potatoes. Why MAGA communism? We can just debate about that. How about that?
Sure, but you're just gonna pitch it. Go ahead, whatever.
Okay, well you have a critique, so do you want to give a broad?
Well,
critique?
the critique is in how you get there. Like, the thesis is absurd by itself.
Okay, well then let's talk about that then. What is your objection to the thesis?
Well, my objection to the project that seems reasonable on its surface, like if you can find a way to creatively redirect MAGA rhetoric towards growing the left or towards like leftist goals. That sounds eminently.
That's not what I say.
I know it's not. What you do instead is you actually redirect leftist language to promote Trumpism in the hopes that some of them will buy into your stuff. And
Well, I don't know what you mean by Trumpism, but if you're just referring to vaguely the MAGA movement, then yes. My argument isn't that I want to just convert MAGA people to leftism. I want the context and meaning of communism to be rediscovered in what I consider to be America's most powerful counter-hegemonic movement, despite all of the ambiguities within it.
how is it counter-hegemonic?
Sure, I mean, we can begin...
I mean, like a premise of it is a whitewashing of American history to get rid of criticisms of.
So great. That's beautiful ground we can begin with. I consider it counter-hegemonic because I think the MAGA movement has been primarily defined not by any specific positive goal or ideology or policy, but by a collective distrust toward hegemonic institutions of our liberal democracy. That's why I consider it counter-hegemonic. The content of that hegemony doesn't even need to be anything I agree with. It's just the only thing that is true, though, that I find relevant here to qualify it as counter-hegemonic is that it's built on collective distrust toward the institutions of our society.
But practically every political movement is built off of distrust of institutions of modern society, including.
I disagree. I don't think
all the non-MAGA leftists, et cetera, et cetera.
But I don't think. Okay, what other movement?
Even the glasses wearing like people embedded in universities and whatnot, they're predated upon by administrators and things of the sort. Nobody trusts.
No, I think they do trust. The mainstream, because the universities are one such institution, by the way. That's an example of the institutions of society. So you can say those institutions may be self-critical.
Well, no, but the bare fact that somebody interfaces with an institution in society as a part of their job doesn't mean that they therefore trust the integrity of that institution. For example, like institutions are straight between administrators who are not necessarily teachers or academics, and academics who are often thwarted or bullied by those.
Okay.
Or vice versa. For example, a lot of women's studies departments were able to be
there can be conflicts.
Hang on a sec. We're able to be negotiated on the grounds that some professor or someone somewhere was caught quite literally with his pants down in some scandal, and so to cover it up, they're like, here, I'll tell you what. I'm
not denying the possibility of conflicts within institutions, but I think broadly speaking, and there's of course individual exceptions and everything, but broadly speaking, people who earn their living on the basis of working for these institutions tend to have a worldview defined by, broadly speaking, trust toward the integrity of the hegemony overall, and yes, of the ruling institutions of society.
But then why is the big bugbear of the MAGA movement critical theory? It's in the name. They're critical. What are they critical of? Well, they're critical specifically of institutions and received understandings of the naturalness of certain ways of being.
From a MAGA perspective, critical theory is not about critiquing institutions. It's about critiquing social norms.
Yeah, but that's because the MAGA perspective is based on total ignorance of the content of critical theory.
That may be true, and that may be not true, but as far as they're concerned, critical theory is a critique of the social norms of their everyday normal lives, not a critique of the
fair enough. But then my question to you then, though, is given that Marx indeed is one of the earlier, not the earliest, but one of the earlier inaugurators of that critical movement.
I don't think
Why do you want to? He is. Why do you want to wed communism?
Criticism is just Kant. That just begins with the Kant. That's Marx.
No, criticism. No. Oh, you're way off there.
Marx,
criticism goes way far back. Criticism goes all the way back to Rousseau, back to Machiavelli, who like recapitulates the underlying basis of states as being
that's a
that which is
thing.
Sorry,
but Marx employs criticism, of course, but critical race theory and this kind of stuff, MAGA is just
critical theory is just a deployment of critical theory to race. The idea of critical theory as a concept, that's fairly recent. But in terms of people having that critical
so you're talking about the
towards,
whole cultural Marxism thing? I don't know what you're referring to.
Well, I mean, we could also add that as well, but cultural Marxism goes farther than critical theory, right?
These kind of right-wing populist catchphrases, generally refer to trends that they perceive to be mounting a critique toward the normal everyday life of
Sure, but
them.
why?
Not-
Why do they perceive that though? It's not because they're all going to university and they're just seeing with their own eyes. Oh, the professors are teaching everybody.
Yeah, but
to be
I think you
trans.
forgot the relevant point in contention, which is you use this as
Well, no. I'll tell you where this is coming from, though. The reason why they think that is because this is received wisdom from a massively moneyed media empire that is forcing this down their throats all the time.
Okay, I am willing to bet with you, however massively moneyed you think that media empire
I know
are.
this because I'm a Canadian and I
Sure.
was pro-Trump a few years ago
Okay.
as a result of the same
Okay.
dynamic.
Okay, again, let me finish. However
right.
massively moneyed you think that media empire is, it is dwarfed in terms of what revenues it can accrue by the mainstream media as an institution. In
What are you
terms of
talking about?
reach,
That's patently untrue.
okay, well, if you're going to refer to the decentralized information kind of flow of right-wing information on the internet, maybe as an aggregate it's more, I don't know. But in terms of like as a one block of a hegemony, there's no equivalent to the mainstream media that comes close coming from the right.
The right-wing media
The closest
is a
you might
massive-
get, the closest you might get to is Tucker Carlson, who's part of Fox News, which is huge. But Tucker Carlson's the exception, not the norm, even when it comes to Fox News. So you're dealing with an overwhelming hegemony.
Let's see here. So there's a Forbes article from February, actually.
Okay.
So Fox has finished first with an average total audience for total daily ratings of 1.349 million viewers.
Yeah.
CNN has 524,000.
Yeah, Fox is
This is like an order of magnitude of difference here.
right, but we're talking about the difference between, for example, success for audiences and on a market and institutional hegemony. Institutional hegemony is actually, I mean, that actually benefits my argument because given how unpopular the rest
Well,
of the
CNN is multinational, so CNN is not institutional. CNN is just an
Okay,
news
I'm
station.
gonna go ahead and ignore the comment that CNN is not institutional just for the sake of
Well, why wouldn't you say that Fox News
Because
is?
CNN
they
is-
were promoting they promote
both
presidents.
Fox and CNN are clearly institutional. Fox has managed to increase its
Okay,
ratings
sure.
by allowing people like Tucker Carlson on the air, clearly, right? But in terms of, I mean, these are mainstream media companies that are all owned by the same corporations. So,
Can I ask a clarifying question?
yeah.
I'm interested in the definition of institutional. When it comes to academia, professors have been variably pro or anti-institution, depending on the era and the context. Professors in Berlin were famously pro-Nazi. A lot of them were Nazis, which is weird. You'd think normally the professors are more progressive. Here in the States, there were plenty of leftist professors. Go further on, like economics profession has always been heavily institutionalized. I'm not entirely sure where these lines are. You say Tucker Carlson isn't institutional. But when I think of Tucker Carlson, I think of a wealthy heir who's admitted to being, a voice for the interest of billionaires, speaking on a very large institutional news network. Something distinguishes him in your mind. I'd like to know what.
Yeah, I mean, his background, he may be from the ruling elite in terms of his background, but the information he's putting out there is discontinuous. Clearly, at least everyone here would not object to the fact that it's extremely contentious in general from the perspective of the institutional hegemony. And to define what institutional means, it doesn't just mean privileged. Institution refers to the specific way in which power is exerted over grouping individuals under a specific form, right? So, for example,
what does he disrupt then?
Well, objectively speaking, he's extremely contentious when it comes to how he's disrupting most of the information people get from the mainstream media. So most of the mainstream media...
What is mainstream when this is the most watched and the most moneyed platform?
Because it's the most popular, but MSNBC, CNN, probably even other mainstream voices...
But what makes them mainstream,
Fox News.
though?
Okay,
what does this mean?
I'm trying to give an example of that.
Okay, please.
Okay? all had a narrative about J6. Now, Tucker Carlson, almost alone in terms of people who have this reach that they do on television, is going against that narrative. So here you have an example of a consensus on what J6 was, and Tucker Carlson is contradicting it. Now, regardless of whether you agree with Tucker Carlson or you think he's being honest, clearly he is going against the consensus of the mainstream
Well, but
media.
you clearly think that the right wing makes up a larger proportion of the population than the left wing, which is why you think it's of the working class and of the people, and why you think that
That's
the
not why at all.
mainstream is.
That is absolutely not why.
But wouldn't that definition of disruption then not have anything to do with institutional values? I mean, like John Oliver frequently does segments that are contrary to mainstream liberal values and a bunch of institutionally accepted stuff. Liberals, being as they are incapable of understanding systemic critique, probably find his points on slap lawsuits to be revolutionary. There's certainly a deviation from what normally gets talked about.
But
Would
I
that
don't
too
think those kinds
be
of
anti-institutional?
But I don't think those deviations bleed over into antagonistic differences. Of course, there's a range of difference among and within hegemonies, but they don't become antagonistic until they become so severe as points of contention, so as to, for example, be labeled enemies of the country or dangerous people who need to be censored and so on. Like, I don't really think John Oliver has ever said anything that would make it, I don't think you would have members of Congress talking about the threat of John Oliver.
What about AOC? Members of
that?
Congress have talked about her as a threat. People on the right frequently talk about her as a disruptive influence that's trying to destroy America. And a lot of her values when it comes to economic reform and the Green New Deal are systemically controversial enough to lead to some borderline mass panics on the effects her laws might have.
Yeah, I mean, but I don't think AOC and John Oliver are comparable because, first of all, the right is opposed to everyone who they can. Sorry, I don't know why we're referring to the right here, just for the sake of convention, because there's a difference even
Bit of a
growing.
Freudian slip.
There's a difference even growing in the Republican Party, so I think there is a realignment. But the people you're talking about who are fear mongering about AOC will probably also do it about John Oliver and others because they see AOC as part of the hegemony. So I'm not sure.
What's the realignment in the Republican Party that you perceive?
What's the what?
What is the realignment in the Republican Party that you perceive?
Between the MAGA wing and, what they're calling the rhinos and DeSantis and others. I think there's a acute split that's going on there that I don't think the party will be able to contain.
What's the substantial difference between them as you see it?
Well, I mean, I think on face value, it's simple. DeSantis is part of the establishment, and Trump created his own movement, which is built on collective distrust toward that establishment. Now, the difference with DeSantis is that he is breaking from a lot of the cultural kind of messaging coming from that hegemony, but when it comes to his ties to the neoconservative establishment, when it comes to his ties to the war machine and the military-industrial complex, and basically a lot of the money that's behind politics, I think it's clear that DeSantis is part of the status quo, and I don't think DeSantis is an outsider.
Sure, it just seems like to me though then that even if I leave aside like all of the serious issues I have with your rhetoric and your positions with respect to a whole bunch of people yet again, and with respect to the identity of communism and the MAGA movement as being compatible in any way, shape, or form in a real way. It seems that what you're proposing is stillborn because it's tied to the cult of personality of a specific embattled persona that has no need of you.
But I first of all, whether the MAGA has any need of me is beyond the point. But the significance of the cult of personality, I think, is interesting because it's a cult of personality solely built around that collective distrust that I was talking about. Trust in Trump, which is, by the way, not unconditional. The MAGA crowd has booed Trump on like it's been recorded on occasions where he's talked about things I don't think we are allowed to mention on YouTube. Just I don't want to flag the censors relating to health issues, for example. He's been booed on that. So I don't think there's an unconditional trust in Trump. I just think his cult of personality is proportionate to the severance between these people and this part of the country with what I call the hegemony.
I don't know. I suppose, but at the same time, like that distrust, it doesn't seem to be by itself to be unique. What seems to be unique again is a reflexive distrust as directed by media sources against specific ordinances, not against institutions as such.
I think
Like
it's
one of
against
the
institutions because
well, no, because well, not really though, because like, for example, January 6th, well, it was in like a real sense against the institutions of American democracy. It was premised on the thesis that in some sense that had been corrupted. So
well, I
it's
think
not
the
really.
institution of American democracy is something very ambiguous and old, going back to 1776. But when we're talking about the hegemony that emerges after World War II, we're talking about something that is outside of the Constitution. We're talking about this artificial, I mean, it's what Soros will call the open society. It's a network of NGOs, academic institutions.
Well, that's the Open Society Foundation, but the Open Society as a concept is what those NGOs and whatnot are purposed towards.
That's what I was
fostering.
just saying.
They are distinct.
I was literally just saying that. The Open Society, which is
Well, no, but that's not the Open Society. The Open Society is like an ethical goal within a state. It's not.
Okay, maybe you haven't read Popper, but Popper
I have.
characterizes the Open Society as defined by this union of various different civil society organizations that will maintain vigilance in regards to.
But that's within a state though. That's not like a global thing per se.
Of course,
Right.
it's global. How could it not be global?
What do you mean? Because it's within a state.
But
You have a civil society. You have an open
yeah,
society.
it encompasses various states,
Within
but
a
we're
state.
talking about this artificially created civil society defined by the promotion of open values in the open society, which is, for the defense of democracy and so on, which in reality has translated to
Look,
alignment with.
I don't think in your head you're incoherent. The problem though is that you're using a whole lot of terms in like really fast and loose ways. So if I'm trying to like take you seriously on a theoretical level and follow you, I literally can't because you mean 6 different things at any given
Okay, let's
time.
just get to the content instead of generalizing. Like,
I'm trying. That's what I'm telling you.
so
Like,
you
it's
object
like a
to
maze.
the idea, the use of the word open society. We can use another word if you want, but there's clearly these.
Yeah, but when we use a different word though, then you actually start to mean a different thing, and not just by dint of doing that, but what I perceive.
I'm just trying to arrive at a
do.
common understanding of what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is that when I talk about institutional hegemony, I'm not strictly talking about the state itself, because that has existed since 1776. Formally speaking, hegemony doesn't really become a useful concept until the late 1920s and the 30s, because Gramsci's using it in the context of the rise of fascism in Italy, but it's also can be used to apply to the New Deal kind of system that emerges, the European kind of welfare states, where you have these kind of corporates of these kind of social corporates outside of the liberal state that want to administer and regulate society, regulate information and ideas and so on and so on. So that's where the concept of hegemony becomes useful. But when you're just talking about the Constitution or a classical liberal kind of democracy preceding the 1920s, hegemony is not really a useful concept. The reign of the institutions is not very clear.
No, sure, but if you're characterizing the MAGA movement as in some sense anti-hegemonic, it becomes a matter of import that it takes its ideological cues entirely from the most moneyed media engine in the world.
Which one?
The general right-wing media conglomerate.
I don't
Fox
think
News at the
there's
top.
I think the mainstream media is overwhelmingly against MAGA.
Well, it's overwhelmingly against MAGA, but that doesn't mean that the MAGA movement itself isn't taking its cues from that. What am I hearing?
What? So just because they watch Tucker Carlson, that means that we're gonna pretend that most of the mainstream media.
Well,
is
if
not
they're taking
Democrat aligned.
directives from billionaires embedded in these,
which
these
directives,
massive
by the way?
institutional.
Hold on, but Tucker Carlson. Hold on, you have to understand something. people like
Well,
Trump.
directives can include things
hold
like
on.
the paranoia about.
I'm
like, all
gonna
these
try to
different
explain.
isms, et
I'm gonna
cetera,
try to
et
explain to you how these things work. So Trump and Tucker Carlson come from these ruling families. Let's just for the sake of argument, right? But they got excluded for some reason and became outsiders from the big club. So they drew their source of popularity and power from some kind of direct popularity, trying to get working people. Most elites derive their power from networks and institutional connections.
Well, they
and
didn't
things like
really
that.
though, because one of the way in which Trump got on the map in that particular respect was through the Republican Party and through Fox News.
Indirectly, of course, Fox News was covering
No,
him.
directly. He went on there and was able to promote himself as a contender for the
But
presidency.
I don't think the people running Fox News thought they were actually going to get Trump elected. I think it was a very kind of money grab. Like, this is getting us really good ratings, so we're going to keep covering it. They didn't really, I don't think they really expected he was going to take over the Republican Party in the way he did. But the Republican Party did tolerate Trump on condition that he compromises on a number of things, which he did, right? But that's not who made Trump. Trump got on the debate stage at the Republican debates. Who was for him, right? There was nobody in the status quo who was for him. His message resonated with people. It was extremely popular, and that's why they eventually had to compromise with him. But he was not handpicked or chosen by anyone,
Once they saw that he pulled a crowd, they did. Like, it was
That's the
contingent
key
on his
thing, though.
marketability.
But he pulled a crowd because he was saying things that no one else was saying.
Sure, but that doesn't distinguish him from the institutions themselves. That's just how the institution recognized him.
So I think Trump's message was not created in institutions.
Sufficiently palatable.
Trump's message wasn't created in an institution. He was probably created. He was on Twitter on the toilet someday. That's how it was created. So there's a big difference there.
He's a wealthy heir and a media star.
Okay, his level of wealth doesn't speak to whether what he did represents the hegemony. Typically, yes, you're right. Most people who have wealth do so because they benefited from the hegemony. But that's not universally the case. For example, Bitcoin billionaires who bought 1,000 Bitcoins 10 years ago and that just became extremely rich right now, they tend to actually be anti-establishment, despite how wealthy they are, because they got their money in a way that was outside of the traditional game for how you do that. But Trump was an outsider even within the ruling elite before he ran for office. He was considered a joke, and he wasn't well liked among the ruling class. So Trump came into relevance entirely at the expense of what we call the hegemony.
I don't see this as a really strong argument when ideologically the two sides functionally align with everything that they're targeting.
I think maybe that's
generally.
your abstract...
the bare fact that Trump happened to be a somewhat ridiculous figure in polite society.
Well, I'm not an idealist. I'm a materialist. So you can try and say and abstractly qualify.
But you're not a materialist though, because you use terms like universal state.
Right. I'm not a materialist because you don't let me finish sentences. But
no, you're not a materialist because you directly
because you can't
belie
let
a
me finish the
materialist
sentence.
mode of analysis.
Yeah, so you may try to abstractly qualify their ideologies as the same, but in actual functional practical reality, we're dealing with very different phenomena between Trump and Trump's MAGA movement and the hegemony. Your characterization of them as the same has no explanatory value for how to understand the developments.
But your characterization of them as anti-hegemonic is impoverished in the extreme. Your point of reference is they're skeptical of vaccines.
No, the point of reference is that they are built on collective distrust toward the hegemony as a whole, not just.
Yeah, but when pressed as to what the hegemony as a whole is, it literally is just they distrust scientists in general or doctors in general.
No, not just scientists and doctors.
About wokeism and trans ideology.
Not just scientists and doctors, but also the military-industrial complex, Maybe that's an important one. Also, the agendas being crafted in universities with the funding of
Yeah, but
philanthropic
everybody's opposed to the
foundations.
military-industrial complex. It's a
Not
scary
in,
sounding term.
but in practice, that's not true. See, in theory, everyone wants to be a hippie, but in practice, no, not everyone's opposed to the military-industrial complex. But so you mentioned the medical and scientific establishments.
I agree. So like,
So there's not.
how apropos it was Trump who assassinated Soleimani.
Yeah, he did, but he did so not on behalf of the power that gave him power, the MAGA movement, but because of his agreement with Sheldon Adelson and the neocons and Bolton and Pompeo. That was the condition of the Republican Party tolerating his existence. I find it completely objectionable, those and other actions he engaged in, but that doesn't preclude me from being able to form a unbiased assessment that
the
he was
problem is it
still a
doesn't preclude you
political outsider.
from nothing you say precludes you from anything. Like you're just going back and forth, as the situation requires. We've gotten to this point having established a grounding for literally none of the concepts.
But the problem,
used
Sunday,
to
is you
get
make
to this
these
field.
general characterizations of my position, but as
I
far as
really don't.
but as far as a
I
particular
really don't.
argument in a particular position, you're just coming short. You're not able to actually give us anything to substantiate these general
I don't
claims.
have to. We're debating your political theory. The onus is on you to substantiate it. If none of
I
your
think
terms are
you're confusing it.
substantiable-
You're trying to say the
substantiable.
onus is on me to convince
It is.
you.
We're debating your political theory
dude,
as per your
So
request. This
Sunday,
is your choice.
President Sunday should be called President Cutoff. You clearly are someone who has come to a conclusion before you've even heard anything I said.
Well, no, I had to go through the
I
painful
said the
process
onus.
of reading
I
through
said
like
you
a
seem to
40-page
think the
document that you wrote
onus
to get
is.
to this point.
Well, let's use this as speaking of generalities. I said the onus is. You think the onus is on me too, and then what was I going to say? You said, well, the onus is on you to make the. But we're not talking about that, because what I was going to say is that you think the
Is
onus.
Hawes complaining about being interrupted?
Yes, I actually am, because I think in good faith I've actually tried to allow you to make your argument without.
No, I
cutting
don't
you
think so. I
mid-sentence.
think when you've been pressed,
you think that
I think
the
when
onus.
I think when you've been even
Sunday,
moderately
the onus
pressed,
is not on me.
I think you talked quite a bit. I think when you've been even moderately pressed to explain a position, you get frustrated and you say, "What's your point?" As if I wasn't asking you a question and not making an argument.
No, that was earlier in the whole C word debacle, which we don't want to go down.
I think this
that
was
road.
pretty.
Oh
I think
yeah,
this was
let's
pretty
not
thorough.
revisit this.
So-
My curiosity is.
I just want to
that-
finish one thing he wouldn't let me say. Is that
Okay, go for
yeah.
it, and then I'll.
So
yeah, okay, go.
you seem to think the onus is on me to convince you to agree with me. The onus is on me, yes, to do the best of my ability, communicate to you what I'm trying to say. I think I've done a good job of that. I think I've done a good job of that. Just because you don't want to agree with me
I disagree.
doesn't mean I haven't.
I don't think you have to make me agree with you at all. I would be satisfied with you making it intelligible. There are people who have theories that I vehemently disagree with, or nonetheless, I can understand the logical
I just
steps
don't
they
think you're
took
operating
to
in good
get there.
faith when it comes to what your standard of intelligibility is. Because I
It
think
took way too much work to get here for this to be in bad faith. Consider the possibility that maybe your delivery is actually fraught. Like maybe actually the way in which you go about explaining yourself is extraordinarily
But you need to
difficult.
give me specific
I'm
examples.
I'm not a genius and I'm not an expert in this, but I've got some modest capacities in this area.
But Sunday,
okay?
you're just going
if
on
I
a
cannot if I
monologue based
cannot
on
understand
what?
what you're saying, most people can't.
I don't agree with that. I think when I say Trump's a political outsider, I think I'm saying something that's pretty not that contentious for most people, right? So I think you're going out of your way to be
No, we're
pedantic
not
and bad
talking about
faith.
we're not talking about Trump being
So
a
what are we
pariah
talking
within
about?
the mainstream.
So
of
what are we
Republican
talking about?
politics.
Let's get to that. Instead of making generalities about my arguments, get to your specific objections.
Okay, how the hell does an anti-communist, isolationist, largely racist and pro-capitalist movement of people who are categorically against any type of top-down organization, how do you combine that with communism?
Sure. So you read my essay, right?
Yeah, the last part was
So you didn't read my
bad.
essay because I
No,
thoroughly
I
because
did,
I thoroughly
and it was-
explained, and I could probably read.
I
that
believe you
verbatim.
that you think you explained.
So okay,
Having read it with multiple people multiple times, I can tell you, no, you did not explain.
Okay, so let's get to the anti-communism stuff. Drawing from the reactionary populist legacy of the McCarthyite era and the John Birch Society, as well as Cold War propaganda, anti-communist sentiment is as American as apple pie.
This is like 30 paragraphs long.
Taken from the perspective, this is just one paragraph, the anti-communism of the MAGA movement is even in a way endearing, reflecting its grassroots nature. People are simply making constructs out of old materials already laying around at home. To view this as some kind of essential indictment on the possibility of the dissemination of communist ideas, or the compatibility between communism and MAGA, is pure Philistine idiocy. MAGA is not essentially defined by anti-communism.
But Hawes,
it is
Hawes,
in the first place.
But Hawes, this is important. This is why we were talking about the media stuff before. The stuff they have lying around at home is filtered to
from
them
the past.
through these massive media.
Why I call that endearing? Why I called that endearing Sunday is because actually it's stuff their grandpa told them from the past. The media in the 50s or the 60s, that could be under contention. Maybe was telling them that overwhelmingly, right?
Why does that matter?
It's from the past. Today, they're not getting their anti-communism from today. They're getting it from the past.
Well, they're also getting it from today. It's not just from the past. It's being
I don't think the vital sources of anti-communism are coming from the same sources that the MAGA movement got it from. Like the Victims of Anti-Communism Memorial is tied to neocons. It's tied to the Rhino Republican establishment. So no, I think you're dealing with two different things. I do agree there's anti-communism today, but that's just what's so great about the MAGA movement. The MAGA movement is less likely to buy into the actual contemporary forms of anti-communism, instead drawing on this eclectic, contradictory, ready-made anti-communism inherited from the past. It's just as old and inherited as something laying around in their garage from the 1950s. It's not any indictment on the essential possibilities of the MAGA movement. It's just some immediate way they're trying to make sense.
They're also pro-capitalist as well. Like it doesn't matter.
So
where
you say two things. You say two things.
Moreover, when we're talking about inheriting it from like 70 years ago, that's not.
So that is outright a superficial judgment, and I'll tell you why. Because when you ask
addressing
MAGA,
a superficial point.
Because you're just looking at the words they're using, not what they mean by it. When most MAGA people,
I'm looking at the words you're using.
Okay, well, you can't follow the argument. You're talking about MAGA being.
Well, that's because the argument is incoherent.
Can you let me finish, Sunday? Sunday.
Statement you made.
Just let me finish.
No, you've talked a lot, Hawes. I've actually let you talk for the majority of the conversation.
So, dude, so what? You can't have an opponent?
I've actually allowed you to speak.
Well, I'm just going to continue speaking anyway. So the MAGA, you've said that the MAGA movement is pro-capitalist and anti-communist, and I'm saying that's superficial because you're just looking at the words they're using rather than the underlying meaning of what they're trying to say. When MAGA says that it's pro-capitalist, it's not referring to the actual system of capitalism we have, which represents everything they hate. It's referring to some abstract kind of principles of free enterprise and being able to have
they don't understand how capitalism is what gives rise to the fact that every single city they live in is an unkept trash bin with tons of homeless people, tons of poor people who can't afford homes.
So you admit
they don't understand that, but that doesn't matter.
Judgment.
That's not super. No, that's not superficial.
It does matter because
that's not superficial. That's them being superficial.
So if we're materialists, we have to look at the underlying.
We are not materialists. I am a materialist.
Okay,
you're like spirit science.
So do we have a moderator or what? Because I just want to say something really quick.
No, he's on my side. Remember, I stacked the decks. It was between him and Hinkle.
Sure. So if I'm going to be, if anyone is concerned with being a materialist, thank you for cutting me off on that completely relevant point. Then you're going to have to ask the question of what is the source? What is the meaning? When they express anti-communist sentiment, is this because of something from a material perspective essential, or are they just anti-communist because they see, for example, the way BlackRock is taking over everything and monopoly capitalism, they're associating that with communism. They're associating this homogeneity
Look.
process of capitalism
Yeah,
with
yeah, yeah.
communism.
Look.
When they say they're
said before,
pro-capitalism, are they
as I said,
actually
hey,
referring to
hey,
capitalism?
Huz, I'm going to meet you halfway here. As I said earlier, if you can find a way to actually repurpose the language of MAGA and the MAGA movement towards like a robust, genuine left-wing development or something like that, power to you. But you're not doing that. What you're doing is you're selling yourself to the MAGA movement as something that's palatable to them for your own benefit.
How am I doing that?
The entire essay that we're responding to here and everything you've done here so far is for lack of a better word, essentially cucking out the language of political theory in order to make the MAGA movement appear more robust and more theoretically sound than it
For
actually is.
example,
Well, your whole notion of partisanship, you rely on a specific notion of partisanship that Schmidt actually directly criticizes. You derive from him just to get to the point where you can say, oh, the partisan is telluric.
what does
MAGA
Schmidt,
is of the nation and of the ground. Therefore, we now have a theoretical justification for combining MAGA with
what about my theory of the partisan was Schmidt critiquing?
About your theory of the partisan was Schmidt critiquing?
Yeah.
No. You deploy a specific understanding of the partisan that Schmidt dismisses as
Which
being
one?
The one in which it is simply that which is independent and in some sense has an enmity with respect to like existing structures or whatever in like a general sense. He dismisses this on the grounds that this is simply too abstract, and you end up just with a theory of essentially any sort of individualism. That's
Not my theory. I'm not saying anyone who has a different opinion is a partisan. In my opening statement,
what makes MAGA partisan?
MAGA is not partisan because individuals in MAGA have different opinions. MAGA is partisan because it's referring to that's exactly why. It's referring to a collective political identity, a collective reality of America, right? That is both based, yes, as you said, telluric in America, but also opposed to the form.
But it's not telluric though. They had to get bussed into January 6th. They traveled to different conventions. They're not
people who live
locality.
I don't think that demographic who live in Washington DC would be called telluric in the first place. Like, I don't know how many white people living in Washington DC are, I know there's a big black population. You could maybe say that's telluric because it's kind of like a similar role of rootedness in the community. But of course they would have to be coming from elsewhere if they're going to be in Washington, D.C. What a stupid point.
Well, no, the point is they aren't partisans. It's not a partisan movement.
I think it is a partisan movement.
The individuals
it is a partisan movement. It's a partisan movement because of the way in which it has transformed American politics. It's genuinely partisan for no other reason than it is genuinely a different...
No, but the definition of the partisan is not that it transforms politics.
Here's why it's partisan according to me. Because it is a genuinely different political movement. I'm not talking about individual opinion. Different political movement than the hegemony, the two-party duopoly, the hegemony, whatever.
Okay, but Haz, the reason why you would call it partisan and why that would have meaning is not because you've decided to just label what you think they are partisan. It's because it's drawing on an established set of relations between the partisan and regular forms of politics or warfare.
Yes,
but they're very regular.
For example, in the case of Schmidt, in the case of Schmidt is very stressing on the asymmetry of the partisan, right, with regard to the conventional army. So there's a conventional established form of politics, and yes, here you have a partisan, unconventional form of political mobilization in the MAGA
But
movement.
it's not really unconventional though. It's actually very typical.
What precedent is there for MAGA in America?
It's a popular voting and social interventionist movement. That's based on sloganeering. That's not new. That's been around.
I'm going to ask you another question. What is a movement you would consider comparable to MAGA in American history?
Most of them. What makes MAGA toxic isn't its organizational form. It's the policies they pursue and their toxic attitudes towards different
Can
groups
you?
of
So you
fellow
can't give me a
Americans.
specific example. Obviously, everyone sees MAGA's pretty unprecedented as far as American.
In what
history.
sense is in what organizational or actually like robust structural sense is MAGA unique?
Because for decades and decades we've been ruled by this like one big club hegemony, and then you have a movement which is getting its information and getting its ideas of who rules us and whatever, and how to establish power, and what kind of things do we want, what kind of things do we accept, forming a collective political reality completely outside the hegemony. So I think that's pretty
But
unprecedented.
you just attach that into there. Like they're still operating through eminently mainstream sources. They're still
Like
taking
what?
part in
Tucker Carlson. What else?
conventional political activism and
What
conventional
mainstream source
voting.
besides Tucker Carlson do you have in mind?
They're using all of the same all the same resources and points of contact as everybody else.
You mean like
They're-
Truth
they're-
Social?
Like what?
Like Truth Social, or what are you talking about?
I actually don't know what that is.
Well, you exactly. So that's what they use is Truth Social. You don't even know what it is.
What is Truth Social?
It's the Trump Twitter app.
I'm sorry. Are you
saying they're
suggesting? Are you suggesting? Are you
You're
suggesting
saying
the
they're
fact that
using
Trump,
all the same.
No.
other-
Are you suggesting the fact that Trump has a social media app makes them unique?
No, but you just said they're using the same methods of communication and interaction and all this stuff. But they're not.
Tons of people are using like separate Telegram spaces and their Twitter alternatives are proliferating.
Dude, I think you've really underestimated to what extent like this country's very divided. It's a separate world. Like
Well,
it's a total.
no,
they're getting their information.
I haven't,
from
but that's neither here nor there.
No,
In
it
fact-
is here and there because
No.
you
In
just
fact,
said,
the fact that you're defaulting to the fact that there is
Alright,
like a firm
so besides Tucker
bipartisan
Carlson, what do you
divide
have
in
in
the
mind?
United States
So
actually
besides-
suggests that it's more common because
So-
now you're folding into a larger whole.
So besides Tucker Carlson, what do you have in mind from the hegemony or the mainstream?
I don't know what you're asking me.
You're saying, MAGA isn't operating outside the mainstream because it's using the same mainstream everyone else is. What are you talking about?
No. The partisan is not defined by having like a hyper concentration of
Okay, clearly
weird
clearly
alternative
my
fact generators.
concept of the partisan is unique. It's not exactly the same as Schmitt's. I just objected
But
to
it's
the idea.
not. It's not only not exactly the same as Schmidt's. It's actually like contrary. Like
That's
it
what I
does
object
not-
to. That's what I object to because you said that Schmitt expressly reject the one I'm drawing from. No,
did.
because Schmitt, you said he critiques it for being individualistic. Mine is not.
No. He doesn't
individualistic.
critique it for being individualistic. He.
Yeah, because it's abstract. Because anyone with a contrary opinion is then a partisan. That's not what I said. It's not what I'm saying.
No. Instead, you said somebody with a contrary Twitter alternative. Is a partisan.
No. You said they use the same mainstream sources, and I said, what do you mean by that? And then I
But
named
they
a
do.
potential.
The bare fact that there's also an app doesn't belie that. Like,
Well,
what do you
what-
use? You
what I-
use
okay, what are the
YouTube
ones you
and
have in mind?
Rumble
What are the
and-
ones-
And you
okay,
take
Sunday,
your cues from
Sunday,
television
what?
and Twitter.
Sunday, what are the ones you have in mind? I don't even know what you're talking about. Are you talking about an app? Are you talking about the internet? What are you talking about?
I'm referring to all of them. They operate in the
Can you
same
name one?
spaces.
Just name one, dude. Just name one, please.
Well, we're on YouTube right now. This would be an
Okay,
example.
so that's a beautiful example. So big
sorry.
tech, YouTube. You're saying, well, MAGA uses the same sources. Are you not even aware of what's going on? All the YouTube censorship and the controversy surrounding it, the rise of Rumble and alternatives for that same reason. But hold on, it's extremely. But this is an extremely contentious point, dude. This is hugely contentious in America because everyone can see.
Sources sometimes they censor.
You are so out of touch about the
language, they
basic.
censor,
You're
like, what are you
so
talking
out of
about?
touch about the basic sense.
No.
Dude,
Your entire
dude, the
argument at
average
this point
MAGA
is,
person
no.
is
your
not.
your entire argument.
Dude, you used
defaults at this
YouTube
point.
as an
Pause.
example. That's really stupid,
Pause.
dude. It's extremely contentious.
Pause. If your entire defense of the partisanship of the MAGA movement is that, like myriad other groups, they're victims of YouTube censorship. Like, I'm sorry, that just
Wait.
isn't strong.
How can you justify such a reductive accusation? I asked you for an example of the mainstream sources. Your example doesn't stand.
My argument didn't require me
yes,
to
it
have an
does.
encyclopedic knowledge
Sunday. It's as simple
of the
as
media
this. Sunday.
figures that
It's as simple
MAGA
as this.
people in particular.
Sunday makes
No, we're talking
Sunday
about
makes
the definition of partisanship.
So Sunday makes the claim
We're
that
not
MAGA is
talking
using the
about
same
what
mainstream
media they
sources.
consume.
Sunday
We're
makes the
talking
claim
about
that MAGA is using the
by
same
what
mainstream
avenues
sources.
they act.
Okay,
It's
wait, hold
patently
on.
not
Okay,
true
wait. Haas, you as well. Okay, that was getting a bit too much. I don't mind a bit of back and forth, but that was simultaneous. All right. Haas, did you finish your sentence there?
No.
Okay, finish your sentence.
Okay, so you were saying that MAGA's operating in the same mainstream. I think that's wrong. But in order to allow you to defend yourself, I asked you for an example of that. You said YouTube. Your example doesn't stand. In no way does that make my argument that MAGA's partisan because YouTube censors them. But it is an indictment on your ability to provide evidence that MAGA is, by and large, using the same exact sources for information and platforms that are part of the mainstream.
Well, no,
President Sunday.
Thank you.
Take it away.
MAGA engages in propaganda through the exact same media sources as everybody else, censored or not, as many other groups are also censored. They vote in the same way. They engage in the same kinds of same forms of political activism. What distinguishes them are their policy positions and their social attitudes and their decorum.
In form, they're completely different in all the things you mentioned.
But you haven't been able to substantiate that except by reference to a Twitter app.
So you wanted to bring up big tech, but if you want to talk about how they vote,
I didn't want to bring up big tech.
Okay,
you brought up the Twitter app
when
thing.
most people vote, for example, they do so not because they're part of this homogeneous movement, which
you're not understanding.
Even in the event of
here.
loss,
No, you're not understanding the objection here. The reasons for voting don't matter.
What about the controversy of J6?
No, Haas, just chill for 1 second. The reasons for voting don't matter. What distinguishes the partisan from the non-partisan is the action itself, not the reasons behind it.
Okay, so
they also have to have like an attitude of intense political affiliation. That would be consistent.
The fact that MAGA people participate in elections and the electoral system means it's in no way possible to describe their method of organization and political existence in general as unconventional. That's what you're saying.
No, but you need to establish that it is unconventional. And if your point of reference, once again, is that they are persecuted on YouTube and have a Twitter app, that's not good enough.
I've referenced, for example, the different methods by which they do not only disseminate organizations, but vote in the first place. How do they vote, and how do they respect the outcome of the vote? That's completely different.
Not voting behaviors as in who they vote for.
Well, I think that's unconventional. So yeah, the voting behavior is unconventional, very clearly.
What do they sneak into the voting booth? What are you talking about?
No, like January 6th. It's pretty unconventional and unprecedented.
That's not voting behavior. That's
Well, it's behavior resulting from their participation in the electoral process, which was unconventional. It's an unconventional way of participating in the American democracy.
Well,
because
no,
their source of legitimation.
and insurrectionary action is unconventional, and that would be close. That would actually get you close there. But the one defining characteristic you now have is the attempted insurrection of January 6th.
No, the myriad, dude. Every time I try to name anything, you just interrupt me. So you're not even letting me speak. I could give you a lot of different.
You're speaking
things.
Right now. Just stop whining and get to the point.
Okay, so I mentioned information, right? That's the method of disseminating information, which is the most important thing, by the way, is unconventional. The method by which they situate themselves in American democracy is
they use computers and social media.
What?
They use.
So you interrupted me again. So we're gonna be stuck on this point.
Because
I can't name multiple things if you're gonna get fixated on one of the things. Okay.
I'm talking about all of them. These are all things everybody uses.
Social media, where they are where literally new social media platforms are being built because of the disproportionate censorship of MAGA people, and it is not just everyone gets censored. No, there's a disproportionate censorship of that specific political movement because of the unconventionality.
Well, no, right-wing people across the board are censored. It's not just the MAGA movement.
Okay. What is the right wing? What is the right wing? If we're not, what are you even referring to then?
I don't know. Everybody from mainline conservatives, if
Yeah,
they go
but
too
that
far,
censorship is in the
to-
context of a unified movement built on collective distrust toward the hegemony, the MAGA movement. I think it's important to stress it's not just that it's built on...
I'm talking about people as milquetoast, as like Sargon of Akkad, for example. It is not specifically targeting the MAGA movement
the
in
broader
particular.
censorship of the right-wing voices is within the context of the emergence of right-wing populism, and the American form of that was the MAGA movement.
I got nothing. I can't hold you to any definition. Just everything.
Because you're not
means
in
whatever
good
you need it to
faith.
in
You're
the
not
moment.
like leveling with me about
No,
common understanding.
that's
what we're talking
that's
about.
you. That's you, Haas. You're not using any of these terms in good faith, and your entire strategy is
How am
to
I not? I'm
obscure.
trying to be really simple with you, dude. It's like clearly you're like way over your head trying to understand.
I'm sorry.
Basic things.
You are trying to be simple.
I'm really trying hard to simplify this for you. Yes. Like I'm being very charitable with like just to help you understand like what I'm alluding to at least. Maybe there's a common. Do we live in the same reality? Are we living on the same planet? Like yes, obviously.
I'm asking that
obviously,
same question
MAGA
myself.
is unconventional in the context of American politics. How is
Okay,
that?
but that's not an argument. Okay,
how is that contentious?
Saying
I just find it impossible that someone could find that contentious.
Saying something is obviously unconventional is not an argument in favor of establishing that it is unconventional. That's a tautology.
I know,
you're just
but
looping.
most people understand.
That also
someone
doesn't
would
get you
mean
anywhere.
by that.
I know.
You know, it's
I'm
like
sorry. Most people
Sunday,
understand the MAGA movement. No.
Sunday.
Most people understand. Pause. Most people understand the MAGA movement as being toxic, racist, and negative. That does not mean they think it is some kind of revolutionary organization.
No, we're just using the word unconventional, Sunday, and here's the problem. We're limited by a Discord call right now and a Discord video call. If I try to say the sky is blue, I can't force you to go outside and level with me there. I can't recreate reality on a Discord call. So we're going to have to try and come to a common understanding.
Okay, but Haas.
That typically speaking, if someone says the MAGA movement is unconventional in American...
Mr. Women have...
It's an unconventional... Typically,
finish.
when people say that the MAGA movement is an unconventional development in American politics, at least within the frame of, the past 2 decades of neoliberalism, most people would understand what's meant by that. It's very common even in the mainstream media to acknowledge that. You're objecting to the use of the word unconventional because you're saying, oh, it's the same thing as everything else. Well, I just think you can't really meaningfully engage with reality.
Well, no.
Okay. Well, I want to ask you. I'd like to talk to you, if I may, for a moment,
Sure.
President Sunday, please. So, with regards to your definition for unconventional, so here's the way I see it. Let me see if I can maybe bridge this gap. Okay. So in a lot of ways, January 6th and the MAGA movement, because it kind of facilitated Jan 6, was unconventional. Obviously, differences exist, but if I understand you correctly, I'm hearing echo, by the way. If I understand you correctly, President, it is that even though it was unconventional in its expression, the underlying systemic institutional forces that beget Jan 6, the MAGA movement, those are still plainly institutional. This seems like a distinction in expression versus underlying motivation. Is that how you see it?
Well, the reason why we're even talking about conventional versus unconventional in the first place is because he's trying to characterize. He's trying to insist upon a distinction here where this is anti-hegemonic, essentially because partisan or consistent with its partisanship. The problem here is that the simple fact of a rally turned into a riot, turned into what is a de facto insurrectionary movement, even if behind the scenes there were people who absolutely had that intention, and there were people in the crowd who did, as well as people in the crowd who were just along for the ride. That is not sufficient to characterize the movement as a totality, or even just a movement by itself, as apart from a single event, as being unconventional. What we're actually dealing with here is an unusual event, which is distinct from unconventional or irregular. And we're talking about irregular, we're talking about as something that is defined by a kind of activity that is not generally recognized as conventional at all. The problem is that when pressed as to what those are, what we find are activities. What we find are them engaging in activities that basically every other movement does, including mainstream ones.
Okay.
Like the storming of the Bastille is not a partisan movement, even though it is extreme, radical, and violent and unusual.
Okay, so unusuality is not my qualification for partisanship, but I'll qualify what I mean by conventionality. I'm just talking about how people are mobilized, organized, and given a collective political reality. And I think that in the case of MAGA, that was very unconventional, at least as far as what the norm was within American politics. Because within the norm of American politics has been that people, for example, Obama had a movement, right? But all of that was still firmly situated within, for example, the conventional form of American politics. And the conventional form, by which participation in that politics occurred. Here's the thing. The thing you have ignored is the key concept of enmity, right? In the Obama era, I get there was the Tea Party and there was polarization, but I don't think there was a real friend-enemy distinction between Republicans and Democrats. I don't think it was real enmity. I think what MAGA brought to the table is it introduced enmity, right? It introduced this almost civil war within America, which, yes, is an extremely implies an unconventional movement and political development. And it's unconventional because the prior convention had been a lack of enmity internally. Enmity was directed toward the terrorists and the people who did 9/11 and that kind of thing, right? And maybe the Russians and the Chinese, who knows? But enmity was never really internal, at least recently in American politics. I don't think you can try to give a counterexample, I welcome you to, before MAGA.
Well, enmity in the sense of a firm intensification of the line between friend and enemy, that does not have to manifest simply as a single violent event. That can refer to, for instance, just a rigidification of opposition between political parties, for example. You can have political differences that are not intensifications of war. That's just the most obvious case.
So
this is why the concept of the political for Carl Schmitt is at its most clear at the line between friend and enemy, but that doesn't exhaust it.
But no one's saying it does. But what you're saying is that you object to the view that enmity has been introduced?
No. What I'm saying is that enmity here is not a distinctive feature of the MAGA movement.
Okay.
It's still nonetheless a voting movement.
What are examples or forms? What are examples or forms of enmity that you think within internal American politics, at least recently, let's say since Reagan, existed? Because maybe
you had, for example, if MAGA, for example, turned into a terroristic movement that was concerned with repeating events like January 6th over and over and over again, and materially interfering with the politics as usual in like a violent insurrectionary way that could not be absorbed into any type of normal party
here's
politics,
the problem.
Then you'd have a case.
Yeah,
you wouldn't want to have that case.
Sunday, here's the problem with good faith in plain spoken language. If I went to an average person and I said, this country has been divided like it never has before with this Trump stuff since 2016, most people would either agree with me or understand what I was referring to. This is an unprecedented level of division, okay? And you're trying to say that doesn't cross into enmity. But it actually does. It crosses into hatred of one half by the other, a complete inability to have any common...
Hatred and political enmity are not the same thing.
I think it has crossed over. I think it has crossed over into enmity, and just because it hasn't spilled directly into violence yet, doesn't mean the enmity is not there.
But that's beside the point.
I think that enmity, as far as
like January 6th was violent. There were deaths.
Okay, well that's better. Building. That's more credence to my point then. But
well, no, it's not, because you're relying on the fact of a violent event to justify characterizing a movement.
No, I'm not. I'm relying upon the unprecedented, qualitatively acute polarization that followed Trump's election in 2016.
But okay, but partisanship is not defined by polarization.
I'm not saying
Partisanship
it is,
defined
but
by the
I
manner
think
in which that
I
by the
think
manner
that
in which
polarization can be
enmity is
described
acted
as a
upon.
form of enmity. For example, an example of that enmity is the Russiagate hoax, where the MAGA movement and the people behind it and the phenomena was reduced to the design of an enemy of the American state, for example. At
No,
least
where
Russia,
enmity
the
would come.
outside foreign enemy, is behind
No,
this.
where
That
enmity
is an example
yes.
of enmity internal
No,
to American
no, but
politics.
okay, but the problem here is that you're actually overlooking like why this term is used in the first place. The reason why enmity comes into play is because if you have a logic of just war, but not of a just foe. So, for example, if you criminalize an entire category of people or an entire state or whatever, so that you do not seek, for example, as the end goal of military contention, a state of subjugating a foe or a state of getting like agreeable terms of surrender from a foe, but instead with the total destruction and subjugation.
I think you have a
of,
superficial
like,
reading, and you can't go below the surface of the
that's
specific
not
context.
superficial at all.
No,
Wait,
because you're trying to.
Wait. President Sunday, finish your sentence. You were near the end of it, but you didn't finish it, right?
Yeah. The reason why enmity becomes important for specifically revolutionary partisan is because that is somebody who will still engage in that kind of activity, even outside of the scope of state defensive action. So the first kind, so he has two kinds of partisans. There's the first kind of partisan, which is like the Ukrainian truck bomber who's like disrupting Russian supply lines. Then there's the revolutionary partisan who is like the maybe engaging in a lot of the same activities, but they're like part of the Bolsheviks, say, and they don't stop, or their goals are not limited by the defensive needs of a particular geographical region.
And
In
what's
that
the point of
particular
bringing
case-
that up?
Well, because in that particular case, their enmity towards like a political entity categorically, that could go towards satisfying the conditions of them being like partisan in this sense. But the problem is that the MAGA movement doesn't do this. The MAGA movement, while they do target like different demographics within American society, they still deploy almost entirely, actually basically entirely conventional methods to do so. And with respect to January 6th, once again, the justification is their perception that the democratic process was corrupted.
Wait, but that doesn't mean again, hegemony is not based in the 1776 Constitution. Okay, hegemony is based in what happens afterwards in World War II. So them holding the Constitution as a sacred thing that was violated, and the democratic process is a sacred thing that was violated, is not an indictment on the unconventionality of their position.
I didn't. You said I did. I'm sorry, I didn't follow that. Can you say that again?
So just because they think the democratic process was corrupted doesn't change that it's an unconventional.
No. You're misunderstanding me. What I'm saying is not that the fact that they think the democratic process was corrupted means that therefore they weren't partisan. The point, though, is that because their goal was, even if it was comically misinformed, even if their goal was, because their goal was to correct an institution that is domestic,
yeah,
and not actually enmity against an enemy per se, they're not engaging in partisan action. This is just like not any popular uprising or any public action is.
So if a revolutionary partisan is calling for an abstract return to some prior existing status quo that may be idealized and not grounded in reality, which I think democracy is, by the way, it's an idealization. That doesn't change their partisan stance. But that doesn't change their partisan stance.
Well, no, but you've assumed the partisan stance in the example. The question is what makes them partisan, right?
Okay,
so you said if a partisan does, and they're a partisan,
so let's say a revolutionary
partisan.
partisan is acting on behalf of an organization with revolutionary goals for the overthrow of the status quo. Okay, just because those goals are based in an idealized version of the legitimacy of the prior state, for example, democracy, doesn't make it any less revolutionary when the actually existing state, not the ideal state in the Constitution or democracy, functions in a way opposed to that.
I agree. However, in this particular case, we aren't talking about them doing anything at that scale. We're talking about them being under the misperception that there is a criminal cabal that has tainted an election.
Okay,
Like, from
so
their vantage point, they believe they won the election.
I don't know why you keep
right?
focusing on January 6th.
No, because
Why do you
it
keep
matters.
focusing on that? Why can't you just focus? Because we're
Because
getting
it's
in
the
weeds.
closest, it's the best example you've
Because
got.
no,
because
you're
otherwise,
jibber-jabbering all over.
No,
the
I'm
room.
not. Haz,
We
Haz,
need to get to the
Haz,
point of
no,
enmity.
the reason I'm not, Haz, I'm perfectly willing to throw out January 6th as
Okay.
an example. The problem for you is that that's the best one you've got, because otherwise, what you have is just a toxic community that is voting badly.
No, it's not just that. It's a division that has cut across the social fabric of the American people that most people would recognize and acknowledge, but you're not doing for pedantic reasons. Now,
But
let's
how,
qualify
though?
why.
But we're talking about what makes them
Okay,
partisan.
let me qualify what I'm talking about, and then you can give me your critique, because you're taking this into directions that are irrelevant. Okay,
All right.
And I'm going to simplify this.
I'm
okay?
listening.
So, and don't interrupt me, by the way, because we're not getting in the weeds of your bullshit. We're going to just simplify this, okay? So, in the case of enmity, we are dealing with a conventional ground of political existence, which is not only the sacred institution of democracy in the formal electoral process, but everyone being interpolated, I don't know if that's too big of a word for you, as the same political subject of the liberal democracy by the mainstream institutions of society. So to translate that to you, at the end of the day, no matter how we vote, we're all Americans and we're all on the same team, and we can at least all agree that, you know, we don't hate each other, we don't see each other as an enemy, right? But with the rise of the MAGA movement, there's a perception from one side, for example, that these people are not even American anymore. This is the Russian agents. Or these people, to be fair with you, are the globalists. They're not true Americans. So you have a level of enmity that just if you interpret it at the level of the information being communicated, before January 6th even happens, at the level of the information being communicated, it is enmity. It's a position of political enmity.
No, I understand that, and I'm in agreement with you. Obviously, I've mentioned multiple times there are demographics within America that they have marked out as the enemy. The enemy, like that implies enmity. But we're talking about what makes them partisan, and that's not the sole distinction. Because again, the friend-enemy distinction is
Okay.
the most clear case
Beautiful.
of the political in any.
I'll explain
context.
that in 1 second, okay? If you just don't interrupt me. I'll explain, not 1 second exactly, but not too long, okay? So the reason I'm saying the enmity thing matters is because that enmity is cut across the line of an established conventional form of politics that used to contain and be the vessel of political difference, and a completely new political movement that has its guns metaphorically pointed against that. And that's the distinction in which the enmity is based. One is unconventional, one is conventional. So one is partisan and the other is based in the hegemony.
No.
So what do I mean by partisan, by the way? Let me just do this simplifying, okay? One is partisan because it's actually a political stance. It's an actual political stance that will go so far as, yes, January 6th can be an example of that. But it's actually a real political partial subjectivity, partisan subjectivity. It's not like one system with two parties where, okay, no matter our differences, we're all on the same side. No, it's actually partisan, really partisan with regard to the entire system and the hegemony. So that's important. Real politics has not existed in America for a long time.
You said you were going to explain how it's partisan.
American
you just
politics,
said that it's partisan.
But because here's why. Because before MAGA, politics in America is like a sports game. You have different sports and teams, but it's still the NBA, is still on the same court, right? MAGA is what upsets that. And that's what I'm trying to say. That's why the enmity thing matters. Because
a partisan isn't just any splinter group within a political party, Haas. That's not what that means.
It's not about the political party. It's about the entire, basically, in functional, practical reality, the state. The state in its actual
But we already
reality.
have multiple parties then. Parties themselves aren't simply partisan. Like,
But
obviously,
parties,
term is a common root in German,
I
but
agree.
when we're talking about the partisan,
the
we're talking about
two
something
parties are not partisan. I agree with that because they're subsumed by a single hegemony. MAGA alone is truly, actually partisan, a real partisan stance.
But How? Here's where you're losing me, okay? Because you have a violent
Because
event
it's a
that,
form
no, no,
of
no,
political
hang on, hang on,
identity that goes beyond.
one sec, just one sec. You have a violent event that sort of roughly corresponds to the kind of thing you would expect.
No,
for
no,
a
forget
partisan
January
movement to
6th.
engage
We
in.
don't have to mention it.
But if we forget it, we'd lose this one, and you want this one. This one's important, okay?
No, I don't even need
This
it.
no, no,
Let's
this one
pretend it never
helps
happened
you.
yet.
This one helps
No,
you.
no, let's pretend
This-
it never even happened yet. Let's pretend it's January 5th right now, and let's have this debate. Because you get into the weeds of so much irrelevant bullshit. Let's just talk about what I was mentioning before. At the level of information, clearly there's
Okay,
evidence.
but then literally all you have then is like a subgroup within a party that is generally disdained. That's not a
But which
partisan
has,
movement.
but hold on, it's not a subgroup within a party because it has polarized the country down the middle. Okay?
But it didn't though, because the
And
Republican Party, as we were talking about earlier, is itself bifurcated between MAGA and the Republicans.
Right, but
And
who
the
are
divide is
hold on,
between the two mainline parties, not
but
between
the
them.
Republican Party's bifurcated. What are the demographics? Is it really a popular social base of the rhinos? No, they don't have a popular social base. They have suburbanites that are rapidly
Well,
going over to
neither
the
does
Democrats.
MAGA though. Like
What?
if you look at the
Yes,
if you
it
look at the
does.
Democrat,
MAGA does have a popular social base. If you go down to East Palestine, Ohio, and talk to a random guy, he'll be for MAGA. There's chances he will be. Who are you gonna go find some random guy who likes Mitch McConnell? I'm sorry. If you go to the gas station, you're not gonna find a guy.
I think
who's
you're
a fan
you're
of,
not no you're not following me here. The point is whether or not there are a lot of people who are
It's a
invested in
popular. It's a
Trump's-
movement of the people. It's a popular.
I know it's
movement.
I'm not saying it's not popular, but
Okay.
you're what was he even arguing against?
What, so okay, Sunday. This is the debate. You're saying obviously my concept of the partisan is not identical to Schmidt's, but you're saying Schmidt directly contradicts mine, and that's not. I don't think that's a sustainable.
But he
view.
does, and moreover, you don't.
He doesn't
you don't
actually.
derive. No,
You haven't
but
given me
this
one
isn't-
example.
You identifying this as a partisan movement is critical to your thesis.
Yeah.
But you seem to pull it from nowhere. So if you're just making
No,
it
I
up,
don't. I've given you multiple reasons why I think it can be characterized as a partisan movement.
yeah, but
because-
every single one of
because
your
it
reasons are like
operates
this.
outside.
Imagine,
Hold on, because it operates outside the established form of politics. Done.
but
Done.
it doesn't though. It
Okay,
really
why
doesn't.
does then let's debate about that instead of arguing about semantics. Why don't you think it operates outside the established form of politics?
Because it engages in the same system as everybody else.
So
in the
you're saying
same
because
manner.
they participate in the electoral process, that means it's not outside the established form of politics.
That would actually be a critical one, but in addition to that, they also use the same sources for propagandization, for propagandism.
Even if I were to
Propaganda.
concede that extremely tenuous and outright wrong point,
That's not
what
tenuous.
difference
You
would
have
it
literally
make?
nothing that distinguishes them except for fees. Like that doesn't do it.
no,
I'm sorry.
what distinguishes them is that it's a unified movement built on collective distrust toward the status quo and toward the hegemony. That's not just fifis. That's actually like a.
But that also.
So, for
the
example,
the other
so Sunday-
Republicans also complain about the mainstream media
They might
and
but
about
hold on,
globalists
They
and
might.
about like all these.
They might.
Like, it's
They might. But
They do.
ask them what they think about Ukraine.
that's their bread and
Hold
butter.
on. They might. But ask them when push comes to shove. Who is more likely to be critical of U.S. foreign interventions? The MAGA movement or these people you're mentioning? And why is that?
Them having policy preferences vis-a-vis
It's not
foreign
just
intervention.
policy preferences.
No.
They
But
are
those are
not
policy preferences, though.
subsumed by
Huz,
the hegemony's
Huz,
agenda.
MAGA people are not flying to where the United States has military interests and subverting them.
They don't have, dude. Even the military. First
but,
of all, they
but
don't
what
have
you're
to.
referring to are opinions.
They
They're just
don't
opinions.
have to. We're talking about the. We're talking about the Third World War, according to Marshall. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Information warfare. It's a national security concern, according to the military. It's important. What do you think the Russiagate thing was about? You think information war is not a theater of war? It is, according to the U.S. military. It is.
Okay, but a foreign power being speculated to bankroll a political movement within a country doesn't make that political movement partisan.
It definitely
kind of the
it definitely
opposite.
proves that according to the people in power, they don't see this movement as coming from their own hegemony. So whether they want to attribute it to Russia or Timbuktu,
But
it's
that
not
doesn't
coming from
matter.
their own houses. That's for sure.
Haas,
So that's
that
the
doesn't-
point.
That doesn't matter.
It does matter because it means that
No, look.
They're
There was a point in time.
that
there was
means
a point
they're
in time.
outside the established form of politics now, doesn't it?
Haas. There was a point in time when Catholic presidential candidates were heavily discriminated against on the grounds that they thought they would be influenced by the Catholic Church. That does not
By
make
the
Catholic...
hegemony? Hold on. By the post-war globalist hegemony that we're talking about? By what? By prejudiced people on the ground, prejudiced hillbillies living in some rural part of America? By whom were they accused of this? It matters because one represents the
No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter
represents because one represents the hegemony of the homogeneous universal state, and the other represents prejudices of some potato farmer in Idaho.
What a political organization or movement is ontologically is not determined by what its critics call it. That doesn't work.
No, but nobody's reducing it to that, but it's clearly an example of how even the ruling class recognizes them as outside the established form of politics. If they're accusing Russia of being behind the MAGA movement every day on Rachel Maddow, clearly even the mainstream media recognizes this is not the established form of politics.
International media meddling is ubiquitous. It's done in both directions.
How could MAGA be an extension of the established form of politics when the establishment is accusing...
I didn't say it was an extension of the established form of politics.
So it's outside the established form of politics.
Conventional politics. No, they engage in conventional forms of politics.
Is it outside the established form of politics, yes or no?
No.
But then how could that be when they're accusing it of having Russian origin? Why would they say that?
Because them being accused of having Russian origins, even by the way, if they're correct, doesn't make them unconventional in terms of their political activities.
So is Russia part of the established form of U.S. politics?
What?
Do you think Russia is part of the established form of U.S. politics?
No.
Then how can MAGA be coming from Russia?
I didn't say MAGA was coming from Russia.
But the establishment thinks it did.
It also doesn't matter if MAGA's coming from Russia. We're talking about the form of the organization.
Even the establishment recognizes MAGA doesn't come from the established form of politics because they think it comes from Russia, which you accept is not part of the established form of politics. Kind of simple, dude.
Sorry, what's simple?
That MAGA's not part of the established form of politics and is outside of it.
No. A partisan is not defined by being a part of established politics or being
Okay, now we're back into semantics. We're back into semantics.
Not semantics.
Yeah, we are, because we just agreed that we're going to get out of semantics and talk about whether it's inside or outside the established form of politics.
No, Haas.
Now you want to go back to what the definition of a partisan is. Dude, you're President Semantics. You're not President Sunday. You're President Semantics.
I'll take it. Haas. As per your insistence, we are discussing theory. This means we are discussing concepts. You need to be able to justify your concepts.
My concept of the partisan, in the case of MAGA, one of the reasons MAGA is partisan is because it's outside the established form of politics. There's other reasons we can get into the weeds of, but you seem to object to the label of partisan.
No, because look. Here's how you define a concept, right? A thing is defined by being X, Y, and Z, and maybe not.
No, it's not strictly justified. That's a one-sided, undialectical view because there's a lot of other things too.
Well, no, it's not undialectical or one-sided.
It is undialectical.
No, because I've actually just referenced the corresponding
defining a thing
in the definition.
Reducing something to any kind of definition whatsoever. One definition is undialectical. That's undialectical. Frederick Engels.
No, I understand that.
Okay, Frederick Engels calls it undialectical explicitly, so that's what he thinks.
When I die, Marx will judge me. But when we're dealing with concepts,
well, I mean by dialectics what Engels means.
When we're dealing with definitions, we are quite literally dealing with what a thing is and what a thing is not.
Okay, MAGA.
Because even if we want to take a dialectical, because Haas, even if we want to take a dialectical approach, we have to know what the dialectic is between. If we can't differentiate our concepts, then we can't do that. No,
dialectics means you don't just look at something in a one-sided sense. You look at the broader context.
No, but you need sides, right? That still implies lines between things.
Okay, but you've just brought up one. You've just brought up one, and there's multiple.
One what?
it's outside the established form of politics, and, for example, it has a specific relation to the American people.
It doesn't have to be outside the established form of politics. For example,
I think it does. I think it does.
It doesn't.
To be partisan, it does. As far as my understanding.
not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Okay, explain.
The reason why you end up being able to characterize revolutionary political actors as being partisans in present day is because we have the total politicization of the entire population. But for example, you can have partisans that are deeply embedded in conventional politics in the case of an invading force occupying a territory, and nonetheless, despite the fact that in international law they would have the right to govern with a certain minimal degree of humanity the area that they are occupying.
It's so stupid.
They're nonetheless
it's so
undercutting.
Stupid, Sunday. What conventional form of politics exists when a foreign country takes over your fucking? How does that?
For example, it may be the case that this place is occupied, but they still maintain the institutions and the police force, and let them run more or less.
Which no longer has any sovereignty.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have sovereignty.
Okay,
but that is neither here nor there.
So it has no political power. Ergo, it is not.
It's been subsumed under the sovereignty of an invading force.
Okay, but the sovereignty of the invading force is the newly established form of politics.
hang on. Just because
Dude,
of that,
this is so stupid. This is so fucking stupid.
No, it's not, because the entire point. Haz. The entire point of the partisan.
Dude,
the entire point. Haz. The entire point of the partisan is that it's irregular vis-a-vis conventional state-based military forces.
Let me nuke your argument. When an invading force comes and takes over your country. When the invading force comes and takes over your country, they become the new established form of politics. Any vestigial prior form...
No, you're
any
confused.
Vestigial prior convention of politics subsumed under their sovereignty, when weaponized against them, is indeed outside the established form of politics, because the established form of politics is the invading occupier.
The established form of politics is not defined by there being persistent...
Oh my God! Yes, it does, because politics is about sovereignty.
That's why. Haz,
because politics is about power.
I thought you were a Marxist. Haz, the entire international system of liberal. Stop interrupting.
Wait. Okay. President Sunday.
The entire international system of liberal states is itself conventional, and if people are taking part in politics consistent with that, then vis-a-vis that, they are engaging in political conventions. This is why we have, for example, the idea of international law and the idea of the partisan, which specifically emerges from a case of an invading force having the occupancy of a region and then being undermined by what they would deem to be criminal actors on the tail as they pass through. Okay. Like this is like resistance movements and things like that. Sure. These are partisans.
Politics is based in power, and if this priorly established by convention form of sovereignty is recognized by some international system, then the international system is the real hegemony, in which case it's not really a partisan movement, at least from a global perspective. It's part of the international hegemony you're talking about, if you're talking about that.
See, look, like
politics is about who's in power. It's not about...
but you say this like this is a statement with content. Politics is about power. You may as well just say politics is super duper with how much content you've put there.
You know what's stupid, especially, is because
power is not defined by sovereignty.
Schmitt uses the example, for example, of the peasant rule agrarian partisan, which is very much rooted in forms of power or forms of politics at the village level and local level that are oftentimes subsumed by greater force. And it's still deployed in a revolutionary way that's outside the established form of politics. So just because there's a structure that's vestigial...
The reason though, is because in the event of an occupying force with internal to the occupied territory a state of stability, with a police force and with government in place, nonetheless, actors can independently or as
it's not the political power.
In some sense, illicit groups can still engage in violent or insurrectionary action vis-a-vis the invading force. So, for example, you can have resistance movements that do not have the sanction of government, do not have the sanction of any like police force or any military, but nonetheless, by their own lights and direction, will bomb supply lines, will assassinate like enemy like officials or whatever, and like this is one of the reasons why as well. Schmidt points out that there may indeed need to be a situation which we have to consider the
What a bunch of jibber jabber. What does that even have to do with anything?
Civilian population as itself requiring protection from the partisans. Sorry?
Okay, but the fact, what are you saying? The partisans establish a new
I'm saying the MAGA movement is not partisan.
But that has none of what you just said. Because they're not bombing supply lines. What are you trying to say?
Because they're not doing anything that partisans do, and they vote conventionally like everybody else.
They're not doing any of the things Schmidt observed partisans to do in his time, but we're in an information warfare age where I have a new concept of the partisan. I just rejected the idea that Schmidt contradicts mine.
Being an edgelord on YouTube does not make you a partisan either.
No, it doesn't. But being part of a broader political movement that is built on collective distrust toward the reigning institutions of society, when you're situated in that context, you're part of a broader partisan movement.
No, Vaush, you're a liberal, remember? Sorry, what?
So, yeah, Sunday, you haven't engaged with the point at all. You object to the view that MAGA is outside the established form of politics. I find that baffling. You haven't been able.
Your argument is only that you find it baffling.
So let me get to President Sunday's argument is that MAGA is not outside the established form of politics. They're not bombing supply lines. Okay. Good luck. That has no explanatory value.
Hey, look. If you can produce something else, bombing supply lines is not exhaustive of all the things you can do that would be irregular. And by the way, unconventional is not my term. That's your term. Irregular is not exhausted by the unconventional. And
oh my God, these fucking
semantics. Is not sufficient
semantics.
To ground the regular.
Holy shit.
The irregular.
Now we're going to hinge on the difference between irregular and unconventional.
It's a theoretical discussion, Haas. We are talking about
no, they're the same. You know what? I'm going to put my foot down and just say irregular and unconventional are the same fucking thing. Like, I'm not. Though. This is such a stupid.
No, because the irregular can be contained within conventions, and indeed they are. Like, for example, the Geneva Convention is partially concerned with dealing with irregular.
Irregular and unconventional can refer and often do refer to the exact same thing. So we're gonna stop with this semantical
but not in this case. In fact, if you've actually read Schmidt's essay, this is directly what he talks about.
Let's get to the objection.
That's not semantics. This is actually the substance of the theory.
This is fucking obscure semantics.
It's really short. Anybody can watch it. It's like read it. It's like a 50-page essay.
There can be irregular activity that is situated within regular activity. That's how fucking stupid you sound.
No. The category of the irregular can be subsumed under conventions, right? We're doing so when we talk about it right now.
The category of irregular can be subsumed by regularities. What a stupid fucking thing to say.
Well, actually,
what is so different between regularity and convention?
Because
it's
not
stupid.
Absolute. No, Haas.
It's such jibber jabber.
Haas. We're talking about international law here. We're not talking about like absolute metaphysical irregularity. We're talking about irregularity with respect to conventional military forces, as those are understood by the canon of military and political thinking.
Okay, what is the point of raising this pedantic, legalistic?
Because
what is the point
what you're calling.
We're talking about theory. We're not talking about international law.
International law is going to be, it's law, Haas. What is law comprised of?
Because when someone refers to an unconventional,
it has to be interpreted.
Hold on, when someone refers to an unconventional method of warfare and an irregular method of warfare, they tend to be referring to the same things.
Well, no, not necessarily.
I didn't say necessarily. I said they tend to.
No, because this is actually where.
So you mean they don't tend to? Okay,
no.
Say that.
This is where, Haas, in the context of talking about military issues, conventional can refer, for example, to the types of weaponry deployed, but not actually.
But what I said was conventional warfare.
But that does not touch on whether the units involved are regular or irregular. Like, for example, state armies can engage in unconventional warfare, but it can be comprised entirely of regular troops.
Okay, what's your point? I said in unconventional warfare. Irregular warfare and unconventional warfare.
Irregular warfare is referring to the types of actors involved, not the types of war involved.
I'm referring to the type of war.
Irregular which case, warfare, once again,
irregular warfare is
in which case,
Haas,
but Haas, if that is indeed where you're going to fall on this, then the sword you're falling on is you have one violent event that
No, that's not. That's
that
not
stands
what it
apart
is.
from
Again, it's
politics
not about,
as usual.
We're living in. It's
which
January
you disavow.
5th, it's January 5th, 2021.
And
It
that's
never
it.
even happened.
Yes, yes. That's what I just said. So what you've got then is you've got a bunch of meanie douchebags who happen to vote in a way that a lot of people don't like, and some people speculate that they were paid off by Russians at some point.
Okay.
But that's
And,
not
and
irregular.
those people just so happen to not carry the baggage of the
like similarly,
let me finish.
Like a lot of
Those
them
people,
will refer to.
Holy shit.
Will also
Okay.
accuse.
And those people,
Like when you're invoking globalists, you're doing the same thing.
Okay, you're jibber jabbering. Those people happen to not carry the same baggage that, for example, the average political subject outside of the MAGA movement does. Therefore, it is much easier for actual partisan political ideologies, for example, to find fertile soil among the MAGA people for that
Unconventional
reason.
warfare.
So you're saying, it's a bunch of douchebags or whatever. Okay, those douchebags are more receptive. Like, who do you think, even if you want to refer to real warfare, where do you think the American militia movement will find more fertile soil? The MAGA movement or Starbucks baristas? It's like, it's so fucking stupid.
Hey, no, Huz. I'm not saying they can't be a partisan.
Who's calling for the abolition of the FBI? I don't know. Who's situating themselves against the entire state machine?
I
don't know. It's not the baristas.
A lot of people advocate for the abolition of the FBI.
But they're not. But nobody takes them seriously. They take the MAGA people seriously for a reason when they say that. Because there's actual political sitting members in office.
This conventionally regular point is actually kind of important. Unconventional warfare includes drone warfare. Are drones partisans? Are drone pilots partisans?
Unconventional warfare can just refer to asymmetric warfare.
No, that's called asymmetric warfare.
No, but
unconventional. No. You're actually wrong. Unconventional warfare refers to
there are multiple. I get there are multiple senses of the word unconventional.
You're wrong here, though.
There are multiple senses of the word unconventional. Unconventional can refer to things that are novel technological developments. They could also refer to what Carl Schmitt describes in asymmetrical warfare.
Unconventional warfare is engaged in by an agent as a strategy. Asymmetrical warfare is a description of a situation in which you have one force that has some set of characteristics and another one that has different characteristics. So, for example, a state-based army
know what it means,
versus
Sunday. Get to the point.
Criminal insurgency.
Okay, we know what it means, but you're saying I can't use the word unconventional to describe that form of warfare, even though it was unconventional for all intents and purposes.
No, that's not what I'm
Schmitt was describing, for example, Napoleon fighting the Spanish guerrillas in Spain, or, for example, the forms of partisan warfare that emerged in World War II, which were unconventional, right? So
yes.
Okay, so like unconventional
French resistance, etc., guerrillas.
Yeah, unconventional can describe guerrilla warfare.
What? No, that's asymmetric warfare by irregular forces.
It's so stupid. There's no sense in which one can refer to guerrilla warfare.
Well, one directly is invoking conventions.
Dude, this is you know what? Sunday, this is the jibber jabber palace of semantics. I don't want to dwell in this palace with you. Let's just get to the point of the actual debate. Besides semantics, please. I know you're stunned because you're President Semantics. You have nothing beyond semantics.
No. If we're getting to the point, then please, God, get to the point. I should have set an endpoint on this. That was a poor decision making on my part.
I figured you were a busy guy. You would just have like, we're gonna do this for like an hour. Not okay.
Yeah, I know.
Welcome to hell, people.
No. I'm worried. We're all here together as compatriots. Okay, the point, Haz. You mentioned a point. I missed those. What do you have to say, please?
Is that me or Sunday?
No, you were going to say, Haz. So go right ahead. Let's coalesce this. Let's bring this to a non-partisan point.
Okay, well, he was objecting to my use of the word partisan to describe the MAGA movement. But I mean something very specific by that. He doesn't want to level with me there. So, Sunday, do you even intend to meaningfully engage?
No, I really do. But the problem, though, is that you're using terms in a contradictory fashion. Because
what's contradictory?
Can I explain? So, when I say that no, a partisan has to engage in irregular action, and your point of reference for irregular action is they are in some sense unconventional, and your point of reference for unconventional is they have particular attitudes towards particular things, and you will even disavow the one case that would actually work in your favor of like an actually violent action that has insurrectionary potential.
I think Trump's, within the frame of information warfare, Trump's kind of phenomenologization of the American state in his MAGA movement is both irregular and unconventional.
How about this? So if we're talking about information, let's try and find like a corresponding equivalent in information warfare. Okay, what I would look for there is I would look for a political movement that is engaged in somehow, in a serious way, actually subverting the function of the mediums through which that information is conveyed. So that can range from like somehow subverting like algorithmic tools. It could be maybe you do the V for Vendetta thing and you hijack a TV station. I don't know, but something like that. You realize
information warfare also includes a war of soft power and ideology, not just the infrastructure
so it
by
doesn't,
which
okay, so it literally means nothing then to you. It's just whatever you
No,
need
because there is an ideological superstructure
what
that
is soft,
MAGA does
soft?
obscure the ability for it to be disseminated.
Okay, but
that's what the whole fake news thing was about that everyone was talking about years ago.
But soft power isn't a form of politics. Soft power is the purposing of...
The government disagrees with you. The State Department disagrees with you. The governments of every country disagree with you.
No, the distinction between soft and hard... No, the distinction between soft...
Is an extension of politics.
No.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, information war involves soft power because soft power includes information, but soft power and hard power are distinctions introduced by international relations theorist Joseph Nye to talk about the purposing of different types of forces.
There we go. So instead of leveling with what I mean, you have to give it etymological fucking rundown.
That's not etymological, though.
I know it's not etymological, but you have to give some kind of like encyclopedic fucking description of the term I use.
No, the difference.
Why are you so fixated on terms? You know what
because
I mean.
Because I know what they
mean. I just mean information
and you're
war.
making it up as you go.
No, dude, we don't need an encyclopedia, a Wikipedia article for every word I use. We don't need to go through. In 1704, it was the first usage of this term by Joseph Semantington.
But you introduced these terms, and you haven't justified them.
Okay, what do I mean by the term?
That would be fine by itself if all you were doing was just naming things.
This is a perfect example of your bad faith.
Hang on.
This is a perfect example of your bad faith debate tactics.
Wait.
What do I mean by soft power? What do I mean by information warfare?
What do you mean by soft power?
Okay, what I mean by soft power is that MAGA is engaged in forms of information that contradict the soft power aims of U.S. unipolar.
But you're not defining soft power. You're just involving soft power in another sentence about something else.
Okay, soft power are the forms by which the U.S. exercises its hegemony that are not directly...
Soft power by itself, what is it? When you say the U.S. uses soft power, what are they using?
I was literally trying to give a description of that, but you interrupted
me. I don't believe you. Can you just do it?
All right, then it's not. You're not. If you don't believe me, then how can I say it? You're just gonna keep interrupting me because you don't believe me a priori. Like, dude, let me talk. Okay. Soft power is cultural. Soft power is through the media. Soft power is through what ideas are being spread. Soft power is what kind of sentiments are being cultivated. Those are all forms of soft power. For example. Do you believe me now, Sunday?
So when you say, because they engage in information warfare, the content of that is they engage in information warfare, because you just recapitulated that.
Dude, because look, I could literally, okay, what does the word "the" mean?
It's an article specifying a
So the just means the?
No, it's an article specifying a particular...
So the just means the.
I am referring to...
All you just said was the means the, dude. We're never going to be able to communicate now because you're trying to like... do I literally have to like...
No.
Do I literally have to like have a lightning bolt and like...
I'm just
do I have to like throw up... Do I have to like reach across the Discord
pause.
video screen and like kind of enforce the
is your example of me being
basis behind the
pedantic
meaning of words
based on
like, dude, all words are, all words are metonymic, right? They're always going to refer to other words that in a tautological way just describe what that word means. I'm trying to give you examples of
no,
information.
that's not true. That's not true.
President
Yeah,
Sunday.
1000% it's true.
Hold on one moment, President Sunday.
Yes.
Make your point, and then I would like to say something. Go ahead, please.
No, you go ahead. I got nothing.
Okay. So this is we're arriving at, and when I say we're arriving at, what I mean is we've been at for nearly 4 hours, an insurmountable gap. Okay, this is a river that you cannot cross, and this is a difference in communication styles. It is, in the humble opinion of this moderator, the responsibility of people trying to communicate their ideas to understand the language of the people they're talking to. You two speak very different languages. This might literally be insurmountable. So the goal then is to understand the concepts that are being discussed, the basic ideas on a fundamental enough level that you can talk through it without needing to grasp the subtleties of the language that's being used. We've been arguing the definition of partisans for a long time now. I'm willing to bet that whichever of you came out on top, if ever there could be a winner in that discussion, it would be immaterial to the broader point, or at least very minorly so. Probably because this is one of what could be like an innumerable number of such discussions. So leaving aside definitions, if we could avoid definitions entirely, if we could just communicate as much as is possible in a vibes-based fashion, let's move on to the next point. Obviously, working away from definitions means that it's difficult to mount a more systemic critique, President Sunday, because definitions are important. They're not unimportant. They're just leading us in a really circular conversation. So, if at all possible, I would like it if we could gesture at definitional problems rather than getting into the weeds, because we clearly can't get anything from that. Is that fine with both of you? Because I don't think there's an alternative.
Yeah. So I will try to.
You've said yeah, Haas. Oh, sorry, not Haas. You're Haas. President Sunday as well. Yeah. Or
I would like to make one final remark, if that's all right. It's a short one.
Okay, as long as it's a pair to Haas's yeah, affirmation disagreement. Go ahead.
I just want to note, as like a final observation on this, that he has simultaneously denied Russia's involvement in MAGA while also relying on Russia's involvement in MAGA in order to justify.
No, I didn't. All I need to rely upon is the accusation that Russia's involved, which implies that at the very least, the ruling hegemony doesn't think it comes.
Well, that's weaker than them actually being involved, so that's not great either. But whatever.
Yeah, so you were wrong on that point. I don't. Well, no, it doesn't mean Russia has to be behind it. It just means that there's a perception, even among the ruling class. It's not coming from them. It's coming from somewhere else. I think it comes from the American people, not Russia, by the way. And I think the American people are just as alien to the elites as Russia is. And that's my whole point about why they're partisan.
You mean the American people who are like slashed down the middle by MAGA?
The people who were left behind and forgotten about completely.
The real people
by the establishment. The people who lost all their jobs in the Midwest and the flyover states and so on. But anyway, I didn't. It shouldn't have gotten that deep. I'll just simplify it really completely. I think that MAGA has disrupted American politics in an unprecedented way, and that anyone who's interested in alternative political ideas in general will probably have a better chance working within the MAGA movement than working within the.
Hang on, this is the commercial.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to make a point for you to disagree with, but.
No, we're not. We're moving on to the next section, whatever that is. I'm not.
Okay, well, I was trying to move it on to something, but you can go ahead.
I agree that this semantically counts as a closer to the previous topic of discussion. Haas, continue what you were saying, and then President Sunday, your final thoughts, and then we will move on.
No, we can close that other one if that's because I thought that other one was just a black hole, and I'm going to reset it so we can actually debate.
Do you have any final thoughts then, President Sunday, on that specific subject?
Not really, no.
Okay, so. Since you're the one mounting the critiques then, President Sunday, was there another subject you wanted to bring up? Again, I know it's a long document, and I have no idea how far down
it's a very long document, and the essence of what I was primarily interested to discuss was the conceptual stuff that leads to this conclusion, which is what we were just talking about before, which is why we got hung up on the partisan thing, because that's what all this hinges on. I am I'm not sure what else there is to talk about. I suppose it's a little bit, except for once again remarks on like the strangeness of some sentences. So, for example, one thing that just sticks in my mind is, quote, a complete takeover of the Hitlerite kind is all but now inevitable, which will attempt to satisfy the patriotic aspirations of the MAGA movement into consensus for war, a war which will seek to preserve the power of the bankers and globalists. It's odd, but there's not a whole lot else to go off of here.
You want to go deeper on it? What you find odd about it, or
no? Because we're just gonna loop. So
okay.
I don't know. Is there anywhere you want to go?
Brought it up, but I stand by that statement.
Yeah, but you understand why it's funny, right?
Can you define funny for me? I think you're using that in
not even as a joke. Not just why do you
so do you have anything besides jokes, Sunday?
No, I want an answer. That I think that was a valid question, Haas. Do you understand why he might have an issue with that statement just at the face of things?
My best guess is that he is confused about why there's tendencies in MAGA which might be exploited for a consensus for war, while there's also simultaneously tendencies that can be in the other direction. I think it's an intermediate strata generally, and that's the whole point of kind of Gramsci's idea of hegemony, and even Lenin's notion of the two tactics, where he wrote about.
But what I'm getting at here is that is that you fear a takeover of the Hitlerite kind, which is all but now inevitable, but then you place the responsibility for this fear on the nefarious actions of bankers and globalists.
The ruling class, yeah, who are definitely both bankers and globalists, oil bankers in particular, if you need to know, but yes, globalists as well. I mean, if you want, you can just say beneficiaries of the unipolar American system if you don't like globalists, but it's pretty much the same thing.
Well, no, because
what are
beneficiaries is indefinite. You're not referring to a particular group of persons. Like,
is any group
who doesn't
people
benefit in some capacity from
okay,
the system?
sorry.
Wait, really quick before this spirals out, really quick. You said it was funny, President Sunday. Why? Is it the ambiguity of the term globalist? Is it the idea that a beneficiary could?
It's maybe the juxtaposition of bankers and globalists as a nebulous world manipulating cabal, as the hypothetical or theorized.
It's not a cabal.
It's not a cabal. Okay, they're
nope.
They're
globalists.
I guess.
Okay, to be honest, globalists probably refers to like more like, you know, think tank people, the ideas that are coming from the think tanks, and the bankers are referring to where the money for those think tanks is coming from. That's just don't reduce it all to the think tanks, but that's an example.
No, but you know goddamn well that you worded this in such an ambiguous way so that somebody who wants to read Jew there will read Jews.
You know what's funny? You thought Jew. Globalism is referring to the post-war globalist. That's not, I don't think at least, that's not a primarily Jewish thing. Jews in traditional anti-Semitism are accused of being internationalists. Internationalism is not the same thing.
As opposed to globalists, internationalists.
Yeah, because globalism is encompassing not just continental Europe and maybe the Americas, although anti-Semitism was never that popular in the Americas. But through continental Europe, there was the idea that, the Jews are internationalists, they're not loyal to any of us.
Sure,
and they stabbed us to the back in World War I. But the global system, I don't even think... in most people's head, if I tell a MAGA person, yeah, the globalists, they're going to be like, yeah,
sure,
that's Jews. I don't think they're gonna think Jews, right?
You're a Duganist who primarily relies on people like Schmitt and Heidegger, and you're trying to appeal to the MAGA movement.
I could probably accept Schmitt and Heidegger are probably anti-Semitic in some sense, but Dugan is not.
If you say so.
But by the way, how can you explain?
Where do you want to go next? I don't know.
I don't know.
Like,
So you
my analysis here is exhausted largely because it was intractable and literally.
By the
every
way,
point.
I'd like to add something, if
Yeah.
I may. I stepped out of line a little while earlier by being a bit too inquisitory and doing more of a debate than a moderator thing. That's just me sliding into familiar habits. But I do want to ask this, Haz. Regardless of how you may feel about the term, I'm sure you're aware of the fact that Nazis do use globalist as a dog whistle. Obviously, that doesn't mean the term-
I am, but I think that's more of a niche internet ideology kind of thing. Whereas on the ground, when I talk to people and they say globalist, who are not like terminally online, like boomers, for example, they do not mean Jews. They are talking about, people in Washington and they're not. They don't. I don't think anti-Semitism is that prevalent on the ground as it is online among younger people. So,
I agree that lots of people use the term outside of an anti-Semitic context. I mean, if you go back and you look at some of the stuff that Bernie Sanders has said, for example, if you were really uncharitable, well, he's Jewish, but if you were really uncharitable, you could be like, what do you mean by that? So it's not so much like the innate definition of the term or anything like that, but it is such an ambiguous term. Like, to you, I ask, you say globalism.
I think
that can mean a lot of stuff. Do you mean like food? Like, they say a kebab on every corner, right? Do you want every country to be a cultural
Well, I think I'm referring
wall?
to this kind of the ideology of the unipolar American system built after World War II. But I think it's inherent in the nature of anti-Semitism that, of course, when you say the ruling class, when you say those who rule us and those in power, just because you're not qualifying some specific theoretical analysis, will some people read that and say, oh, you're talking about Jews? Of course they will. But I don't think you bear the responsibility for that unless say it's Jews.
On the subject of Dugan, does he not distinguish between quiet, loyal, good Jews and bad Jews who are the rest?
Where does he do that?
This is referenced in a couple of places. I am not a massive Dugan reader, but this seems
I
to be a thing that
am a Dugan reader, and I've never heard him say anything of that
Well,
sort.
you might want to get up on that a little bit because it seems like this is.
I'm asking you to cite your sources on Dugan's anti-Semitism.
Oh, I just searched Dugan and Jews because I was curious, and it seems to be a fairly ubiquitous point on that.
Okay, give me citations.
Well, actually, give me 1 second. Yoram Hazony apparently has an interesting quote. That would be an interesting one. Bear with me for 1 second.
Just read it out and tell me where it's from.
This is from Dugan by Yoram Hazony, who is a Jewish conservative in the United States. If you're familiar with him.
Okay, so is it
he in the
Dugan the
States?
primary
He might be
source?
somewhere else. This from Dugan, quote, completing the Palestinian genocide is also part of the Zionist plans. Then there will come a period of Jewish rule on a global scale when the peoples of the earth recognizing the supremacy of the Jews and submit to them. This is what Israel lives on.
Where did Dugan say that?
This is quoted in the Asia Times, I believe. Let me pull this up.
Yeah, please find the primary source, because
Give me
it doesn't
a
really
sec.
sound like Dugan.
I'm getting there. It kind of does, though, honestly.
Okay.
Here we go. Dugan is a Russian. Okay, so in his May 6th essay for the Chinese website, which is called. Here we go. Dugan's website, which is defunct, which makes sense. So this is older. But the quote is, the traditional pre-modern European order was defeated and completely destroyed at the beginning of the 20th century. That's not the quote. Hang on.
Yeah, it's not the
Here
quote,
we go.
is
Sorry,
it?
it's up here. I was reading
I knew
a
it wasn't a
quote by
quote.
somebody else. No. On the article, it breaks after a photo of Dugan to somebody else.
So where's the quote? The quote, dude.
Right here. The Zionists did not recognize either the decision to create a Palestinian state.
Where's the
or
primary
international
source for that?
What?
Can you
Well,
link
it
the
appears to
primary
be
source?
it appears to be from Dugan's website, now defunct. We're not here to debate this.
Hold
I was
on,
just
link
pointing
the
out that there
primary
seems to be a
source,
common
because I would
thread.
be surprised if Dugan said that. So link it,
Well,
please.
the primary source is defunct. It was Dugan's website. It's
Oh,
no
so it
longer
doesn't.
accessible.
Oh, so it's. I guess we just have to take whoever's word for it.
No. But I'm not
Yeah.
leaning on Dugan being anti-Semitic. I just looked out of curiosity and I found a
All
bunch
right.
of
Well,
quotes that seem to
I'm
refer
not
that to
familiar
him.
with any anti-Semitism.
So this seems to be there's a lot of discourse about him being anti-Semitic, so it might be worth.
Yeah, he's accused of that.
catching up on.
He's accused of that.
But he's accused of that
baseless-
with quotations. So if you want to
No,
prove those
it's-
quotations are false, that would be interesting.
I just want you to cite them from things he's actually said or written.
Source.
And
or
by the way, the reason I
Dugan,
know Dugan is
good,
not anti-Semitic is
bad
because he has routinely defended Judaism as a legitimate traditional religion of Russia. And
Okay,
he's
sure,
also-
but that's like how
he's
Richard
also-
Spencer.
he's also
no.
argued-
But hang on,
Dugan has also argued-
Richard Spencer insists
I don't
that
care.
other races should also have their own state to maintain their own.
But
cultural
Dugan doesn't say
distinctiveness.
that.
doesn't
Dugan
make him not a
says
racist.
Jews who are Russians are brothers, and their religion is a part of our civilization.
Yeah, but he defines
Dugan-
being Russian by being quiet and submissive to the Russian state.
I don't know what you're talking about here, but Dugan also says that he admires many of the aspects of Jewish mysticism and the Kabbalah and so on. I don't ever see him
Doesn't
say anything anti-Semitic, anything bad about Jews. I've never seen it. It would be a surprise to me, actually. But it's interesting how Jews just get brought up for no reason. I just think that's kind
Well,
of
no,
just-
no, they got brought up in this context because you were
But who
referring
was
to
mentioning, where did this
bankers
stuff
and
come from?
globalists in the
Okay.
context of fearing a Hitlerite
Yeah,
takeover.
we are ruled by bankers and globalists. That is indeed true. Rockefellers
when
were
you're
oil...
specifically
Dude, Rockefellers are not even Jewish. Rockefellers are the oil bankers. The oil bankers
when you're specifically
are the
appealing-
Rockefellers, and they're
when you're
not Jewish at all.
when you're specifically appealing for merging communism with the MAGA movement in particular, which is who
So
you're
do you want to
selling
know
to,
why
it's not the
bankers and
communists.
globalists matter? Because that's the form of monopoly capital today. I'm a Marxist-Leninist. It's supposed to be a united front against monopoly capital. That's the whole...
You're not a Marxist-Leninist, though, because you keep defaulting to fetishizing the universal state. That's not a Marxist-Leninist position. That's a Hegelian position, which is the root of fascist ideology.
No, it's not. It's...
Yes, it is. That's literally what the
No,
doctrine of fascism directly
Alexander
corresponds
Kojève.
to.
Nope.
Giovanni Gentili was...
Nope. It's
Yes.
Hegel is not the
Yes.
legitimate basis of Giovanni Gentili, who departs and breaks from
He was a
Hegel.
Hegelian. What are you talking about?
Giovanni Gentili breaks from Hegel in the most fundamental of ways. He's not a real Hegelian. He's a
Not
complete
there, he
pervert.
doesn't.
Yes, the universal state is also employed by Kojève to describe the Soviet Union. I think Stalin would agree with it. Kojève wrote a letter to Stalin, completely. You can read it yourself. But no, it doesn't only... I mean, it originates with Hegel, yeah, but...
Well,
I
Stalin
argue
says
that...
so.
So if you want to know the Marxist-Leninist position, which is the socialism in one country thing, civilization states and universal states will indeed survive, possibly for hundreds of years, before the final dissolution of the state as such. But the Soviet Union, in Marxist-Leninist doctrine at least, can be described as a universal state, and there's nothing about that that's incompatible with Marxism-Leninism. Because
No,
Marxism,
it's actually direct. That's why Marx literally wrote the critique of the philosophy of right, which was directly criticizing Hegel for
but if a
fetishizing the
universal
Prussian state as
state,
the
if
universal
a
form.
universal state is based in the proletarian dictatorship, then Marxist criticisms don't apply because it's based in class struggle.
But it's not a universal state if you still have class struggle schisming the whole thing, right?
Yes, it
why
is.
it's
That's
not a universal
precisely
state.
what makes it universal.
But it's not though.
Yeah, it is, because
you
the
still have
proletariat is
class
the
divide.
universal class. So a state based on the dictatorship of the proletariat, which is suppressing the development of all...
It's not the universal class if they have to be dictators, right?
Yes, it is, because class... You didn't listen to my opening statement. Class does not refer to discrete, strictly defined social formations fighting. It refers to oscillations It refers to virtualities competing over intermediate strata. So there's no pure proletariat or pure bourgeoisie. It's a virtual orientation. It's not. It's not like classical physics of billiard balls hitting each other in the fucking in empty space. It's referring to tendencies. It's referring to orientations.
No, it's not just referring to orientations.
Yeah, it is.
Classes are defined by having real control over real resources or lacking thereof, or having real relationships based upon production or the sale of labor.
How does that control work? This is like Marx's critique of
What do you mean, how does that control work?
Because you think somehow that this is like the aggregate of individuals.
How does who owns the material of production control work?
How do they own it? Do they own it as the sum total of individuals enter into a Lockean agreement with each other to own it on a basis of individual discrete atoms?
No, by social convention, the state reinforces their decision-making capacity.
So it's social.
With respect
you're right.
To
it's socially
product
established.
And
it's social, not individual. So yeah, class.
What?
Does class refers to something social, not individual?
Of course, they're social classes, Haas.
Yeah, that's my point, dude. So you can have.
I feel like I'm having a stroke.
First of all, the proletariat is identified by Marx as the universal class of capitalist society. It is the class which epitomizes the universal interests of all of society and all of humanity. Point one, okay? In a proletarian dictatorship, when this class is elevated to the status of the supreme subject of politics in a dictatorship, that means you indeed do have a universal state whose interests coincide with the interests of the whole country.
Oh,
rather than a specific strata in particular.
Somebody has a link to the Dugan clip. Send it to me on Twitter. Don't try to post it to YouTube. I can't see it there.
We're back to the Dugan stuff.
No, it's interesting.
All right.
This is purely for your benefit. You've been educating me. I want to return the love.
Okay. I'd love to hear what this is. See what this is.
I think Vaush is completely checked out at this point.
Nope, still here.
What are you playing?
I'm not playing anything. I've been staring blankly forward for the past 4 hours.
Oh.
I'm fully engaged, locked and committed. All of my neurons are right here with us, open and vulnerable to the shelling they've been taking.
You got it yet, Sunday?
Hang on. People are.
I don't think you're gonna get it, but I.
Not everyone is as technically savvy as I am.
So how's everyone's night going? Good?
No, I feel like death. I'm glad the power hasn't gone off yet. That's been good.
Yeah, I got some coffee. It's really helped.
I got some kind of cold the other day, and just everything hurts. Like I'm fine. I'm just intensely uncomfortable.
I'm sorry. What about you, Haas? How's your superior? What archaic ethnic term do you use to describe yourself?
What?
Haas.
Yeah.
What? How are you doing?
What ethnic term?
Yeah, don't you have a term? What do you describe yourself as? There's like a YouTube video on this. It's like a thing.
He's a Mongolian Khan, isn't he?
Is it Mongolian? Yeah. How are your superior Mongolian genes holding up? How you doing?
Well, it is certainly a night and a debate.
Those are both true. Over in Russia, it's actually the day.
So are we waiting for Sunday's thing about Dugan?
Web archive. Okay. Yeah, apparently I found it. Give me 1 sec. Translate to English. Oh, there's a video. Which is playing automatically. Can I stop this? I don't know if this is going to be TOS. I'll have to read quickly. Oh god, this is a massive brick of text. I don't know what this is, guys.
Well, after this conversation, you should be familiar with those, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm this isn't helpful, guys. I don't know what you're looking at here exactly. But I don't think this is the thing that we're looking for. Oh, here we go. Oh, hang on, I see. So it was the...
Can't we just assume that Dugan is anti-Semitic because all Russians are evil? That's the logic I've been using for my streams for the past year and a half. Works out for me.
Oh, that was the quote. I can't remember what the quote was, though. It was too long.
Tough crowd.
Well, Hawes, was there anything you wanted to talk about, or are we just going to sit here sulking?
I thought you were
going
going to provide something for the Dugan thing, but...
Well, I'm not invested in Dugan being an anti-Semite. I looked at it when you said he wasn't.
I mean, you just brought it up again, so I thought it was going to be your saving...
No, because you were insisting that you were just completely innocent when you were once again appealing to the MAGA group in particular, with bankers and globalists as the
yeah, I think I am innocent.
Big historical bugbears.
I think I am innocent.
Uh-huh. Oh, here we go. Right. Got it. Here it is. Bless you, Web Archive. So we pulled this up.
Can you share it in the group chat?
Yeah. Give me 1 sec. Just let me confirm this quickly. So here we go. So, global scale. The completion, yeah, here we go. You'll have to translate it, but here I'll send it to you in particular. The completion of the genocide of the Palestinians is also included in these Zionist plans, and in their opinion, there will come a period of Jewish rule on a global scale, the fifth monarchy, when the peoples of the earth, the Goyim, recognize the supremacy of the Jews and submit to them. Who's he talking about? Oh, you're all having violated the Talmudic commandments. The Zionist leaders, in fact, yeah. So it's... Yeah. It's not like a Hitlerite approach to it, but it's...
So isn't he just describing ultra-nationalist currents of Zionism? Not what he thinks.
I mean, he might be. I'm not a fan of Yoram Hazony. I'm not invested in defending the integrity of what he says. I'm just saying there's a lot of people talking about this. I am not... I don't have to hinge anything on whether or not Dugan is an explicit anti-Semite or not.
Yeah, I think he's just describing what some crazy people believe, not what he thinks.
Oh, well, there you go.
No love lost between you two, huh? No banter?
What's your favorite sword on the wall there, Hawes?
Haas, you have to answer the question.
So, I mean, just to be clear, Dugan's also making a lot of like opposite of anti-Semitic arguments here. He's saying that Zionism is against the Jewish religion and stuff from the Orthodox Jewish perspective. So it's interesting you use this source.
Someone just sent this to me. I don't have this to hand.
All right.
I think Dugan's a shit political theorist. I am not invested in him also being like a Nazi.
Yeah, but I think things like that matter when we're talking about...
I mean, he's not far off. He's an apologist and theorist for a murderous, aggressing fascist regime, but that's beside the point.
So do you have no objections to raise anymore?
I have myriad objections. However, I am we've canvassed, I think, the extent of what our generous host is able to.
Whoa, no,
survive.
I'm not the weakest link here. Don't you quit on my account. I got my coffee. I'm fine.
Well, what do you want to talk about, Oz?
You can also stop if you want to. I'm not locking you both here.
I can't. I am unable to. It's a rule now.
How are you
Okay.
doing, Haas?
Well, you seem to have objections, Sunday, and it just seems like you're unable to defend those objections without getting into the weeds of semantics.
Well, no, when you're giving definitions of things.
Okay,
you're
instead of
completely failing to justify them.
accuse me of using words inappropriately, which is already tenuous, can you
Not
like make
inappropriately, contradictorily, and inconsistently.
yeah, which you haven't been able to support, and that's why we can't get into the weeds of that because it's a loop. But
Well,
can
no,
you just
I would
can
love
you
to be
make
able to
an
just like.
effective argument against my political theory or my position? For example, do you think it's in contradiction with Marxism? Do you think it's somehow
Do I think? Do I think? Yeah,
okay?
yeah, it
Sure.
is.
Why is that?
Well, for a start, you're once again like moving heaven and earth in order to justify orienting this around um, a particular community that is originating on the basis of capitalist expansion and exploitation. So
What you
the
mean? You
the
mean the
telluric,
hold on, to be clear, you're referring to the United States of America as a polity.
yes, the
Okay.
Tellurianism, the
Wait,
Tellurianism
wait,
of the
wait,
MAGA
wait,
movement.
wait. Then how do
The
you
Tellur, hang on, I'm not done yet. The
sure.
Tellurianism of the MAGA movement is one that's going to be rooted on a community that established itself by exterminating and abusing the natives and enslaving Africans and other
Okay,
people.
but
So
speaking of Marx and Marxism, are you aware of what Marx and Engels themselves thought about this community that you're saying is the worst thing ever? Because Engels actually advocated for the annexation of Canada. Marx defended, I don't even agree with him on this point, but he was so fanatically pro
it's like the most
19th
agreeable thing
century
I've
he was
ever
so
heard
fanatically pro
Engels
19th
say.
century America. He defended the annexation of Mexico. He famously, in a racist quip, called the Mexicans lazy Mexicans, and he was glad the America expanded and took over Mexico. So I don't not saying
Okay.
I even agree with Marx in that regard. I think it was mistaken. But Marx and Engels thought in his letter, especially to Abraham Lincoln, they thought that 1776 was a revolutionary development and that the United States was a legitimate uh, community and soil for socialism. As a matter of fact, Engels said that even European socialism, in some sense, originates in the Americas and the original settlements and the Shakers, which Engels uses as an example directly. Both Marx and Engels are almost ubiquitous. They're very clear that
Okay.
they think America is the future, land of the future for
Okay, but
communism.
Haas, okay. But Marx and Engels were also racist. Isn't like
Okay, we're
the
talking about
stinging retort
Marxism,
that you think
but
it
we're
is.
talking about Marxism. You're saying I'm not
Well, we were
Marxist,
talking about Marxism for a
but you're
reason,
saying I'm
right?
not Marxist because I'm trying to
I'm
ground.
saying I'm saying the fetishization of historical states
What do you mean
is not
fetishization?
what I mean. Treating them as if they have, in your language, some deeper underlying reality.
Yeah. So the Communist Manifesto says the class struggle will be national in form. Ever since then, real Marxism has acknowledged that all class struggle is national in form.
But that doesn't mean the nation is the
That
end. You have situated the
no,
nation
no
as
one's
the end.
talking about the end, but we are talking about the definite context within which class struggle is
But you are,
meaningful.
but you are though if you are situating the nation or the land or something like that as in some sense a deeper reality beneath convention or beneath like historical change or whatever. You would even go so
Well,
far
no,
as to say,
the notion that a civilization, or we're not going to use that word, is deeper than the artificially contrived modern state is in no way opposed to Marxism. How
but
is
it's
it?
not deeper than the artificially contrived state because
But
it's
that's a
generated by
materialist.
state
You
action.
realize that's a materialist insight, right? The idea that the real, for example,
Well, that's neither
Lenin.
neither.
I'll give you an example of this. So I think Lenin was a Marxist. You might disagree. If you say Lenin's not a Marxist, then there's no common meaning we can have. But Lenin says, for example, as simply and as readily as he says, for example, we want to abolish the modern state. That's what Lenin said. So how will laws be enforced? Well, Lenin says, as simply and as readily as any crowd of civilized people, even in modern society, interferes to put a stop to a scuffle or prevent a woman from being assaulted. And secondly, we know the fundamental social cause of excesses, which consist in the violation of the rules of social intercourse. So he recognized these rules of social intercourse that are somehow not reducible to modern states. I am situating those rules of social intercourse into the deeper texture
I'm not. Well,
of civilization.
hang on. There's a difference between saying that all norms and conventions reduce to modern states and saying that there is a civilizational
They
net
exist deeper than the
which-
modern state, yes.
but they don't exist deeper than the modern state. Just because
But
they
Lenin
exist
thinks
apart
so.
or independently
But
does not mean
Lenin
they're
thinks
deeper.
so. But Lenin thinks so. He thinks when the state is gone, they will still be there.
Well, no, because civilization has not been invoked there. Neither is nationality. What we're talking about in that case.
It is definitely.
No, we're just talking about other forms of
It
association.
is
and
invoked.
culture
He
in the
says the
state.
word civilized people. Of course, it's invoked.
Well, civilized doesn't necessarily refer to a civilization as a discrete unit. Right?
So
Like, we
Lenin
talk
uses
about-
the word
we
civilized people.
No, but that this is where once again, like the distinction between civilization as a cultural unit that has an inside and an outside, and civilization as a process of essentially a kind of cultural education. That's where these two things are distinct.
No, you're
So
you're
when he's
taking
talking about
things out of your
civilized,
ass.
like we will refer to civilized as like people who are well mannered sometimes. We're not therefore invoking like a specific type of political entity.
But what Lenin's saying, in my view, implies there is a deeper texture of social relations.
Than the state, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's civilization, right?
Well, I think it's civilization, and I think Lenin would agree with me, and I think the Russian state, Soviet state, agreed with that insight. I think even Stalin agreed with that insight. He said, for example, in the aftermath of the invasion of Hitler, he said the Hitlers come and go, but the German people remain. The German, basically, civilization remains. So there was a recognition within Marxism, Leninism, that civilizations are indeed deeper than modern states. In practice, I mean, and then when we get to Mao in China, it's like game over, dude. That's not even up for dispute. The idea that China is a deeper civilization than the various states contending in the World
China
War era.
is a massive and highly varied place.
Well, I'm just telling you what Chinese Marxists think. And they're Marxists. They have no problem referring to China as a civilization deeper than the modern state. And if they're not Marxists, I guess I'm not a Marxist in your eyes.
Is that because they have a robust reason for doing so, or because the policy of the Chinese Communist Party recently has been to try and foment nationalism to patchwork?
But it's not
over
recent. It's not recent
myriad
at all.
social schisms.
It's not recent at all.
Social
Even
problems.
before they came
No,
close.
it's not that recent. It's going on for like 30 or so years. A little bit longer than
Before
that.
Mao, when Mao was a guerrilla in the 1930s fighting the Japanese, in the late 1930s, there were yearly tributes paid by the Chinese communists to Genghis Khan for being, and this is in their own words, having fundamental contributions to Chinese civilization.
Oh, okay, that's cool, but you're invoking just once again like another propagandistic reason for doing this.
Okay, well, Mao was a Chinese Marxist, and Chinese Marxists clearly
and a
understood-
partisan, by the way, and a partisan. That would be. An
But
example of
Chinese
a partisan.
Marxists clearly understood unequivocally, there's no room for dispute, that civilization's deeper than just modern states. Not just recently.
Well, I mean, and that's why they desecrated.
And you're going to say, well, that
and
just serves their
destroyed.
political purpose. I mean,
No. I was going to say, and that's why they destroyed and desecrated all of the Confucian.
who are you to say that?
What do you mean, who am I to say? This is a matter of historical.
They didn't
record.
destroy all of it, but if there
They
was
destroyed most of it. In fact, they made a big show of bringing them back
who
out.
are you to say
recently and
that's not
restoring
part
them.
of? Who are you to say that's not part of?
In fact, it was a
China?
big thing in 2008 when.
Do you think?
When they were I think was
Yeah, keep
Xi
talking
Jinping
about it,
was
dude.
quoting Confucius.
It's not like we
at the
just got your
Olympics.
point and you're just talking about it. Okay, we got the point. It happened
I
in the
hadn't finished
Cultural
speaking.
Revolution.
You don't know what my point was, Hoss.
We got your point. It happened during the Cultural Revolution.
But you didn't though. No, I
Yeah,
wasn't
we
talking
did.
about Cultural Revolution. I was talking about 2008.
Okay, talk about 2008 or 2023. It doesn't matter. There's nothing written that says civilizations can't undergo these iconoclasms where they radically try to overturn prior traditions. That happens
Okay, but
in
then
the history
but
of
then
civilization.
it begs the question though. You say the German people remain, but Hitler's come and go. Okay, what are you referring to then? The people clearly
We're
don't
referring
remain
to
because
an
they died.
organic historical
Their
process.
ethics don't
We're
remain
referring to a
because they've.
I was going to answer, but you wanted to keep talking. But I was referring.
But you were. I was answering you.
But I'm referring to an organic.
But you were already interrupting me.
All right. So.
If indeed the Hitlers come and go, but the German people remain, well then how do you account for the radical restructuring of Germany? The
Yeah,
obvious
because
fact that all Germans
civilizations
die.
change. They change. You know
But you're
that,
referring to
right?
it as a deeper reality.
So
What are you talking about?
so the changes underwent by civilization does not eliminate the continuity because it's still the same people's history and development. It's not like there's some idol and then if you burn the idol, the civilization disappears. It's not like there's a
No,
statue that the whole
but
civilization hinges
for
on.
something to change, right? It has to have some fixity as well. There has to be something that is enduring the change. It's not just dying and being replaced by something else. It's changing.
Yeah, the people's history. That's what history is. A people's history. That's what history of civilization is. This is like the Archimedes ship.
But clearly not, because multiple peoples can comprise a civilization and they never interact.
They have to interact in some way.
Well, not necessarily, because civilization doesn't involve them constantly interacting with each other.
You mean
It refers to
individuals?
family
Of course,
similarities.
not every individual interacts, but historically constituted peoples, like I'm sorry, I don't. You mean this individualistically or like different ethnic groups? Because within a civilization, all the groups do interact in some way, but not all the individuals, obviously.
No, because the civilization is defined by common practice, ritual, and culture, and things like that, and like
All
forms
right,
of
I don't want to
organization.
get back into the semantic debate.
I don't either.
But we're just talking about whether I'm a Marxist or not. You're saying I'm not a Marxist because I propose there's this deeper kind of even
No,
national.
I'm saying the MAGA thing is dumb.
You're saying I'm not a
It's
Marxist because
consistent with
I
Marxism.
think that the historically constituted community of America. So you think the historically constituted community of America is illegitimate and antithetical to Marxism, but Marx and Engels and Lenin.
Because your basis of that isn't materialistic. It's based on this mystical woo-woo perception that there's some embedded cultural identity in the soil, despite the fact that it was literally appropriated by
you
a
can
capitalist entity.
give a bad faith interpretation of what I mean by the deeper embedded reality, but it was a reality acknowledged by all major Marxists in history,
What?
including Mao and especially Mao with regard to China, where it's just ubiquitous. But Stalin understood that for Russia.
Well, we're talking about now we're talking about China. Like,
Because you're calling it okay. Then Mao is also mystical, woo-woo, deeper reality of China, beyond.
maybe like
Okay, well
I don't know what
I'm a
currency
Marxist.
you think Mao has
I'm a
with me.
Marxist, like Mao was. I'm a Maoist.
Yep.
If you think that's not a real Marxist, you can have your real Marxism and you're covered in your books, sitting down.
So mega communist is mega Maoism.
Yes, quite literally. Yes, it's something. That I think I make it clear in the tag. I am a Maoist, of course I am. Mao Zedong thought specifically. Not...
Does that just refer, as far as you're concerned, to the invocation of
No, I think
the
Mao
orientation around the
Zedong
nation, or
thought.
what are we referring to here?
I think
shoot,
Mao.
my
I
Discord
side with
disconnected.
China and the Sino-Soviet split.
Oh damn it! My internet's dead.
Mao
Hang on.
Zedong thought.
I can hear you.
You can?
Yeah, we
Yes.
can all hear you. Mao Zedong thought is an
Discord's back.
advance in Marxism-Leninism because of his introduction of primary and secondary contradictions, and his radical contribution to the.
I thought you were a Stalinist.
Yeah, I am a Stalinist and a Maoist.
You
See,
were
Stalinists will typically be divided between the Hoja and the Mao. I'm a Mao guy, so
okay.
I thought that was common knowledge. Apparently not.
Oh, here. Somebody wanted me to ask you this. So, in your essay, this is completely out of left field. It thrusts to the fore the basic question: did America have to culminate in what it is today, or beginning from the very same premises, would an entirely different outcome have been possible? Make America great again really means roll the dice again, repeat, with all the Deleuzian connotations, the origin of America, reset American history, return America to the mercy of its progenitor. Nothing could evince the sign of middle-class midwit consciousness and historical nihilism more than the slogan, quote, America was never great, unquote. America was great. It was great when it was other than what it only seems now, when it was latent with culminating into something else, a time that has been forgotten because it is impossible to remember. Time passed over, echoing forever into the annals of a lost past, lost but still felt like deja vu, like a trace memory from the future. Last sentence, I promise. MAGA is there in real America and not here in the empire of lies, whose most principal and founding lie consists in the notion that the highest necessity of spirit culminates in the now putrescent modernity. I'm a little bit perplexed. Can you explain this one to me?
Is that what your reader has asked you to explain?
Yeah, in particular, they want to know what the Deleuzian connotations are.
Oh, okay. So this is drawing from also an essay from Slavoj Žižek called Repeating Lenin. So the basic Deleuzian idea is that novelty emerges from repetition. Typically, one thinks that when you repeat something, it's just going to be the same thing. But for Deleuze to truly, so the Freudian kind of slogan or whatever was that which we repress, we are doomed to repeat. And Deleuze kind of inverts this with that which we repeat, we are doomed to repress. So the moment of real repetition is the revolutionary moment where you return to the origins of one's being, truly return to them, and thereby enable the possibility of another alternative. And that's where novelty comes from.
I'm given to understand that in Deleuze, difference is repeated, not a thing.
It doesn't matter. That's the point. Difference is what's truly repeated. Yes, that's the point.
Okay,
So real
but you're not
difference.
referring to difference here, right? You're referring to a conception of America, a thing, like a thing in the past.
Uh, if okay, what is
That's
America?
a past thing.
No, you can say it's a particular difference, though, if you're gonna go from the Deleuze thing. But how then? Why don't you take your gripe up with Slavoj Žižek, who talks about repeating Lenin? Well, Lenin was a person, not just an abstract concept of difference. It's because you don't know how these concepts are used, Sunday. You try to have a
No, I don't.
Wikipedia.
I'm a
You
mouthpiece for a
don't. You
Deleuzian right
don't
now. To disagree
actually
with you. This
understand.
isn't. I my
Your
my
problem,
my
Sunday. Your problem
my
is that
reservoir was exhausted
Sunday. Your
once
problem
you
is
pulled it on
that
the partisan thing.
you tend to get kind of caught up in trying to give like Wikipedia descriptions of words
No, this
and
isn't.
try to like
This isn't a
define the
Wikipedia
boundaries of
description.
how they can be used. But
I've got
you
a
don't actually
robust
know how to.
I've got a robust following of Deleuzians who are most distressed by this use of Deleuze, and I promised them I'd bring this up.
Well, they
And
can. Okay,
I'm out.
okay. Look, just because I invoke a concept from a thinker, by the way, doesn't mean I'm saying oh Deleuze agrees with everything I'm saying. Okay, Zizek doesn't agree with Deleuze fundamentally because their
Okay.
ontologies are totally different, even opposed, right? But he can still employ Deleuzian concepts to try and as something useful. So what's wrong with that? That's what I'm doing.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that. If you're going to blame Zizek for this being used in a weird, undelusian way, fair enough.
No,
It's not my
no, no,
business.
no. I think your understanding of concepts and thinkers is metaphysical. You assume that there's a...
What does that mean?
Because instead of trying to
I
understand...
I literally just said this wasn't my understanding. I was just asking this on behalf of somebody else.
Okay.
Who says Zizek agrees with Deleuze. Deleuze has a Lacanian reading which doesn't contradict Zizek.
No, no, no.
There's way
Zizek's
to
ontology was built in contradistinction to Deleuze. Just because... See, this is the point of...
Okay, what do you mean by me being metaphysical? Can you explain that?
Yeah, you assume that if you don't agree with every single thing a thinker says, you cannot actually employ the spirit of the concepts they use to illustrate. Like, for example, Deleuze...
That's not true at all. No. Actually, it's entirely the opposite. My issue, for example, with your use of Carl Schmitt and the notion of the partisan is because you're actually betraying the spirit of what he's talking about in order to
Well, you haven't
brute force the
justified
conception
that.
of MAGA communism as being
But you haven't justified...
partisan on the basis of word association.
But the problem is that you haven't justified that. I think in the spirit of what Carl Schmitt's trying to say...
But I did, though. I did.
But you didn't. You got into the weeds of...
But I did.
Semantical
we got into the weeds.
Of semantical...
Your
jibber-jabber.
garden needs weeding, my friend. I'm
Sunday,
sorry.
you're going off a strict literalism of the dead letter of the law instead of the spirit of the law. Okay? So that's the problem, and especially the case
it's not a
here.
law. It's actually the launching point of the theory that you were doing.
It's literally like you're doing it even with the phrase, the spirit of the law, the dead letter of the law. Oh, we're not actually literally talking about laws right now. Dude, it's like this is a parody. This is ridiculous.
We're not though, and here's why it matters.
It's so stupid.
No.
It's
Here's
so
why it
fucking
matters.
stupid, dude.
Yeah, I know. You're tired too. Here's why it matters. If you're making a theoretical account of a thing and you are leveraging somebody else's theoretical work to justify it,
no, I'm not justifying anything. I'm not
fail to follow.
No, I'm not using Deleuze as an authority to bolster.
No, we're talking
the
about Schmitt
credibility.
right now. I'm talking about Schmitt right now.
Well, I'm not using Schmitt as an authority to benefit the credibility.
But you
of my
do,
argument.
because that's the only thing you have to motivate the use of the term partisan in the first place. And you're leveraging
But that's
the
not,
identity of
that has nothing to do with
MAGA movement as
authority.
partisan in order to
Dude,
justify
I don't
it.
use Schmitt to impress people who wear glasses like you. I use Schmitt because anyone who's familiar with Schmitt will see in good faith the continuity. And it's a useful...
What do you have against glasses?
It is useful...
What do you have against glasses? I'm not allowed to have
because
20/20 vision.
it's like you're this arrogant PhD guy, whatever. I took your PhD from this debate. I have 3 of them now. But because it's clear that Schmitt's concepts are useful for the purposes of my political theory.
Elitism is when bad eyes.
So
people.
I am using Schmitt to make it easier to understand where I'm trying to get to. But you're reading it in the opposite way, where it's like, oh, you don't have the right or you don't have the authority or the credibility to use Schmitt because you're using him improperly from the perspective of what's allowed in my academic institution. Well, you're looking at the dead letter of the law, and you're being extremely...
But I'm not, though. You're invoking a theoretical construct in order to justify an
President
argument.
semantics. The only reason
That's not semantics. That's
you focus
a
on
structural
these...
component in your theory.
No.
It would be semantics if it was inconsequential to your conclusion.
No, it's
the way you get to your conclusion.
It is 100% inconsequential when you're using the jibber jabber
Well,
it's inconsequential.
It's inconsequential because the coherence of your theory is not to you a valuable component of it.
Yes, it is. It's just that you are constantly calling into question my use of terms, so as to kind of call into question
No.
Hold on, shut up for a second.
I'm actually
You're just
not
objecting to the use of my terms and the way I reference thinkers because you're trying to somehow prove that I'm not credible enough or I don't hold a PhD, so I'm not allowed to reference them. And I've never. My goal is not. My goal isn't to give some kind of neutral encyclopedic description of Deleuze or Schmitt, but to actively put into use the concepts they were employing to analyze our current reality.
Okay, but if the concepts
more fundamental way. So you are the glasses. You are the guy in the institution, and your goal is
if the word you're using is invoking the concepts they're deploying, but you misrepresent them, then that's a problem. Because you're still leveraging the work that they did. You're just misusing it. That's why the meaning of these terms matters.
You have not shown how anything has been improperly used. You're saying Carl Schmitt was talking about war. There's no way you could apply Schmitt's concept to something that is not literally referring to blowing up trains and supply lines. That's the extent.
No,
of
no.
your
I
ability
gave you.
to
I
prove.
gave you an example.
No,
with
that no,
information
no,
that
no,
would be,
no,
that would be
Sunday.
applicable.
That is the extent of your
Like,
ability to
there's
actually
a way.
interrogate.
Hang on.
The
Let's
credibility
say.
of
Let's
my
say.
use of these thinkers in
No,
terms.
no. Let's say if the MAGA movement did all the stuff that like Anonymous was doing, right? Something
No,
like that.
you want to go back to the stupid MAGA movement, Anonymous. Anonymous is not a political movement. Done.
Well, it's not a political movement, but what I'm saying though is if they started engaging in, for example, breaking down, like typical like security barriers.
No, that would just be illegal acts. That would be a state of literal warfare. It's literalism you're engaged in
What?
because it's the direct dead letter of the law. Okay, if the MAGA is not committing illegal attacks against infrastructure,
Well,
that means it's
hang on.
not
So we can't.
partisan. I think the
Okay.
problem, Sunday, is especially when we're
But Haz, what you're doing.
What I'm talking about is partisanship
You're
versus
putting-
hegemony in the
putting a
Gramscian sense. I'm
tremendous-
not
you're
talking
putting-
about partisanship versus
putting-
necessarily
Haz,
the
you're putting an
official
astonishing amount of
formal law.
effort. Haz, you're putting an astonishing amount of effort into justifying you basically just making shit up as you go.
Okay, but again, that's just
That's
you're
the-
just posturing. You're just posturing. You claim I'm making it up.
No,
as
I'm
you
not.
go.
What I'm saying is that what you're calling your political theory is just you posturing.
No, I'm not posturing for anything. Everything I've said.
You're only
grounded.
posturing. You're only posturing.
You can say that, but you haven't
Look, this
demonstrated
is.
it.
I'm going to take my glasses off.
You
This
can
is me
say
posturing.
it.
Okay.
You can
You're
say it
only
all you
posturing.
want. You can say it all you want, but your claim is tautological, and I don't know why anyone should be convinced to take it seriously.
How's my claim tautological?
Even if I was making it up,
I didn't even make a
hold
claim.
on. You know how
What's
disingenuous such a. Even if I was making it all up as I was going, what does that have to do with the meaning that is attempted to be conveyed? It doesn't mean it's meaningless. Clearly, I'm trying to say something. In good faith, your role would be to try either to decipher what I mean to say or to fuck
tried.
off. But this whole game of like, oh, you're improperly
really
using
hard.
the sacred objects of academia. Dude, I shit on your
What?
academia. All your professors, I'll debate all of them. It doesn't matter. I don't care about your academic institution, and I wipe my ass with it, okay? You can say that, oh, you don't know anything about Schmidt. Okay, let's pretend you're right. Let's pretend you're right, which you're not.
I don't.
What
think
does
you know
that
anything
have?
about
This
Schmidt.
is no. This
No,
is
no.
so
I actually
fundamental.
gave you
This
credit.
is-
I
this
actually
is
gave you
so-
credit.
No,
I
this is
gave
so
you credit.
fundamental
Hang on.
because it
Hang
has
on.
to do with how these thinkers are being read by people
Pause.
like you. You read these thinkers in this like you're putting them in a box, and it's just like these. It's the dead text, this dead letter of law. I'm reading these thinkers, and I'm trying to relate what they were writing to the things that at least I find important and
No, but
significant
Haz,
today, right?
So
we're
but
just
Haz,
reading
there
them
are
in different
examples.
ways.
Haz, there are examples of what Schmidt is talking about in the theory of the partisan that exists today. The MAGA movement.
Yeah,
is
I
not
know,
among
but
them.
I think
So what you're actually doing is using the dead letter of the law, as you put it, in order to bury those other
Holy
things
fuck.
to the advantage of something
Dude,
that's a
I don't
part of
know.
a sales
Dude,
pitch.
Sunday, the problem with you is you can't comprehend the possibility that a concept can be applied in a novel way.
Of course it can.
No,
But
no.
you're not applying it in a novel way.
Hold on.
You're using,
Shut up for a
you're-
second.
No, no, you're
Shut-
just
let me be more
subver-
precise with words since you're
just
semantic
replacing a
Andy. Let
different
me be
thing.
more precise with words then since you're semantic Andy. I'm extending the concept of the partisan to domains and spheres that Schmidt was not directly
But you're
concerned
not
with.
though, because he covered
Yes, I
those
was.
as well. No.
He didn't
No.
cover the internet. He didn't cover the American two-party system. He didn't cover
In which
any
case,
of that
look.
stuff.
In which case, you could find an analog.
Schmidt
to
didn't
it, and
cover
that
the
would be
information
useful.
age. He didn't.
No, if you found,
dude,
if you
what?
found an,
Okay, let me ask you a question. What would Schmidt have written about the nature of partisanship in the information age? You probably
He
don't know that. No one knows
No,
that. 'cause
no.
He's fucking
Well,
dead. I'm trying to do that,
But-
and you're
but-
saying I
but
can't
I
do
actually
that
have an answer to that.
because history has actually
Pause.
progressed.
I actually have an answer
It's
to that.
stupid.
I actually have an answer to that. So, for example, if some group was engaging in, once again, like breaking down the ability of countries to like exchange over the internet, which has been done as a form of sanction recently, things like that, that would be an example. That would be
Okay.
a very interesting
So,
example.
so
WikiLeaks.
what about
WikiLeaks
breaking?
arguably
What about
engages in
breaking
something
the
a
ability?
little bit similar
Okay,
to that.
what about breaking the ability for the hegemony to exercise ideological hegemony over a population?
That's a goal. That is not descriptive of a mode of engagement.
Yes,
or the
it is. Yes,
irregularity
that
of
is
mode.
literally
No,
even
it's
Noam
not,
Chomsky.
because you could do that with a bomb, or you could do it with a
Noam
nuke. You could do it with an
Chomsky-
army.
Read Noam
That's not
Chomsky's
dis-
book.
That's not
Noam
uniquely
Chomsky's
irregular.
book. It's called Manufacturing Consent. That is how the system fucking engages. Yes, that's how the media works. They do actually functionally. Yes, and it's not just
Oh
a
my
goal. It's
God,
something they
you're
actually
losing
do.
that shit. Okay.
It's not just a fucking goal.
So
It's
we've
actually
got a Chomskyite.
It's actually, I'm
Maoist,
not a
Stalinist
Chomskyite.
here.
It's just like to bring up someone who I think shouldn't be too contentious because he's a typical left lib. Even people like Chomsky acknowledge that. How can you say it's just a goal? Of course, it's not. Just a goal.
I'm not. But what you're describing once again is not the activities of the partisan. Vaush,
No,
I am
not
deeply
the
offended that you've
activities
been
of
gaming
the
this whole time,
not
and
the
you haven't even
activities
invited
of
us
the
to play
partisan,
Quake. Like,
not the
unbelievable.
activities of the partisan as strictly and exclusively defined by Carl Schmitt in his work. But whether or not the concept of the partisan can be extended in ways that Schmitt did not directly foresee, you can't say that you can't make a definitive judgment and say no, that's not possible. That's an arbitrary stance. That's completely unjustifiable. You can't.
You didn't
say,
answer my question.
What's your
Which
question?
is your favorite? Which is your favorite sword up there? Can I see
Yeah,
it?
I accept your surrender, dude. Simple as that.
Like,
Pause.
sure.
You have to answer.
If I surrender though, can I see it?
No.
Okay, well, I don't surrender then. Fuck you. I'll show you my sword.
I don't want to see
I've
it.
got two.
I don't
Mine
care
are cooler
about
than
it. I don't
yours.
care.
Mine are cooler, and they aren't just glittery showpieces. They're actually like cold steel, windlass, like battle ready stuff.
Well, I pray you don't go to war with words because you'll be ended up getting cut up. I don't care how big your sword is. Those words will do a number on you.
That is such a clip. Somebody please save that in chat. That was beautiful. Well done, Haas. You are truly the warrior poet of the modern age.
Wait, I'm sorry. You're using the word poet incorrectly. Clearly, that's not what the concept of a poet refers to. And there's nothing you said was meaningful just now. You're improperly using and abusing words. No, there's no communication that's possible. It's just an improper use of language because I said it is. And I've defined the matrices and boundaries of what meaning is arbitrarily because I'm a guy who wears glasses and has a PhD that was coincidentally just taken from me because I lost.
I have I have a bachelor's degree, so I'm sorry to inform you you've taken something of significantly lower value than a PhD.
Okay. All right. Hold on. That's enough. All right.
All right.
I'm sure we can all agree that this has been an extremely productive conversation. We all gave it our best, and
I hate
that's
you
what
so
matters.
much.
Nope, and that's
For
what
letting
matters.
us go on for this long, dear God.
Now,
This is punishment for the
if
Professor
you-
Flowers shit.
if you don't want to be disqualified, both of you have to say something nice about the other one, and it can't be ironic or a thinly veiled insult. All right. President Sunday, you're first.
Your beard is magnificent.
Okay, that was straightforward. Haas, you're up next.
This is a nice cardigan. Come on.
I don't know what a cardigan is, but I am saying
like
this
a
in
sweater,
good
but
faith.
better.
I'm saying this in good faith. I can't think of a single thing, and I'm trying hard.
Okay, then by default, President Sunday wins this debate. On that and Haas's inability to answer the favorite sword in the wall question. Congratulations,
All right,
President
well,
Sunday.
If you
I like the middle
if
one.
you want to say so, I'm confident in the neutral audience ability to judge it themselves. But I thought for a second I've tried to find something, but I just find Sunday to be such an insufferable and pedantic, pretentious person, and I don't think it's. I mean, I think it's just he's extremely arrogant, posturing, and just doesn't want to have a good faith human debate.
Historians will not forget your inability to say which sword was your favorite. This has been unmitigated suffering. I should have never agreed to this. I hope you both have a wonderful day. I'm going to go eat a day's worth of food, which for me is quite a lot. Thank you for the opportunity to remind myself what true suffering feels like. And are there any final words?
Not so much for me. Thank you, Vaush, for your excellent moderation Also, fuck you for letting this go on for this long. And thank you, Haas, for agreeing to whatever on
Yeah,
earth you
so my
thought this
final
was.
words is Sunday. You should probably just read the Substack again. You clearly failed at the first time, so just don't give up. Don't give up. That's my word for you.
I'd rather eat
You'll
my
learn.
cell phone.
You'll understand one day. So anyway, that's it. Bye bye. All right. Fuck. I gotta piss so bad. I gotta piss so fucking bad. Holy shit. All right, I'm gonna piss, or I should just. I'm gonna unpause the donos. Thank you so much, Lionel. Appreciate you, man.
:sun gorilla :sun gorilla :sun gorilla
Thank you so much, Lionel. Appreciate you
:sun
so
gorilla
much.
:sun gorilla :sun gorilla.
Fucking based, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate you so much, man. Oh, man.
Oh my god.
Easiest debate ever. Thank you, PJ. Thought it was gonna be tougher because I thought he was actually gonna like bring out arguments and shit. This guy's Sunday's a fucking idiot, dude. Thank you,
You
Anonymous.
beat your Vaush, all you Vaush simps. Vaush is done. Infrared is rising. Marxism, Leninism, and the
Thank you
age
so
of
much. Like, Sunday was a
multipolarity in the
fucking
post-COVID
moron,
world.
dude. That guy's not smart at all. And I like lost sleep
This is the definition of schooling
preparing.
someone.
Thank you, Stay.
Hashtag MAGA communism
I like was
is
preparing to
unstoppable.
go in my. You guys saw my introduction. Like I was ready to go in depth.
This
Holy
the double
fuck, Anonymous
rainbow
with a
guy?
50.
Great,
Thank you so
what does
much,
it all
man.
mean?
Thank you so much, Stay Human. Like I thought I was gonna get into the weeds of some shit. And he's like been preparing
The
for
fact
weeks.
that Sunday and
Thank you
Vaush
all at a
submit to
solid.
even
Appreciate
this
you,
level
man.
of rigor illustrates the impact Infrared has had, even on his
Yeah.
enemies.
Thank you so
Overton
much.
window shifted.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much, Shane. Appreciate you,
Type
man.
a Z and chat if you're as confused as I am. Oz is winning. I just need to spend 8 years getting my PhD to figure out why.
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Thank you so much,
To
PJ.
Shane's point, Oz, your history of philosophy deep dives are among your best videos. I think many of us would love to see more of those.
Thank you so much, PJ. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you so much. Sunday didn't even put up a fight. He's just like, oh, what? Thank you,
Sunday
PJ.
is entirely captured by Descartes and is unable to see it. Extreme T with no T.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Lionel. Appreciate
Oz
you.
W.
Thank you so much, Emila. Appreciate you.
Oz-based.
I just feel like my main point of MAGA being partisan is like, it's clear there's a difference between MAGA and established political differences. That's not just the traditional Democrat versus Republican. Like, it's clear it's a deeper difference there. Thank you,
His
Emila.
detractors are saying the Tea Party, but the Tea Party was a minority movement.
Yeah, no, the Tea Party, exactly. And also, it wasn't really a political movement that was national in scale. It was never a popular national movement. Thank you so much, old man.
Oz W. Infrared rising.
Thank you so much, old man in the woods. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much, Emila.
:Dugan based.
Thank you, Mila. I got to piss bad, guys, so I'm going to pause the donos again. I'm going to go take a piss. I'll be right fucking back. I'm literally like, my kidneys are about to explode. Give me a sec. I'm back. I'm back. That was a long piss. I took a really long piss, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Oh, man. Alright, I unpaused the donos. But they seem to be... Oh, holy fuck. Thank you so much, Carlo. Appreciate you, man.
He is a hack. He only want to damage your image. He is a Fed.
Yeah. That's literally it. Pause. You don't know what you're talking about. Thank you, Captain Waffles. Appreciate you.
Sunday is a future American. Canada will cease to exist. His country has to be liberated so the Anglo box doesn't.
I didn't even know he lived in
North.
Canada. I didn't even know that. Thank you so much, Iron Rose. Appreciate
It's
you.
very charitable of you to privately tutor a disabled man for free.
Dude's like, what do you mean by civilization? Thank you, Emila.
I think President Sunday wants us to say the Jews, which is typical of lefties.
Yeah, it's so bizarre. Thank you so much, Maoist.
Why is the whitest guy in this stream calling you racist?
I don't know. I didn't know what was going on when it came to that. Thank you so much, Emila.
President Mid-Wit.
Yeah, Vaush was a very oddly more fair. I don't know why.
President
Thank you,
Ford
Sidorite.
has spent over 4 hours saying nothing and making no arguments.
Yeah. Thank you, Crack Dealer. Appreciate you.
Hashtag MAOism.
I think Sunday's such
You
an
gave him like
insufferable
3.5
person. Thank you,
weeks and he
Soapbox.
still didn't prepare.
Yeah, it's so fucking stupid. They think I'm a fascist. I don't care. Thank you,
3
Janar.
hours on categorizing phenomena. That's not theory, that's data entry.
Yeah. No, it's not even that I'm a fascist for saying civilization. It's that civilizations don't even exist. It's not even real. Okay? It's like, okay, what do you mean by civilization? Oh, just like the thick texture of social relations that are below the surface and typically are unified by, a universal state of some kind, or at least aspire toward such a universal state. Yeah, I said you're going off the letter of the law, not the spirit of the law. And he goes, that's not what law means. That was fucking crazy. That was the best part. To me, like, that was, holy shit. It's like, that was a fractal. That was he can't stop himself. He can't, I was like, dude, you're being a pedant, getting into semantics. Oh, well, here's a semantical objection to that. Define semantics. Well, that's not actually what semantics are, actually. Semantics are... It's like, dude, do you want to even respond to me, or are you just... His thesis is that I said nothing at all. If your thesis is that I don't have a political theory, then he came to debate I don't have a political theory. Do you want to debate my political theory, or do you not believe I have one? If you don't believe I have one, why debate me? You know? Why debate me on it? Doesn't make sense. I couldn't find anything nice to say. I was really trying hard, and I couldn't. Because I just think he's so insufferable in every way. Thank you, Karen. Appreciate you.
This debate was such a clear demonstration of the Anglo box.
Amirio with the 50. Did I not thank you for that yet? Thank you so much, man. I kind of didn't want to... my goal was to just have a rational debate about the substance, because it's not often people will debate about my political theory, which I do take seriously and actually care about. So I didn't want to, go crazy and start yelling at Vaush and all that kind of shit, because it's like, I actually take this shit seriously. And if someone's out there who wants to actually debate about it. It's like, I want to focus on the substance. Thank you, Captain.
Vaush literally said he hates Russians and assumes they're anti-Semitic because they're Russian. They were trying to get a rise out of you. W.os.
Yeah. No, I was very... I had it very easy in this debate because yesterday something happened I have to tell you guys about. I spent like an hour or two... Not an hour or two. I spent several hours going back to my writings and consulting my notes because the actual book about political theory is something I'm still working on. PJ, thank you so much for the 20 gifted. And something happened that reminded me of my law school days where I had insomnia for some fucking reason. And it's like I was studying for the test, cramming it right before the test, but it wasn't about the debate. And I just wanted to brush up so I'd have a good grasp about political theory in particular in the debate. Thank you so much, Amila.
Con meditation on the eve of battle. Based.
I bet if I even went back and read that long text, yeah, I think I make it clear, like, he says, oh, this is inessential to Schmitz. I said, partisanship is a political alignment.
You actually schooled Preside
Thank you,
Drunk Sunday.
Charm.
I think he
Appreciate
learned more
you.
than I did.
I
Not
kind of
only
wish
did
I
he
would have
concede
just
his
said
bachelor
this,
to
because
you,
going
but
back to
Vaush
reading,
unfriended him.
going back and reading what I actually said. Thank you so much, Chris.
Vaush's shirt was more interesting than Mr. Sunday's definitions.
Here's what I
He
would have said.
confiscated
I
his
would have said,
presidency.
enter Carl Schmitt's theory of the partisan. Partisanship is itself a political alignment, regardless of where internet, our words, I'm going to say on YouTube, try to situate it on their political spectrum. Partisanship entails an actual political position, which means actual contestation for political power. The partisan goes down to the people, repeating the origin of modern statehood by returning it to its real rather than formal premises. I do think that is essential to a Schmitt's usage of the word partisan. Because what Schmitt is describing is how the power behind statehood becomes this mobile, active force, not any longer established in a state, but welded by the partisan, right? And I think MAGA does that for America, except instead of the violent basis of state power with guns, it's the basis of the hegemony, which is through information warfare, yes. So MAGA is a real contestation for political power, and the basis of political power today, at least formal state power, is somehow downstream from hegemony and the system of alignment. Hegemony is more important than actually formally having guns, for example. Hegemony is what motivates people to defend the violent power of the state. It's more deep and fundamental. So I think that was my point, which, of course, I didn't say because I was just responding to him throughout the whole thing. I think, I need a better debate opponent. I think I need a better debate opponent because he was not putting up a fight. He was just kind of sitting there. I think Sunday was kind of just like, you're not following the rules, dude. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what's going on. Like, you're just like, this is ridiculous. Thank you so much, Anonymous.
Couldn't watch the debate because I'm in the United Cuckdom, but I'm confident that you defeated Jabba the Vaush again.
Indirectly, yeah. See, the problem is that Sunday is kind of like just relying upon this established reputation I have of being an unserious, silly person. And he was hoping that would carry him through the whole debate by these passive-aggressive kind of like, what? Like, he just thought he wouldn't have to make an argument, and it would be self-evident that because of my reputation, I wasn't saying anything with any substance. But I think for any neutral observer, I'm confident at least that in good faith they could see he
Happiness
couldn't get
is
away
the
with
federal
that.
government
Thank
doing
you all
a
this.
study
I
on
appreciate
happiness.
you.
If violence is substituted for happiness, the result is the same. Government, culture and business are now one. Marshall L. C. Lujan.
But I'm so glad I was able to talk about, for example, how leftism is an establishment force. When it came to actually debate about substance, I think I exacted Sunday's submission almost unequivocally, right? He had to concede on a number of points that make me satisfied, not only with winning the debate, but demonstrating and cultivating perhaps an interest in the study of Marxism-Leninism. You know what my problem is, guys, when it comes to theory? If anyone is debating me on theory, they have to acknowledge, yes, I've said something. In that sense, someone who is really going to debate me is going to be building off of my theory. Because by acknowledging it and responding to it, you're acknowledging that it is making a novel point of some kind. It's not really possible to respond to me or debate me without acknowledging that I am saying something worth consideration. And I think that's why it's difficult for people like Sunday to debate me. You have to acknowledge that I'm onto something, right? And you have to build off of it somehow and say, okay, you're right about this, but here's where you really fuck up. But for you to say, oh, you're wrong about everything, you don't have a point whatsoever, you're using words completely incorrectly, you can't get away with sustaining that position. I think that's the problem. Like, thank you, meme magician.
Can't believe that guy had a PhD. Guess they're just giving them away now. Destroyed him so hard he had to start reading his chat, lol.
Yeah, I think that's sad. I wasn't reading the chat once. Thank you so much, Boki.
Did this feel like the Ask Yourself debate to you?
Yeah, it kind of did. Kind of did. It was just insufferable down the line. Alright, guys. I will see you guys tomorrow. Great debate. Great time. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.